Welcome. The Liferay Dev 24 stream is starting. And with that, we have some time. It's about 25 minutes to the first session. We haven't decided yet if we want to restart the stream or not, but we want to give people in the audience an opportunity to check their audio, their video connections. So that's the reason why the stream has started right now. And I'm going to send a message to the people in the audience. Okay, let's see if people are moving or what they are doing. Okay, in case you are here in the audience and you wonder why you don't hear anything, that was because I am muted and because nothing much happens here, but just so that you have something to do, we all were in a time when we could travel, when we liked to travel. And from that time, I have some memories which happened to have been how would I say, presented in a contest. And just because you're here and just because you're waiting and you're early for Dev 24, I thought, well, if you want to be here, if you are sitting in the audience already, why not play something that doesn't give us a copyright strike? So here you are. It's 7.5 minutes from, I believe it was 2018. And that was an actual Liferay business trip.
Please help me welcome Olaf Kok with Overweight. Overweight, Olaf Kok.
Are you a frequent flyer? An occasional traveler? Did you leave your home to get here? I think I found my audience. Fellow Toastmasters, please join me on a trip to Los Angeles. Frankfurt baggage drop. My suitcase registers at 24.2 kilos, 23 being allowed. Well, that's nothing that a quick and sincere smile and a flip of the frequent traveler card can't fix. Have a nice trip, Mr. Koch. See, it works. Now, think of someone you know who has lost some weight and gained it back. That's precisely what happened during the 2 weeks in Los Angeles to my suitcase. Would you use the same strategy? Smile and rely on the card? Well, I would. And just to be safe, I'm adding another one. I'm wearing an extra layer of clothes. So picture a polar scientist entering Los Angeles airport, well prepared, smiling. Only for my smile to freeze when I see the 20 check-in machines that won't react to my smile. My suitcase registers at 52.9 pounds. 50 are allowed. I don't know what 2.9 pounds are, but the machine also translates to a more familiar unit. $200. On top of that, next to me I overhear an airline dragon in a human body helping a fellow traveler. Well, the machine is always right. Then don't buy those cheap tickets. Panic, cold sweat. I gotta change my strategy. That's it, a new suitcase, a second suitcase is only $100 and I need a new one anyway. Well, now the dragon is on me. Honey, if I tell you now where you can buy another suitcase, you'll be back in 2 hours. Do you have that time? The question is not if, the question is when you'll face your next travel challenge. And apparently, today is my day. I'll take a deep breath of the air-conditioned air of the terminal, say goodbye to $200, and stick the label on the suitcase. And then I'll do the only thing possible. I'll smile. It's over now. Until dragon number 2, baggage drop. That's overweight. Correct. Overweight. It takes the help of the receipt to tell her the story. The help of her supervisor to find a heavy sticker to put it on my suitcase and finally accept it. Not without rubbing it in one more time. You paid $200 for this? I'll save you from the dragon's lair insecurity, because the question is not if, the question is when you'll face your next travel challenge, and today is my day. With a slightly forced smile, I'll reach the gate about 15 minutes before departure. Ladies and gentlemen, your flight to Houston will take the enormous time of 3 hours and 40 minutes. Treat yourself some luxury, because I have exactly one seat for you available in first class. It's yours for only $184. Yeah. Have you ever been in a situation where they were trying to market something to you with your defenses down? The question is not if, Hold on. Excuse me. If I buy this upgrade, can I bring overweight luggage? Well, she's puzzled. I'm at the gate. I won't have overweight luggage with me. And with that, I also learned her name from the badge, which is Maria. So it takes her, the receipt again, to understand the full story. Now this changes everything. You mean you actually get money back for flying first class? Of course you will. And she's quick to inform everybody at the gate, her supervisor, and almost the cleaning crew. What a smart guy. Gets money back for flying first class. And Maria sells all the first class tickets. Now, she's quick to refund my $200, charge me an extra $184, and with her sincere and gleaming smile, finally makes me smile again. You wonder what's in it for you, right? There's two takeaways. Number one, if you really want to pack those extra shorts and shoes, go first class, it's cheaper. Now keep that smile, keep that mood, remember that feeling, and use it when you go home tomorrow. Because the question is not if, the question is when you'll face your next opportunity in travel. And when that opportunity hits, you want it to hit you smiling.
Ha! You know, after, what's that, 1.5 years of pandemic, or almost 2 years, you should learn that you'll have to unmute yourself. So finally, here's it all again with audio. So if you could hear the video, then please wiggle around a little bit, move left, right, and just let me know. This way I have seen the signature, the signal. It's like, hey, there's mute, but let me know. Yes, I see some thumbs up, Martin and Marco. Great. So everybody else who cannot see me might not see that they need to reload. Well, we'll see. We have a little bit of more time, so in order to entertain you a little bit, or to see, or to give you the hint of what you might have missed if you weren't at DEF CON 2018, I have prepared another video for you before we begin. I hope I got the right one. Let's try.
please stop it for a minute. Please stop. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board Liferay DevCon 6. We're very happy to have you here. However, we need to interrupt the countdown for just a second, because unfortunately, we first need to make you aware of our safety and event procedures. This is how you fasten and unfasten your name tag. Please make sure to wear your name tag at all times, because we expect unexpected turbulences in name memory. Our boarding procedure for the rest of the day, especially when we're in the track rooms, include that we ask you to maximize the energy in the room by starting to board from the front, first rows board first, and then only the back. Imagine the energy when everybody is here in the first row, like Fred. It's just higher energy for the speakers. Another way to maximize the value of this event is to just make sure to talk to everybody. We make sure to have 90 employees of Liferay here for your pleasure, for your communication, for your talking. This includes software developers, back end as well as front end. This includes engineers from support. This includes executives. We even brought salespeople. So make sure you talk to them. This venue is equipped with several restrooms. You will find them out the door, to the back, and partly also in the upper deck. They're clearly marked with the word toilet. Please refrain from smoking all over the venue, including the toilets. This journey has been made possible by the numerous donations of all of our sponsors. Please make sure to visit their booth, see what they have to offer, because, well, after all, they offered this marvelous event to all of us. This venue is equipped with 2 flight decks, as well as 4 track rooms. You will find one on just this ground floor. This is track A, and you will find the others, track B, C, and D, out the doors, to the back, up the stairs, on the first flight deck. Also on the first flight deck, our first class passengers will have the opportunity to enjoy a great cup of coffee. This is being prepared by the German Barista Champion 2010 to 2012. Just to let you know, the first class includes everybody who is now sitting in row 1 to 30. If you're behind row 30, sorry, no coffee for you. During and after the afternoon coffee break, life vests will be distributed outside at reception. Only when asked to do so, take your life vest, pull it over your head, and wear it properly. There's no need to inflate, and upon contact with water, it will automatically get wet. When you communicate with your loved ones, the ones that you leave at home, please make sure to use the tag LRDevCon. This helps finding each other's communication and see where we all are in the universe. You also might want to be up to date on our timetable, on where we are, when we are where, and what happens at each time. So please make sure to download the events app and follow the agenda there, see all the tracks, well, plan your day. More important, or most important, also please rate our talks, the presentations that you see. This will greatly help to make sure that we have a proper mix of topics for the next event. In order to use the events app, you will need internet connection. And I'm very happy to say that we have in-flight Wi-Fi throughout the whole venue. In order to connect to the Wi-Fi, you will see the network and the password here. Just connect to the Wi-Fi and it should just work. Of course, once we're in cruising altitude. In the unlikely event of a loss in Wi-Fi signal, Ethernet cables will drop from the ceiling above you. Pull one of them towards you to start the flow of bits. Connect it to your device, and only then help fellow Apple users that didn't bring their adapter. Ladies and gentle people, we are now ready to commence the countdown to start and continue our launch procedure. So please make sure to put your seats in an upright position, stow away your tray table and heavy hand luggage under the seat in front of you. For launch, we will also dim the cabin light, and cabin crew, please prepare for takeoff. We may continue the countdown. Please enjoy your journey.
I've stopped in order to give you some so we have a couple more minutes, actually 1.5. And we have not prepared any stunt like what we had previously. You will have seen that the stream requires some or might require reload if it is not there, but from now on it should always be there. We hope the best, and then we'll edit the remaining video after the fact. Louis, welcome. Let's have an audio check before we actually start.
Hey, Olaf.
That sounds like Louis. Good to see you here.
Good to see you too here, and thanks for organizing and having me as a co-host.
Well, that's I've been doing part of the organization, but so many people have been working in the background that I wasn't really sure if I should take the stage and present here. But you and various other people that we will mention later on have helped tremendously with setting all of this up. That being said, let me see. Yeah, we're happy to have you here. You can also see the YouTube stream, but YouTube stream is actually something that is so unpersonal. It's a lot nicer here. You probably have all walked around a little bit before you came here. Then you know that there are several areas where you can talk to each other, basically by just standing close to each other. And make use of that, because we want you to get the most value out of this event. And what's better than actually bumping into people with free food? That is central to a conference. We have free food for you. It's prepared. It's deposited within your fridge, so in your kitchen, and we're very sure that you will love what we have prepared for you. help yourself with drinks, with food, anything that you find there is fair game. What can you do within 24 hours? I can't really say raise your hands if. Yes, I can say raise your hands if, because if you click your name on the avatar, you can actually signal something and do a thumbs up, thumbs down. Have you been participating in Dev24 last year? And now, unfortunately, I'll need to wait for quite a while because the stream is, well, up to 30 seconds behind us, but we'll wait for a bit. And Louis, you could come up with a second question.
Put a thumbs up. And second question, let me think.
I'm putting you on the spot. Sorry for that.
Yeah, no worry. What's, I mean, what would you expect from this event if it's the first time? And for that, you cannot use an emoji or thumbs up, but you can use the Liferay community Slack, where we will have the Q&A, where you can post the questions. So for the first question from me here, it would be, what would you expect regarding the agenda, or if you didn't check out the agenda, what is your feeling with this event?
Yes, indeed. The channel is Event Dev Life, and a couple of people are on there. I see a few people have joined already. That is where we have the Q&A. We cannot have it in here because if we used this world, this work adventure world, then you sitting next to someone would mean you are in their bubble and you're talking to each other and to people who are just sitting close to you, and that would be kind of weird. So we're going to see where that goes. Well, last year we had 24 hours in just one piece, and those 24 hours we've decided that cannot happen this year. Why not? Because somebody has to do it, so somebody has to actually be awake through 24 hours, and we thought, if we do Dev 2 times 12 but still call it 24, that's also quite nice. And it's good for the areas that we are in, that is Louis and me, we're in Europe. Anne, you might see her later on, is in Brazil. We have people from Spain here. We have people from the US here in the team. They're probably still sleeping or they're up very early. We don't know yet. Now, we still need a little bit of, or I still need a little bit of orientation in order to figure out why everything here is popping up and what is happening. So kind of producing while moderating is actually quite a hard task. And I can appreciate the luxury of DEF CON, where I had a little button in my ear, a speaker where people were talking to me and saying like, oh, we'll go live in 3, 2, 1, and then it's going on. Here, we're doing this community style. So this is an event that is truly organized by people who care about these topics. And these topics, that is, I've always said, the target audience for Dev24 is everybody who deals with curly braces for a living. And if you're that, that's fine. If you deal with currency for a living, if you want to buy, then I would say bring your technical team, and we will soon have another batch of people coming in, because if they haven't registered yet, they will get an email every hour or so when we get to it. I'm lacking topics. Louis, do you have anything to add?
Maybe we could talk about maybe specific way to communicate here in the work adventure. So I already mentioned that every question from sessions you want to write down will be on Slack. I know you see some icon that looks like a chat, and you can actually enter messages in work adventure, but this is messages that will be sent in the huddles you create when you are close to each other. So don't mistake that with a global message. And also you see that we can send you, and we're already sending you global messages across all rooms in Work Adventure to remind you of where to find the Q&A, some tips also that includes what Olaf just said with the emojis, how to do emojis, and all of that, so helping you through the events. And if you walk through here, you saw some pavilions where some of them are very specific because there's some wood signs indicating that one is for support, one is for Q&A, and one is for Liferay user groups. So the Q&A today, we have 5-minute session after each talk, and then we will move the Q&A if you want to talk with the speaker and have more in-depth discussion with him to this pavilion with Q&A. So that's pretty much what I'm thinking about on the main things about Work Adventure and how we organize this this year.
I have another topic which is quite close to my heart. I've said this is a community-oriented event or a community-organized event, and that means, well, this is kind of a impromptu organization. But even though we have this impromptu organization and not the full marketing force behind that, I am really happy to welcome a few people here that, I recognize one by the name and the other by actually the WOCA name. There are a couple more from our sponsor, USU. Last year, we only had the YouTube stream, and that is basically free. This year, we are actually paying for Work Adventure because we didn't want to host it ourselves. So we said we'll open up for Liferay certified partners, and USU is one. You can talk to them. You'll find them, now I'm not quite sure with all of the directions, and I would say to the west, where there is the pub.
To the west.
You can see, first of all, a join our team sign, and there you have also their website popping up. And you also have a coffee table there where you can chat. There is a conference, a Jitsi popping up, so you can have as many people as you want there. You can clarify, you can test with them, like what are they doing, what do they offer. They do have development teams. I personally know them and have been there multiple times. That hints to that they're at least in Germany, and they can tell you where else they are in the world. They have people who can help you with their with your team. They can just provide you with what they have already done in products and in implementations with Liferay. So I do encourage you to actually pop by their booth or their coffee table. I'm sure they have coffee because in the past they have been the DEF CON coffee sponsor for the past couple of years. And if you ever come to a DEF CON in person, that is the conference with the reportedly best conference coffee in the world. And I see one of them has renamed themselves, so they seem to identify themselves as well by the avatar name. So here in this world, you can see, or in the audience, you can see USU Dom and USU Alex. And I'm not quite sure if there's somebody else whom I currently can't see. Another hint for Work Adventure, you can zoom in and out of the map if you want to see more or less of it. Be distracted, be less distracted by just using the mouse wheel.
And if you want to walk faster because you come from the entrance and go back to the auditorium, you can press Shift to actually run as fast as possible.
Good. With that, let me check. We are almost done with the scheduled agenda, with all of the notes that we had, and probably some that we have missed. If we have Fabian already here, you might want to come up to the stage already and just set everything up for your presentation.
Yeah, and he will hear us in 20 seconds also. So.
Yep. And
But I see him in the
if you
audience.
if you want to be discreet, use the side entrance to the stage. But that might come too late because I've already said it. That might be Fabian, who is currently moving. Yes, and indeed.
Yes. Hi, Fabian.
There he is.
Hello. Hello, Olaf.
Hello.
Guillaume. How are you?
Doing good. What about you?
Oh, fine.
Good to see you here. And that is part of our streaming test, because apparently you could hear us. You came 30 seconds after we asked you to, or right after we asked you to for you. This experience is, I would say it's fun. I like it. And we're almost good to go. Are you good to go?
Yes, I'm good to go. I've prepared a few slides. I used my own slide deck. And let's see if everything runs smoothly. It's the first time I'm presenting in front of another audience with actually people carrying swords. This is a bit intimidating, you know. So, so for the people who will only see the YouTube performance, we're doing this conference in Work Adventures. So we have on the side some people dressed as avatars, and some of them have been very creative. Okay, so do you want me to start?
I would say yes. We have
you ready?
Yes.
the introduction already. So let's see. Let's have a proper introduction. Louis, do you want, or should I go?
To present Fabian, of course, I want to, because Fabian is my close colleague in France, and recently joined us as a consultant and worked in a bank before, but worked on Liferay, joined a lot of event meetups and symposium here in France, and is quite an expert, and I love working with him and, you know, hacking around with him. And today he will present you how to leverage InfoListProviders in a way that Liferay may not thought about.
Yes.
So with that said, I'll let you the stage, Fabian.
Thank you very much, Louis-Guillaume. So here we go. I'm trying to share my screen. Let's see if everything is working as expected. Yeah, I think so. I think you can see my screen here.
Exactly.
Great. So yes, InfoListProvider integrating with third-party providers. So I could have said the data is not inside of Liferay, you see. Let's click. Okay, so you have some similar frameworks inside of Liferay. So here, a little screenshot from the documentation. So one framework you're quite used to is the asset framework, because you used to create an asset renderer to manage your either the native entities in Liferay as assets, or create your own entities using Service Builder and provide all the stuff to abstract them as assets to make them available in the asset renderer. And now for some time, we've been gratified with the info framework, with which is quite similar but has some fewer requirements, such as having an asset entry in the database. And this is actually what I've been using in this project in order to display inside of Liferay stuff which is not living inside of Liferay. So here we go. So here, just to give you an idea, through InfoListProviders, you may have noticed, and I think Daniel in the next talk is going to make you a complete demonstration about it. You can display in asset publishers. You can either create your configuration, you know, and say I want to select all the web contents with this field with this value, this kind of stuff. It's the way you can configure an asset publisher. You can create your own collection, and you can create also what I would say, what I would call programmatic collection providers. And in those cases, what you're going to do is to write an InfoList provider for asset entries, and you're going to be able to display that through an asset publisher. You will also be able to display it through a collection display, which is a new construct you have for content pages since Liferay 7.3, I think, maybe 2, I don't remember. But you can also create InfoList providers on anything with a few constraints that we will see. In that case, if you create an InfoList provider of something which is not an asset entry, it won't be available inside of an asset publisher, but it will still be available in a collection display. Okay, so what do we have to implement? The first items you will have to provide is an InfoList provider on your full entity. So this is a place where you will call your services, this kind of stuff, in order to provide your list of items. And for each item, you have to explain what it looks like. So you have to write an InfoList form provider. So this is a place where you say, well, my entity consists of this list of fields. So you're going to say, I have this attribute called foo, this attribute called bar, etc. So this is where you describe the structure. And then you have to provide the values. So it's the info item field values provider. So this is where you describe how you populate the fields. So you have to write all those classes in order to be able to map stuff to the composition page for content pages. Then some additional components you will have to provide. Sorry, so you have to provide an info item details provider. So this is basically the place where you're going to explain how you map the entities with class name primary key, and you will have to provide an info item object provider where you will connect things together. So as you will see, there's quite a lot of boilerplate code you have to provide. I won't show you everything during the presentation, but all the source code is available on GitHub, so you will be able to look at it by yourself. Then another thing which is nice, the stuff I've shown you earlier is what is necessary to display your entities in a collection display. But you also want to support sometimes display pages. So here you have to implement a few other components. You have to provide a layered display page provider. So basically, this is a place where you're going to register your friendly URL for your custom entity. Then you will have to provide a display page object provider. So this is where you're going to manage stuff like description, keywords, URL title, etc. And finally, there is some utility class you have to implement in order to say that your entity supports display pages. So once you've been through all this stuff, you will be able to use your entity inside of content pages, both inside of collection displays and inside of display pages. So here, what I'm going to do with all this, I'm going to integrate with the AudioDB. So I spent some time looking for some cool API, which I can call without having to register to an expensive paid plan or whatever. And I found this one. So it's a database that provides information about music. So you have information about artists, about their albums, and about the tracks that you have inside of the albums, etc. So I've looked at this database, and this database provides a set of APIs. So some of them are available for everybody, and some others require you to become a supporter in order to get an API key. At the end of the day, I ended up subscribing to it. So initially, didn't want to invest, but I did. But it's a very cool project. I also saw that they have some other projects. They have an interesting API to look at sports results as well. So a lot of interesting projects that could be built using those APIs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to manage 3 entities. I've got artist, album, track, and I'm going to I've written an InfoList provider for these 3 concepts. And I've also provided the additional classes in order to support display pages for them. One quick thing about my collection providers. Some of them are context aware, I would say. So for my artist InfoList provider, I'm just going to return a list of random artists. And for the album InfoList provider, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to identify with the URL which is the current artist in order to provide the list of the albums related to a given artist. And the same for the track list. For the track list InfoList provider, I'm going to identify in the context of which album I'm displaying this collection in order for it to be contextual, you know. Okay, so what does it look like in the code? I'm going to show you a few classes so that you see what kind of job you have to do. So the InfoList provider, it's a component you have to implement. Here what I'm doing is I'm returning a list of artists. So artist is a POJO I've created with all the metadata associated to an artist. So its name, the label, the style of music they do, their logos, that kind of stuff. And here I've used an HTTP client. I've used what's it called, OKHTTP, in order to make my calls to the API. It's hidden away in a service component. So I get the list of artists, well, this is basically what you have to do. You provide also a count capability, and you provide a name for your InfoList provider. So providing a list of items is quite straightforward. But then, in order to be able to use it inside of the composer of content pages, you have to explain what an artist looked like. So you have to implement this info item form provider for the artist, and basically what you're going to say, it has a list of fields. So I've cut it in 3 different classes. I got inspiration from the Liferay source code. This is how we organize it for Liferay entities. So here what I'm saying is an artist has a lot of field set entries, and for each field set entry, I'm going to tell what is the type of the entry. Is it, for example, here we've got an image info field type. Here we've got a URL info field type. We've got a text info field file, a date info field type. So here I want to show you a few examples. One of the things I had to do was for a given artist, I'm going to provide the display page URL of the artist. So what you have to imagine is through the collection provider, I'm listing artists. So each artist has a list of fields, and among those fields, there is one where I compose the URL of the display page, so that I can click it and I will access the artist page. And from inside of the artist page, I'm going to display the InfoList provider for its discography with all the albums, etc. So I'm composing a few URLs as well. And then I have to provide the values. So this is the last step. So I've described how what's the structure of my fields, and now I'm getting from the artist object. Here I have to provide the ID. I get it from the artist object. I have to provide the biography. I get it from the biography objects, the country, etc. So here I'm building. I'm filling up all the fields that are provided. So that's all for the explanation. Now I will show you what it actually looks like. So source code is available here. I'm sure we'll find a way to let you copy the URL if you don't have the time. So I can look at here my GitHub account, and you will find it. So here we go. I will show you what I have here. So as I said, in order to have something to display on the first page here, I've put a collection display. We will go in admin mode so that you can see it. So here what we have is a collection display. In my collection display, hopla, I've selected a collection. So as you can see in my collection providers, there is my artist provider, my album provider, my track provider. So because the artist is the root of all the stuff, I've first selected the artist provider. So this artist provider is providing a list of artists. So the information you see here, nothing is in the Liferay database. Everything is fetched from an API. And for each element, as you can see, here, for example, the text here that we have, I can select among all the text field I've provided in my model. So all the fields, all the info, how was it called, info item fields that I had, they are available here. So for each of them, I can select the value I have mapped. Here I've got a picture. So the nice thing is that the content page composer is kind enough to show you which are the fields which actually contain pictures. So this is because I've provided some image type info items. And finally, here on the bottom, I provided a link. And its value, I've mapped it from the content field artist URL. And as you're going to see, I will be able to follow that link. I don't know why, but as you will see, there is a bug in the page composition. I actually put discography here, and Liferay decided to put the default label. So pardon me for that. I didn't check it afterwards. So we're going to click go somewhere instead. So here, if I follow it, I'm reaching a content page, a display page. So what I did here is I registered the artist friendly URL, and here I receive a title. And this URL title, this is what I'm going to use as a context to make the calls to the APIs. And I will show you how I have composed this page. So this is a display page for the artist type. So here I've put a picture. For the picture, I've said I've mapped it to the artist logo URL. Here I've put the biography. Here are things like the style, the country, etc. And then here I've provided the discography with all the albums. So at this place, I've selected the collection provider for the albums, and I've put a little card with here's a picture of the album, the title of the album, a short description, and here a link to access the details. So if we go back to the page, see what it looks like. Hopla. We have the artist, the biography, a picture, all the albums which are displayed, fetched from the APIs. Sometimes the API doesn't provide any image, so you've got nothing. And well, for example, if I follow this link, I'm going to reach another display page. So I've registered a friendly URL for the albums. And here again, it's a display page where it displays a picture of the album, which I get from the API, the description, and the track list. And I can go back to the artist page. Here again, I programmed a friendly URL. You can see it works for any artist. You can follow the links, and I also create a display page for the track. And the API is kind enough to provide me a link to a video, so I can also play a video on YouTube. Or I can create dynamic pages from the API. And this is not restricted at all to the list of artists you've here. So I could follow any URL here. So let's imagine another artist which I haven't put in the list. If I put AC/DC, for example, it's going to not work. So this is a nice example. I suppose it's not this way that they have spelled AC/DC. So let's take something, maybe they've put dots or something like that. What should I show you? Maybe this is inspiration, for example. Here we go, and you got the picture. You've got the discography. You can follow any link. You get the track list, etc. So this is completely dynamic. And what I wanted to say is, with Liferay and when using content pages, you do not necessarily have to rely on objects that you create inside of Liferay. There is this interesting opportunity to integrate with third-party services because you have all those components I showed you, which allow you to create facades of those external APIs, so that they implement all the stuff in the info framework required to build content pages, collection displays, display page templates, etc. And here I made an example with the AudioDB, but maybe in your projects you could imagine doing similar stuff with some CRM data, for example. Instead of albums, it could be bank accounts. Instead of a track list, it could be the last operations on your bank account. Well, you could imagine anything. And all you need to do is to find some API you can hit in order to fetch the informations. One thing you have to be careful about is your Liferay is going to make calls to some backend services, and you have to take into account that sorry, those backend services, they may have downtimes, they may have latency, and you have to be careful about stuff like error message from the backend or timeouts, and issues you may encounter could be your thread pool becoming overloaded by requests waiting for an answer from your backend services. And tomorrow, I'm planning to make another talk, so you will see me again. I'm going to make another talk about how you can manage calls to backend services another way, not synchronously, but using asynchronous calls in order to offload them from the thread pool. So stay tuned to Dev.24 because I've got another presentation for you on the next day. So that's it for me. I think I will stay during the presentation of Daniel just afterwards, because he will be talking about collection providers as well. Oh, one last thing. A few days before Dev.24, I discovered that there have been some breaking changes in Liferay 7.4. So what you see here is on Liferay 7.3. The InfoListProvider API has been completely revamped, and I still have to check if everything works the same way with the new API. So I think I may end up writing some blog posts in the future as soon as I'm able to assess if it's easy to port this work from 7.3 to 7.4. I will let you know. So thank you very much for listening to me, and feel free to ask me a question afterwards. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Fabian.
Yeah, thank you, Fabian. Now let's sort all the tabs and remind everyone, if you have any questions, Slack, community Slack, there is the event dev.life channel.
In the meantime, I think that the thing you presented on the content page, where the link has the default text, is fixed in 7.4, because I had this issue in 7.3 and I don't think I reproduced it in 7.4. So hopefully, if you can migrate this to 7.4, that would be one less issue. I had all the things in mind, but I forgot.
I have a warning about InfoListProviders for those. I mean, we're covering 7.4, but for those on 7.2, be aware that they have changed package names during 7.2 time. So if you're trying out InfoListProviders, you must compile against a newer version, not against the GA1 version, in order to make them work. There's a glitch in the matrix, I would say. So they're already in, but be very aware that you cannot compile against GA1 if you want them to work.
Yeah, also it reminded me, that's funny that, that was not intended that way, because a problem I had in the past with 6.2 was exactly this one. I wanted to fetch entities outside of Liferay, not store them in Liferay, but just leverage the asset framework. And I remember a blog post from Dave Nebinger showing how you could do some trick with the service builder to have I think a special data source that is null, and so you can do some fake entities with the service builder. And that's nice to see framework that is better suited to address this need.
Yes, basically, all you will see it in the source code. All you need to provide is you have to provide a private key for your element. You have to provide a class name, or just a random string, and you have to provide a username, a creation date, and a modified date. You just can put some random things inside of it, but it's easy to manage.
And since you dug into so much in that framework, obviously you push it to its limits. What do you think would be good improvement? Maybe new features you expect from the framework, or something that would make dev life easier, because obviously you had a lot of boilerplate code to write.
Yes. If you have a look at my code, you will see that I had to provide quite a lot of code, and I had to concentrate while creating the first one, the artist, all the artist stuff, and then when creating the classes for album and for tracks, I turned off my brain and I just copy-pasted stuff until it worked. So it could very well be automated, and I've seen at the new features in Liferay 7.4, you can maybe you will have some presentations. You can create basically you can create service builders from inside of the GUI. So what would be a dream feature would be to have all this boilerplate code generated from the GUI. That would be great. I think we're not that far away, and that would be very, very special. I think if we could create something like that in the future.
For sure. No, it's to glue all the new things we put in Liferay together to have all the Pro tools to do everything we need in terms of integration. I have a question from the Slack community. Fabian, do you plan to prepare a tool to automate that? So
I would love to. I would love to. If you have some, I would be interested. If you know some good code generation tools. So I see that the JavaScript people, they use a thing called Yeoman. I'm an old guy. I used to create Maven archetypes, but this is a bit old school, and I think it's a bit complex to generate that kind of stuff. So if you know some good code generators, I'd be interested, and I would definitely have a look at it, so that I can completely turn off my brain and just have to provide some DSM, and let the machine do all the work for me.
We actually have a talk tomorrow about a tool created by the community called Liferay Gen that intended to produce automate more boilerplate code from Service Builder and have some interactive things with the command line to help on Service Builder. But that would be a question for them. Would they help us do all the stuff with the InfoListProvider?
If they provide all the source code, I will definitely have a look and see if it's easy to generate the few classes. You will see you have to provide something like 10 classes. It's not a lot of work in order to make it work. So yeah, I will have a look at what they show tomorrow, and I'll try my luck using that against this template. Olivier. I see Olivier was asking that question.
Yeah, exactly. I said that as always, the trick stands in the data format.
Oh yeah, of course. Yes, and because of that, you may have to still have to write some code. For example, the API provided the duration of the tracks in milliseconds, I think, and you don't want to display just some random milliseconds. So I wrote some code to transpose it as a nice string. However, that job could be carried away by a fragment as well. You could put it in a fragment in Liferay, and you could get away with it as well. So yeah. So there is a question for you, Louis-Guillaume. What's the name of this presentation?
So let me get the exact name. It's Increased Portlet Development Productivity with Liferay Code Generator, and it's tomorrow at 14 UTC time. I'll put the link in the Slack, so Olivier has direct access. Okay.
While you're doing that, to have a smooth transition, if Daniel is already here, you could already enter the stage. If you want to be discreet, just use the side stairs. But feel free to come in anyway, any way, shape, or form that you like. Make your entrance.
So, Fabian, I believe you will stay for Danny's presentation to check out the collection providers, but afterwards, would you be available in the Q&A pavilion?
Yes.
Okay.
I will find my way to the Q&A pavilion.
So yeah,
and I come back to see the other presentations. Oh, thank you very much for sharing the stage with me, and to everybody have a great Dev.24, and see you tomorrow. Hello, Daniel.
Hi, Fabian.
Thanks a lot, Fabian. That was a great presentation.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You're muted, Olaf. I don't know if it's on purpose.
Yeah. We cannot hear you, Olaf.
Let me.
We see that you are moving your lips, but
Beginner's mistake. It's only the second time today. After 2 years of pandemic, you probably all are well able to read my lips, right? So I'll just continue where. Okay, I'll go ahead. I'll have to say an apology first, because we have to figure out something in the back end. Because you see here on the stage, you see Ben, which is an avatar that is sleeping there, and we can't get him off stage currently. That is because we haven't yet figured this out. It's a computer that is probably left open from one of the people who is now solid asleep. So I can't reach him, and he's no longer in this kind of virtually on stage in the stage presentation, but we will need to remove the avatar. So for that time, he won't interrupt us with snoring or anything here. So he can't interrupt the stream, but you will still see Ben sleeping on stage. Sorry about that. Okay, now for continuing, you seem to be ready already, Daniel.
I think I am, yes.
That's good. So we're now three people, actually three colleagues from all over Europe on stage who are working as in the same position, same or similar, but in different locations. Daniel, just like Fabian, he has started as a consultant and joined Liferay back in 2016. Then he transitioned to self-engineer.
Self-engineer? That's new.
It's already late at night. No, I don't think so. Sales engineer, which means that he is convincing one way or another the companies and organizations to just adopt Liferay as their platform of choice. Being in sales, and hint, hint, that just like Louis and myself, Daniel probably can't be trusted just for that reason. But well, with dev.24, he made he will make an approach of not being salesy, not being pushy, but just relay the truth, the one and only truth. And here at dev.24, he can be the regular guy that he actually is and not have any sales hat on. So what better than Liferay collection providers if you are somewhat a nerd in information technology and you want to use the platform for its best. You have already seen Fabian, and now you'll see how does that all relate to each other. So they're both related. With that, welcome on stage, Daniel De Francisco.
Thank you, Olaf. Yeah, as you say, today is not about sales, but trying to let our audience know about this great, in my opinion, feature, which is collection providers and not the power there is behind. So we already saw in Fabian's talk a great example. I love it, and I'm very happy that he already laid out the foundations of the info framework, because he probably knows it much better than me. So I'm going to, in this talk maybe in a more high level about collections and collections providers. So I think it's already time. We are all going to be starting at the time that we should start. And for that, I think I can share my screen. Okay, please, someone let me know if...
we can see the screen.
Okay, perfect. So the power of collection providers and collections, of course, but I'm going to focus on collection providers. Okay. Have this here. So, as you know, building a solution based on the Liferay platform, sometimes it looks like painting a picture. No, we have a lot of information, we have colors, we have brushes, and we need tools to be able to know which information we want to paint in the picture. No, which colors to select to represent the information, how to paint them on the picture using a specific brush every time. So as you know, there are more elements as you see there, but these are probably always there. We have assets of different types. We have the out-of-the-box assets of Liferay, like web contents, documents, form entries, and then other information items that we can add into the picture. Normally, we also have templates to represent these assets on different pages. No, and if we put commerce into the equation, we will also have, for example, another information item which are products, and then we have applications and many other things. No, but today we are going to focus on these 4 elements. So products is not really into the picture there because we are just going to use some information to create a new collection provider. So what are collection providers? So in a high level, not going deep into the info framework, for that, the previous talk by Fabian was great. So in short, a collection provider is a way of programmatically filtering content to then be used in widgets like Asset Publisher or in content pages using, for example, the collection display fragments, or to expose those collections to some external systems through our headless APIs. What other names has collection providers? Well, before Fabian was talking about information list provider. That is, I think, the name that this feature receives in the context of the info framework. If you are using Blade to create new Liferay module projects, you will find it a template which is called InfoListProvider, which is exactly for this, to create a new custom collection provider. And at another level down in the, it's that if you look in the source code, you will find an interface which is called InfoListProvider in 7.2 and 7.3. It's also in 7.4, but in 7.4, there is a new one that is called Info Collection Provider, which is just not the same because it has different methods, but it is used for the same purpose as the InfoListProviders. So don't worry if you have already done an InfoListProvider in 7.2 or 7.3 and you want to use it in 7.4. There is a compatibility layer, and it will work just fine. Actually, it's the one that I'm going to use. So, and when do I want to have a collection provider? Well, sometimes you know that when you are, for example, using an asset publisher on a page, or you are creating a new collection, sometimes the selection criteria is not enough for our use case. No? Or maybe, as Fabian example, you want to bring information from external sources easily. No? And once you have these, let's say, asset collections, and you want to leverage all or many of the Liferay out-of-the-box components to render collections of assets. Okay. So I'm going to show an example. Okay, and a little bit of background for this example. Okay, in this case, we will have a commerce shop. Okay, where of course we have products, and some of these products, they have attached documents. Okay, that's one of the capabilities of the Liferay product model. Okay, you can attach the existing documents of your document library with products. Okay, so and there is going to be someone that is going to buy a product or two, and we are going to one of the requirements for this commerce site is that we want to have my documents page where customers can easily find all the documents that are related with the products they have purchased. No? So what we want is that every time a customer buys a new product and this product has an attached document, we want those documents to be displayed and listed in this My Documents page. Okay. So before going with the code, let's see what we are talking about. Okay, now you should be seeing a Liferay 7.4. Okay, I'm going to log in just to show you what we are talking about. So you have here a new menu, well, starting in 7.3, which 7.2 was called content sets. Starting with 7.3, now they are called collections. Okay, and here you can create your own collections, and you also have some out-of-the-box collection providers. Like for example, you have these three. There are not actually four, but one is not displayed here, which is related assets. But for example, you can easily use this collections provider in any page, for example, to show a collection of the most viewed assets of your asset library. Okay. And this is the site that we will be using. Okay, this is just a very simple B2B shop created with one of the site initializers of Liferay. And here we have already some collections created. Okay, which for those of you who don't know what a collection is, this is just criteria, which it uses the same criteria tools that you will find in an asset publisher. Okay, you select the type of items you want to have in this collection. You can establish a filter, okay, to be able to create the collections. In this case, we are just, for example, creating a collection of documents, which are PDFs belonging to a specific category, transmission, which is one of the categories of our products. And I can, from here, for example, preview the items that will be listed using this collection. Okay. And if we see the collection providers, we just have the out-of-the-box ones here. Okay. So let's go and create our custom collection provider that we will use it to show documents related with products that were purchased by the customer who is logged in the page. No? So how do we do this? Well, it's just the same flow that we will use for most of the customizations of Liferay. So you will probably start creating a new OGI module in your Liferay workspace. So I have already done this. Is this module related document info list provider? Maybe the font size is a bit small. And inside this OGI module, I just need to create a new class, okay, which is this one, related info list provider. That's the name I gave to this class, and this class needs to implement this component, which is called InfoListProvider. You see here that is marked as deprecated because this was done in 7.3, and here I'm using 7.4, but it works perfectly fine. Okay. So next thing I have to do is to implement some getInfoList methods. Okay, where is the place where I have the logic of my custom selection criteria. Okay, so in this case, I'm showing you here, for example, the implementation of the getInfoList method that accepts pagination parameters. So I can also use pagination when I'm I display this collection on some page in Liferay. And here is just what I'm doing is leveraging some of the commerce services to get all the attachment files of the products purchased by the selected commerce account. Okay, so for that, it's just using some of the, as I say, commerce-related services. Okay, there is one to get all the attachments for a given collection of products. Okay, those products I have already here in these variables, because I have some auxiliary methods that find the purchase products by account, and then just get the asset entry objects associated with each of these attachment files. Okay, avoiding duplicates, and that's it. So it's a simple implementation. Okay, but I think the information it provides, it's really power and helpful. Okay, so the only thing that left to do is just to provide a label for this collection provider. Okay, this can be internationalized, so I can have labels in all the languages that my website needs to support. Okay, so I just have here some language properties with the name of this collection provider in English and in Spanish. Okay, so that's it. I'm going to do all this live, so I'm risking here my head. So let's build and deploy this new module. Okay, it's being already built and deployed. Let's check that it's been started without any problems. So we see here that our new OGI module is already deployed and started. Okay, so let's see if that is true. And let's see if we reload here. Okay, now we see that our new collection provider is here, documents related to purchase products. Okay, so everything goes fine so far. I'm very happy about it. So what is left to do? Let's use it. So let's see how to use it. So let's go back to our site. So what we are going to do is create a new page for our My Documents page. So let's just create a new private page, because this is going to be part of our private B2B shop. So let's create a new page, call My Documents. It's already here because, of course, I tested yesterday. Okay, and here, let's do it just to show it in two ways. So let's create our My Documents list twice, once using an asset publisher and also using the collection display fragment. Okay, so what we want here is to have so two columns, and we are going to put in one of the columns an asset publisher. Okay, now we are going to configure this asset publisher, and we are going to say just that in the asset selection, we want to use a collection. And we are going to select our new collection provider that we just have created. So it's here, documents related to purchase products. Okay. Something is wrong with the JavaScript of this page. Okay, let's go again. Select collection provider. Okay, I think I'm using a version of Liferay that has some, as I say, this is not a sales engagement, so I guess you all understand.
Maybe okay. Try to use
now it's here. It's there. Okay. And in the other column, we're going to use these very specific fragments that you will find out of the box to display collections. So we are just going to here drag and drop our collection display, we are going to select our collection providers, documents related to purchase products. Okay. And now we have to provide the components to visualize each of the item in the collection. So let's do it easily. So just add a heading and map one of the fields of our documents, like for example, okay, the title. Okay. So let's publish this and see our new page. See how it looks like. So nothing is found. Why? Because our customers haven't purchased yet any product. So I'm going to act in behalf of this account, and I'm going to buy, for example, this product. Okay, just adding it to the cart. I'm going to finish really quick the purchase process using the checkout. Okay, blah, blah. My order has been already created. Now I have to do just a little trick because the orders are not approved by default. So let's say that the seller accepts the order. So this means that the customer has already purchased this product. Okay, so let's go back to the site. And if we go now to my documents, now this customer will see in the list of their documents, so the installation guide for the product this account has just purchased. Okay, and that's it. So if I now, for example, buy another product, which is this one, same thing. That's a product that has also a document attached to the product. So if I now finish and approve the order for this account should see also the installation manual of the product, and we have here the two different documents that are associated with the products that this account has purchased. Okay. To see the difference with collections, so for example, we have here another page where here we are using two collections to display know-how information about this category of our products, about transmissions, okay, where we have two different collections, one using know-how articles, okay, which are articles the like of a blog post, for example, and also the list of all the manuals that are related with transmissions. So imagine that you have a huge catalog of products, so this would be not a good user experience. So if the customer needs to come here and look for their manual among, I don't know, hundreds of documents, and that's why the customer wants to have this My Documents page with a personalized information for each customer, so they can easily find the documents they need because they are the ones that are interesting for them, because they are the ones about the products they have purchased. Okay, so this is more or less the example we wanted to show. So improving collection providers. So there are other capabilities for collection providers that are already in 7.4, or they will be released shortly in the 7.4 life cycle. Like, for example, the ability to provide configuration for a collection provider so that the page editor can choose among several options to pre-filter the collection. For example, let's say that when I created this collection, custom collection provider, maybe I want to give some configuration option to maybe show only files of type PDFs, for example. No, so the page editor, when it is created using a collection provider on a page, he can select, okay, I want to show here only documents of a type PDF or Word or something like that. Also, subtypes. As a developer, normally I want to be able to specify subtype fields for collection providers, okay? To then use it when you map fields into visual components of your fragments. you may want to use specific fields of your custom assets, okay, when doing this mapping. And also the ability to pre-filter. Now you can, starting with 7.4, there are 2 new fragments that you can use to filter collections. Okay? These are the ones that you can see here in this other. So this filter, this is just a fragment that you drag and drop here, and you select. So you can filter, for example, your list using keywords. Okay. So you want also to do this with your collection providers. And so some takeaways from this is make the life of the practitioners of your platform easier by providing them with a lot of options when in form of collection providers, so they can better create pages with the specific information they want to show to their users. Also, if you can do this with collections, don't do it with custom apps. Okay, all this, I know it can be done with custom apps, with the portlets, etc. But we recommend that if you can do it with collections, so do it with collections. Also, be creative. So normally in any project based on Liferay, you will have a lot of information at your hand. So exploiting this information is easier than ever, I think. So we can be creative to have and provide a better experience for your users. So you can help your users to better find the information. And finally, so information is power. So that's what everybody wants. If they don't find it in your intranet, in your extranet, etc., they're going to use an Excel file. And you know that. So give information easy to the users. And that's it. Thank you for your attention and patience. And you can find me somewhere here in this work adventure world if you want to ask anything. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Danny. It was, I think it's, well followed what Fabian shared, because it's really a different view on that. It's actually maybe more than
it's most focused on what you have normally out of the box. So here we are playing with products, accounts, commerce accounts, and documents that you have in your document library. So
yeah, a nice way to play with other assets and really rely with fragments to display them and put a story with commerce, for example, and things that are related. We don't have any question from the audience.
That's good.
But I would have bet that they would have some commerce question. It happens a lot of time. You do a presentation about providers, collection providers, but it's on a commerce subject, and suddenly you have a lot of questions on commerce.
Yeah, what I wanted to also transmit or show is that once you have commerce in some of your solutions, you have a lot of information that you can play with. And this was just showing an example of how to do this without going into an extreme customization of the platform. So it's just, okay, you have to implement your own logic in the form of a collection provider, but then it's everything goes very smooth when you want to use that selection or information in pages. So
great. Will you be available in the Q&A pavilion?
Yes, I will go there right now.
Okay, so I guess for everyone who wants to have a talk with Danny and Fabian about collection providers, you have two great guys that really dug into that subject, and you can discuss with them. Thanks a lot, Danny.
Okay,
you're around.
Enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Thanks. So we have now David and Meg. Welcome to you guys.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you, welcome.
So we have a nice subject I'm really interested in because it's talking about testing and automation. And I found that in projects, it's often something that you left aside. It's often a subject of, oh, we can do manual tests and we have some tests. Should we really automate that because it takes time, it takes energy? So why not use that time and energy in manual testing? But while the project is growing, we see the interest. So I'm really looking forward for this talk. And to introduce you guys, so I'll start with Meg, who for the last 5 years has been working as a QA engineer in various agent development teams. She knows from experience that implementing the automation testing helps managing dynamic changes and assures that the product they deliver to their end users keeps bringing them a value they've committed to. So, as I say, very important things as you're delivering along. And David, you're a QA engineer with more than 10 years of experience, and you started as a developer, but quickly crossed to the dark side and moved to the quality assurance. And before joining Liferay, you've been working as QA engineer in different projects for companies like Benko Santander, Telefonica, HP, NetSuite Oracle, or Gematto at Thales, sorry. So now, guys, that I've introduced you and the subject, I will leave you the stage to give your talk.
Okay, thank you. I will start sharing my screen. Okay. So, well, welcome everyone to this presentation about automation of library customization. Yes, it has been told, we are David Gutiérrez and Meg Jedraszak. And first of all, we are going to do a short introduction about what we are going to talk about in this presentation. We are going to give a high-level overview of how to ensure the quality of your library customizations. Okay. Part of that, we are going to share some tips about about automation of functional tests for projects based on Liferay. Now I will introduce a little bit the content of our talk. The first point is, should I create functional automation for my library customization? Second point is, if yes, but what should I test? Then we're going to talk a little bit about automation itself. So let's automate. And the last point is key takeaways. We want to do like a summary with 3 points that we think that are the main takeaways from this talk. So starting for the first bullet point, should I create functional automation for my library customizations? Before answering that question, I want to share with you guys some numbers from Liferay itself. In Liferay 7.4 testing, we found like 555 valid bugs with automation. This means that our bugs that were not duplicated or that was not discarded, and so on. Those were finding with automation that we run like every day or on our components. 37 of them were considered blocker. That means that the release is not or we're not going to be delivered with them, so we need to fix them. Those numbers are not including the pull request, test execution. We also have automation running on the pull request when they are sent to master, but they are not included here because for that usually we don't create blockers. We just fix. We don't create issues in environment. We just fix them. So now after talking about that, about that picture about how important is automation for us inside Liferay, what should I do with my customizations? Should I automate my customizations? For us, it depends. Several points. First of all, it depends on the type of customization. I mean, if you are simply creating a fragment, for instance, maybe you don't need to spend so much time there in automation because it's something that we already tested in Liferay. You should test. We'll see afterwards what we recommend to test when you are doing any kind of customization. So, but if you are, for instance, developing a new module, maybe you should spend more time there for automated. Next point is how often you change. If this is gonna changing really frequent, maybe it's better to automate and run the test manually. Also, it's important how how this customization is critical for your business. Obviously, the most critical it is the more possibilities or the better is to automate it because you can focus in manual exploratory testing that usually give more value. And also how complex it is to test manually. So if it's something that is really simple to test manually and you're not going, this is also linked with the previous ones, with all of them. If it's something that is really easy to test manually and you don't change it frequently, maybe it doesn't make sense to automate it. Maybe it's worth it to just run it manually when you are going to do it. On the other hand, if it's something that is really complex to test manually because it has a lot of steps or whatever, then it's worth it to automate. So now for the next point, I will pass the ball to Meg.
Okay, thank you, David. The next point, what should I test? So as David mentioned, we are already testing some features and functionalities that we deliver through Liferay product. But if you want to create on top of that some of your custom developments, then maybe it's worth to provide some functionality tests as well. Let's see some examples where we can actually do it. First of all, we may want to test our fragment. If we develop a new fragment with some new elements and new functionality using the code editor, we may be interested in actually automating this this functionality in order to align the quality of the product with the quality of the product that Liferay is providing. The next one, remote apps. As you may know, we offer integration with remote apps in Liferay, so you may be interested in automating your integration inside Liferay. This is possible, as you can see here on the screen. Can you see it on the screen? Okay. Yeah, this is an iframe fragment, but it's still available for you to interact with these elements through UI. So yeah, you can still build your tests. You can still implement some easy tests to just make sure that this remote app works with Liferay and is working for your end users. And the next part would be modules development. So something that you would create from scratch and then put into Liferay product. So your module behavior is the most important thing you want to test, especially if when you're developing this module, you use, for example, Liferay data tables or something that is strictly from Liferay core. It is very important, especially for upgrades. You want to make sure that when you're upgrading the product, your module is also working as it worked before the upgrade. So that will be this. And now let's go back to David and let's see some real example on how we can create a easy product for automation.
Okay, thank you, Meg. So yeah, now let's start with the funny part. Let's automate after the theory. So for this, we created this testing project that is an automation done in Java and using Selenium. It's just like a mock project. Feel free to download it from that link. I also posted the link in the Slack channel, so you can go there and enter and start taking a look during the presentation. So after to download it, obviously you can clone it and you will have it locally, and you can start using it. You can take it and add your customizations on top of it. You can use like a base for your own customization for functional automated tests. And also to test this, we created an environment to be tested. Obviously, that is a Docker container is what we link here, or we provide is an image, remote image that you can download and deploy as a local container. And it's going to, or is inside it, we have a Liferay customized product. It's the version 7.3 because the version 7.4 was released today, I think, actually. So we didn't have still time to use it, the official version. So to have it running locally, obviously you need to have installed Docker, and then you need to run the demo container using this instruction, Docker run name, the name that you want to give it, and if you want to remove it when it stops. And also it's important to redirect the port because by default it's running in the 8080, and then you should redirect to, I put here for instance 9080 because usually in 8080 have another library running. And also the link that you okay, are you watching my screen? Yeah, okay. So yeah, the link of our image, our remote image. To access the instance, for instance, have it deployed locally. And here, this is the GitHub project, the link that I sent. And I already run it, the container, because it takes a while. So I did before the presentation, we already have the environment running locally. This one. So here, the customization that we did are pretty simple. We just created a page. We need to be logged. This page is only has a fragment, an amazing fragment that we create that shows you your name and your email address. Okay, as simple as that. That's what we are going to test. The fragment we created, you can find it here. Okay, it's just this one. That is, as I say, showing your username and your user email address in case you forget it. Okay, so now to run the test, we just need to obviously move inside the folder and then run with this instruction, the Gradle, and use the URL with the port 9080 that we specify for the container. So let's do it here. Let's run the test, running the Gradle task and so on. So here what it's doing, it's logging, and it's going to test with two users. The first one is the test user, that is the administration one. And the second one is a standard user. That is a user that does not exist in the system. Okay, so we are going to show later on, Meg is going to show you how we can create that user only for the test. Okay, now we introduce the demo environment that we use. Let's start with the first point that we want to, with the first tip to automate your library customizations. The first one is try to use data QA tags. These tags are tags that, if you realize here in the code that I was showing before, let me try to zoom in for you. Okay. Here, we added this task that needs to be added by developers. So it's better if you and the developers are friends. So that always helps. So you can ask them to add this tag for you. So your automation, can find it instead of using any other XPath that may be less reliable. in order to use it, we can see it here directly. This is a link to the project, the Git project that we showed before. In order to use it, we just need to use expat and put just like this. It's like a normal ID. So what are the advantages and disadvantages of this? The main advantage is that this is resilient to changes. So they are more stable than the IDs, because if they need to change it for any reason, they can keep your data QID being the same. Okay, and the tests are not going to break for that reason. Also, it's easier to use these IDs than use obviously a path that when an element is moved inside the page, it can break, and then your automation will not be able to find your elements. Also, another point is that you don't need to deal with auto-generated IDs that in Liferay we have sometimes a lot of them. And also it can be duplicated. This is like something that is, it could be good and bad. You need to be aware of this, that they can be duplicated because they don't need to be unique, this property that we add. So with that, we need to be careful, and this is useful, for instance, if you are adding like 3 fragments with the same ID and you want to select always the third one. Okay, so you can put like a 3 at the end of the expat and you will always get the third one. Cons, this attribute is shipped to production. This is something that you need to keep in mind in case you don't want to expose this kind of testing attribute. In general, in Liferay, we already have some of them. For instance, if we come here, developers tools, and here, and we find for this tag, you will see this is not nothing that we added in this special bundle. For any Liferay bundle that you have, the official ones like this should be there. So as you can see, only in this view we have 47 data query QA ID already there existing for you, that you can use, for instance, to access the part of this menu. Okay, or if you use this header title as a specific element. Okay, here it is. You can, for instance, click in this or access this part of the menu in case you want to assert something or wherever. So you can also use the data QID existing there in order to navigate, because sometimes we need to, with functional tests, with Selenium or whatever, we need to navigate to a specific place to test our customizations. Okay, so it's there and you can use them. And for the next point, I will again pass the ball back to Meg. Meg, I think you're mute.
Thank you, David.
No.
Yes, I was muted. So let's talk now about how could we actually write good UI tests. We often say that UI tests are expensive, that they take a long time, that they are difficult to maintain. But actually, as you could see earlier in our slides, in Liferay, we do test UI a lot, and we do have good results with that. So let me show you some tips on how to do it easier. Less is more means that we should only use the UI for the actual tests. So we shouldn't do UI for preconditions. We shouldn't use UI when we actually, it is like, it doesn't include the action that the end user would do when it comes to some functionality. So first thing, preparation. Try to load all the data needed to execute your test steps beforehand. This makes your test as independent as possible. It will be fast, it will be robust, it will be less flaky. So this is always a plus if you have things prepared beforehand. The actual execution, just try to mirror the behavior of a real user action. So do the precondition and then do only the functionality or the action or the requisite you want to try. Then assertion, try to use only one assertion per test, and then to the assertion try to provide a descriptive error message, because it is always helpful to track the error easier, faster, and then to fix it easier. And then remember about cleaning up the environment. We always want to start fresh when it comes to functional tests. We don't want to we don't need any false positives. So in Liferay, how do we actually do it? How do we make our life easier when creating UI tests? Well, we use API. And this API is also available to you. We offer APIs through 2 sections, let's name it like that. The first one is like older approach. It's JSON WS. And then the headless, which is like newer, and it is still under intense continuous development. We are making it better every day, and we are adding new endpoints, so it's easier for you to use it. The JSON WS is available for you under your local host when you have your instance up. Let's see how it looks. Remember that this is a version 7.3. In 7.4, we don't have this precious black bar here. You have the menu, you have the list of all the endpoints available here. The one we use for our test is @user. You can find it and track it easily. You can see all the requirements that are needed to create your JSON. You can test it here. You can execute it here before implementing it to your test. So that will be JSON WS. And then going back and see the headless one. In our project, we use delete user by user ID. And the headless is based on Saugar. So as you can see, it is more transparent. It is also divided by sections. You can track everything you need here. You can go to every endpoint you want. You can also test it here through UI before implementing it to your test. You can see the JSON or XML as well. So this is the opportunity you have to test the endpoint before implementing it to your test. We use this endpoints in specific JSON functions. Let's see them here. Let's go to our project. As you can see, in utils, we have 4 sections. The section we use the most in this test is the users one. If we open this one, we can see that there are a lot of methods that we can use to create our users, to add user to a site. This is the create user, a huge one. And then we also have the delete user that we also use in our test. So this is already available for you, but you also can add more sections, more endpoints, and then just build your API library in order to make your test easier and more robust. Let's see the scenario then. If we go to the scenario, just to see, here we have gherkin implemented, but you can already see that in the first step of our test, we don't have actually the step of creating user. We are already logging in because this is actually our precondition, but we already have this user available beforehand because we implemented it in before all method. So as you can see, before our test suite is running, we use the user factory, we register user, then we delete user here as well. You can do it here, or you can also create it after your test, so it cleans the database before the next run. So that will be it. And also the cleanup delete user, as you could see as well on the screen. Some extra tips. Our project is based on Selenium. So remember to clean cache. The driver already provides for you the clean the cookies method and refresh the page, refresh the window if it's possible, if it's needed. Then try to use wait for elements instead of sleep. This is very helpful, and this is a huge must when it comes to UI tests, because you can make your tests more robust, you can make them faster. You just wait for the element, and if it appears on the screen, you already go to the next step. You don't have to set your seconds fixed. Then try to make your test as independent as possible. Don't rely on another test results when it comes to your next test. So each test should be independent. If there are some preconditions needed, make sure you actually put it into preconditions and don't rely on another test, because we often run tests separately and they are not going always in the same order. So that is important. And in Gradle here, we have also an option of rerunning failing tests. Here we used 3 different factors. You can go and set up the retries for your test. You can set up the max failures. That means that if in this suite, test failures are more than 10, then the resources are stopped. So you don't have to actually worry about that. If there is like more than 10 failures in your suite, that means that something is really wrong, and then maybe you want to check that out and not using your resources or waiting extra time to just for the suite to finish. And here the next one, the fail on passed after retry. This one is false here, but you can actually put it in true when you want to find some flaky tests. That is, some tests that are failing when first time running, but then they actually are success. But maybe it is always to modify the test if you notice them flaky. So for the key takeaways from this presentation, David, would you mind sharing that with me?
Yes, sure. About the first one, for us, the first important point is just remember to test the upgrade for your customized models. This is especially important if your models use some database from Liferay. Okay, so the idea, as Meg explained, is just deploy your Liferay, upgrade it, and then put on it your customizations and test it that everything works as expected. Next point is use the data QA ID. As I explained, this will help you with the XPath, will make them more stable and robust and reliable. And
yeah, the third one, less is more. Try to always use API, the headless or JSON WS when possible. It will make your tests more transparent, easier to maintain, and of course faster. And we will also want to remind you that in order to get some more information about API and remote apps, you can attend a different presentation today and tomorrow. You can consult the the schedule for that. And well, on our side, I think that will be it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, David and Meg. It was quite interesting. We don't have yet any questions from the audience, so maybe I'll go with mine. Did you find what are the most challenging scenarios within Liferay when it comes to automation tests and functional tests?
Yeah, maybe I can take this one. Talking about inside Liferay, probably one that is always challenging are the upgrades. Okay, when we need to test the upgrade from one version to another, it's especially difficult to create the automation there. I'm not an expert on that, but we have people on my team that they are, and also in Liferay that they prepare the environment and so on. But you need to prepare data, provide data, then do the upgrade, and then test it afterwards. So that's probably talking about automation, one of the major challenges that we have inside Liferay.
And as mentioned, I imagine that you have to keep good relation with the developers and engineers in order to come back and forth with them about the upgrade.
That sometimes is also challenging, but no,
Yeah.
in general, we have an amazing, at least in my case, we have an amazing team here in Liferay, and I think that we have a good relationship with all of them. And yeah, for sure, this automation is just a very small part, obviously, about our QA work in Liferay. We do much more than that.
Sure. And about testing, I've seen in the repo that so you used Cucumber for running the tests, right? And you have Selenium for all the user interaction that you want to simulate. Do you have any experience, any other frameworks that are interesting, are maybe rising, and you're looking at? And the other question would be, what are your options on what you put together in the repo when it comes to put it in the CI pipeline, with no graphical interfaces and all of that?
Okay, maybe I can take this one. In Liferay, we actually use our framework based on Selenium, but it's Poshy and it's developed, and we already have inside some methods and macros that are needed for us and to us to test all the features in Liferay. And so we use that. There are very different frameworks to use. I would say they are quite similar, and I think the most important thing is just to maintain your project organized, always organized. Like no matter how or which framework you decide for, you need to make sure that you organize your project in a good way. We have mentioned the Gherkin here because I think it is a good connection between the testing and the business layer. So you can more easily set up the requirements, you can communicate better with the business layer, and you can actually set up your priorities when it comes to UI test, because this is what we are going for, right? We want to test with the UI the most important parts of your product, the most important parts for your business. And when it comes to CI, we also, well, we have CI in Liferay. This project that we have shown is also prepared to this, and you can actually integrate it easy with the CI and run this project in every environment you want. So you can set up the environment and then just like switch in between the environments, right? Yeah, you can use the CI, you can use the local, depends on what you actually need.
Yeah, and I think I don't remember if you said that, or I saw it in the repo. You could actually run those tests from your local machine to a remote environment.
That's right.
If you have
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, exactly. When you call the Gradle, you can I put localhost in my case because I was running against locally, but you can use any URL that is available and that you have connections. You need to have connection, obviously.
You can even test in production if you're this.
Yeah.
For white people out there, you can do that. But be careful because you're touching APIs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Great. That was awesome. I think we're on time here. So I don't know if you guys will be in the pavilion for Q&A.
Yes, we will be for a while. Yeah, we are going there now.
Okay. I see there's also a question on the Liferay community Slack. So maybe you can go there and answer the question. And for everyone else, if you want to be in touch with David and Meg, you can go to the Q&A pavilion. Thanks again, guys, for this awesome presentation.
Okay, thank you.
See you.
Bye.
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 And now we're going to talk about commerce, right? And I think we have Jeff with us already.
Yes, exactly, Louis. Good everything, everybody. I was not here before. I'm here now. Olaf had to take a walk. Of course, we're not making him stream 24 hours of content by himself. So I'm also here to help as a co-host. Nice to meet you all. And if you need any help during your time here at dev.24, make sure to find one of the avatars, Ray avatars with support name, and you'll be able to receive help on any issue you may have during the event, right? Right now, we're going to welcome Jeff Handa. He's going to show us what's happening on commerce, especially 7.4, what's new, what happened during this year, and so on. Jeff, the stage is yours.
Great. Thank you, Anne. And let me just make sure I can share my screen. There you go. Hopefully somebody can confirm. You got it? Great. Okay, well, thank you. Thanks for inviting me to come and speak at the event today. My name is Jeff Handa. I'm a solution architect. I work with the Liferay commerce team. There are a couple of solution architects, and really our role is to kind of be the interface between customers and product teams. So, from that vantage point, I get to see a lot of the pre-sales activity, a lot of the implementation activity, and also get a little preview of what's coming from the product side. And that's really what I'm going to be talking about today, is kind of what the team has been working on and some of the features that are there. What you're going to see is that some of the features are there in the release that are, that was announced today. Some of the features are coming very soon. There's one in particular that's kind of partially there, and maybe we'll tease a few of the other things that are coming further down the road. For those of you that are maybe a little bit newer to commerce, Liferay has been working on commerce for a little while now. It still, I know a lot of people think of it as being something that's new, but it's actually been around for a while now. We are now on commerce version 4, and really in the last year, I think we've seen a tremendous amount of activity from the product team, but also in implementations. We've more than doubled the size of our installed base on DXP customers. Hard to know exactly what's going on in the community, but definitely seems to be an uptick in community activity as well. And the product team itself has grown. I would say we're probably almost double where we were a little over a year ago. So there's been a lot of activity and just kind of growing the ecosystem, growing the install base, and therefore growing the amount of customers we're supporting and the support activity. And so as a result, the number of features we're going to be looking at is not as impressive as it used to be. Obviously, when you're on version 1 and version 1.1, version 2, it's very, very quick and easy to iterate and push new features. Now that we have a pretty significant install base, it's a little bit more, I guess, pragmatic how we introduce those new features and what we're able to push out and roll out. But we're continuing to develop new features, and we will continue to develop new features, and you'll see those hopefully throughout the year. The features that I'm going to kind of focus on, one of the biggest things that we've been working on is migrating our core accounts. And actually, maybe take a step back and just kind of talk through that timeline. So for those of you, and there may be still be some of you out there that are using Commerce 2.x, either 2.0.7 or maybe 2.1 or 2.2, those were versions of Liferay that were compatible with Liferay DXP and Liferay Portal 7.1 and Liferay Portal and DXP 7.2. And last year, we went through a major kind of migration effort with our code, bringing everything into the single repo. Everything is now in Liferay Portal. And so that took a significant amount of effort. But the benefits have been huge in terms of being able to support much easier, customers having a much easier time when they need to either upgrade or apply a fix pack. Everything is now included in one. And so that was really a big part of our effort for moving from that 2.x line to Commerce 3.0. And then this last year, we've kind of been refining that, improving that, and paying off, honestly, some of that technical debt that we've kind of accumulated. And so when you look at the new features that are coming out, where some of them are kind of related to that, account migration, for example, and then some of them are actually adding some new functionality. So when we talk about accounts in Liferay Commerce, that was always the buyer side of the equation. This was a new concept that was introduced back in Liferay Commerce version 1 as a way to model the buyer. You know, before we had accounts, you could use Liferay organizations to do that. You could have an organization that might start up at the top level with your corporate entity, and then down through divisions, departments. And then at some point, it could kind of cross over into your customers being assigned into sales organizations, maybe. You could also have multiple organization structures, multiple organization routes trying to model, one side of the buyer, one side is the seller. And both of those have problems. Both of those kind of have challenges. If you're dealing with an org structure where you've got buyers and sellers mingled, then you can run into issues with inheritance of content and accessing content that you shouldn't. If you're using two different org structures, how do you associate those two together? And so Commerce came out with this concept of an account. And accounts are really important, not just for commerce. Really, anytime you're creating a B2B type of solution, or even a B2C type solution, you're going to have that kind of natural distinction between your buyers and your sellers. And so that's where accounts were introduced. And it was very apparent that all solutions that are built on Liferay are probably going to benefit from this. And so this was something that we started working on back in 7.3, didn't quite get it finished, and now we have finished it. So now accounts have been fully migrated. Accounts are kind of a first-class portal citizen. They are now part of that core portal in DXP. So even if you're not using Commerce, you can benefit from them. It is fully backward compatible. So if you have Commerce code that's referencing Commerce accounts, that's still going to work. I was just kind of testing that with some of the portlets that I've developed and some of the functionality I've developed, and everything just works as is. It doesn't need to be updated at all to take advantage of this feature. Now, even though accounts are part of that kind of core functionality, there are a few things that are still going to be kind of commerce specific, like some of the self-service functionalities. But in general, accounts are now part of core portal and DXP. So we'll take a look at that real quick. It's not probably not the most exciting thing in the world, but there are some cosmetic differences as well as some changes under the hood. Accounts are still in the control panel. They now have their own menu heading. I've deployed a commerce accelerator, and it's generated some of these for me. But if you're creating a new account, it's really no different than before. You still have your name. You still have an account type. Account types could either be business for a B2B type of scenario, or a person if you're doing a B2C or a direct to consumer. You can also create a guest type of account. Now, the type of account is going to affect the membership. So if it's a business account, you're going to be able to have multiple members in that account. If it's a personal account, then you can just have one person in that personal account. It's also going to affect some other features throughout the portal. So for example, in commerce, when we define a channel to be a B2B channel, only business accounts are going to be able to shop. If you're not a member of a business account, you won't be able to put an item into your cart. So that's same as before. No differences there. We still collect a tax ID if you'd like. Thankfully, we're now exposing the external reference code. That was a concept that was always there, but it wasn't something that was available on the UI before. And we've been able to add some more of the categorization information here. So in general, very similar to the user experience that you had before for an existing account. You still have the ability to define addresses. You still have the ability to collect users. You're still connecting accounts to organizations, same as before. This would be useful if you're building out like a sales or support network. And this is something that we'll see again when we take a look at organization management. And of course, you have account groups. Account groups are just ways of grouping your accounts together. These are really just buckets of accounts. Very useful, again, for managing your pricing information. Maybe you have preferred customers that get better pricing. It can also be useful for product visibility. Maybe you have products that you're not allowed to ship to certain regions of the world. You can model your accounts and account groups to represent that. And then in your catalog, you can also define what is visible to certain account groups. Of course, now that these are part of core portal functionality, really the sky's the limit. You can access this account group information and decide what you want to make visible or what you want to hide for certain users and groups. One thing that's new, before we were able to make this change, there were sometimes some things were a little odd when you were dealing with account roles, because accounts were this new group, this new entity. Previously, Liferay had a concept of orgs and sites, but it didn't have that account group, or I'm sorry, that account concept. And so in the UI, our account roles would show up under site roles, for example. And if you used account roles as site roles, you would actually have some challenges. So now that they're part of core, they have their own way of managing roles. And so now it's a little bit cleaner. I can create account roles, and roles can be specific to a single account. So it's not just across the board that I'm going to have a new role at the account level. For this one account, CC West, I can define some additional roles, and they work the same way as all of the other Liferay's roles and permissions do. So this was something that parts of this could have been done before, but there really wasn't a clean UI to do it. So this is going to be a much easier way to manage permissions at an account level. From the storefront level, as I said, that piece right there, the accounts, account users, you can manage account users from here. And account groups, all of that is really kind of core functionality that everybody would be able to access. I'm going to switch over to my Minium storefront. So this, again, is a storefront that I created using one of our commerce accelerators. And the account management that's in here, this is something that is kind of commerce specific. So if you're using commerce capabilities and you have a commerce subscription, you'd be allowed to use this. This is what allows you to either have a sales agent or a support agent manage an account, or allow the account users themselves to manage an account. So this same functionality that we had, the UI is slightly different, but still, you can still do a lot of the same things that you could do before. So I think the big benefits now is that the UI is going to be a lot more easier to use and more intuitive, because it's no different than managing a site or managing an organization. It's going to be easier to manage those account level roles. And I do think everybody is going to be able to benefit now, because all kinds of different solutions are really going to have that need to model or represent the customers that you're doing business with. Slightly related to account management, we have organization management. Now, organization management is it's a commerce widget that was available previously. I think we introduced it maybe in Commerce 2.1. But in the past, it was purely an informational only widget. I could use the organization management widget to get a view on my organization structure and how my organization maps to accounts. So you could imagine a sales manager or a director of sales or somebody that wants to go in and see a big picture of what my sales structure looks like, who's managing which accounts, how many accounts does an individual salesperson have or support agent have. But it was really, that's kind of where it stopped, was purely just informational. So we've completely rewritten the portlet. And now, not only is it informational, but you can actually take action on this information. So you'll be able to get a quick snapshot view of how your org is structured and how your accounts are structured, but you'll also be able to add to it from there. So if you have new accounts, if you have new orgs, if you want to move accounts between organizations, all of that's going to be available. And now the way that the widget has been refactored, it's ready for a lot more features to come in the future as well. So we have a lot more planned for it. And it's also going to be a lot more extensible if you have plans and you'd like to add into it. But take a look at what that looks like and maybe kind of point out some of those areas where we can plug in some additional information. Now, what I've done is I've created a new page, just created a navigation menu. You don't have to do this, but this is just kind of how I like to organize it. So I created a new page for that organization management, and it's just another widget that's available. And so it looks similar to what we had before. There's a little bit more information. So now I can see this is an org. The icon here lets me know that this is an organization, and this is the Minium organization. So again, this is kind of representing the Minium corporation that is selling automotive parts. I can see that there are some children underneath it. There are 3 child orgs. There are no accounts, but there are 2 users. And if I click on it, I can get a better view of that. A little bit easier to see, hopefully. And again, here is my org structure. So Minium has a division in the US, one in Italy, one in Canada. There are also some users. These are Minium employees that are managing across these 3 regions. And so that's why they're plugged into the Minium org at this level. Anywhere that you see this plus, that means I can add something here. I could add either a new org, I could add a new account, or I could add an additional user. I can also continue to drill down. If we take a look at the United States, we can see that we have 3 accounts. So these are in green. These are the accounts. These are the buyers. So the United States has 3 buyers. Italy has 1, and Canada has 2. Zoom a little bit so we can see all of those at one time. And again, as I mentioned, you can now actually take action here. So if I needed to, maybe there was a change of some kind within my sales organization, and I need the U.S. team to take over. I need the U.S. team to take over the excuse me, the management of Joe's Complete Auto Care. I could do that. It's now been transferred. Anybody who is a sales agent, in this case, Gloria Davis, she could have managed these 3 accounts previously. She could have bought on behalf of them. She could have seen their orders and managed their personnel. And now her reach extends into this Joe's Complete Auto Care as well. So it's just a little bit more information than we had previously. From here, we can always add additional users. I can see the 2 users that are in here. So I've got a buyer and I've got an account manager. But from here, this is how I could add a new user that didn't exist before into the system. This is going to send an email to that user. And I can go ahead and give them a role of a buyer. When they log in for the first time, they'll automatically be able to buy on behalf of the S Auto Service account. Of course, I can also, if I need to, remove or delete. If I'm removing, all I'm doing is taking it out of that organization. It still exists. It's just kind of orphaned now. Deleting, I'm actually going to be deleting that account from the system. Now, some of the things that we have planned, obviously, when you're looking at account, if you are, say, a sales manager, for example, some of the things that you're going to be interested in, you're going to want to know how is that account performing. You're going to want to know what kind of sales numbers. And so the way that we've rebuilt this widget, it supports that. It's going to allow us in the future to add some additional information over here in this sidebar. So at the account level, I'll be able to see some details about how the account is performing. At the personnel level, I'll be able to see some information about that person. Maybe I need to reach out and contact them. There'll be some contact information there. So this is kind of phase 1 of the refactor. It's already quite a bit more useful and functional than it was in the past. But it also is laying that groundwork so that going forward, there's going to be a lot more capabilities that you'll see coming. And hopefully these will be coming throughout the year as we're able to incrementally add additional features into this. Hopefully this isn't something you'll have to wait until another release to have. So that's organization management. It is very closely tied to account management. but they are kind of looking at it from two views. Account management is typically done, this widget is typically done from the buyer and the self-service view. The organization management, that would really be for the medium company, the seller, and people on the seller side to be able to look at the organization structure. Moving on, another feature that was, again, kind of refactored and rebuilt from the ground up is Shop by Diagram. Now, this was previously known as BOM. In the menu, you would see BOM or Bill of Materials. And the idea here is to be able to model complex parts, be able to look at a complex part assembly and be able to drill down into the component parts that make up that assembly in order to find the exact right part for your application and be able to do so in a visual way. We also realized after we built it that it was useful for other aspects as well. It isn't just for finding parts on a vehicle. If you're in the retail space, it also could be very useful for building out planograms. Planograms are kind of visual representations of how merchandise is going to be displayed on a shelf. So you could, if you were a company working with retailers, a bunch of different retailers, and you had a specific plan for how you wanted your products. You wanted your premium products to be at eye level. You wanted your products maybe with less margin to be down at the lower level. You could define that in what's called a planogram. And so being able to share the products in that is very useful. And the old original version of the bill of materials was kind of, you could do it, but it was a little bit more challenging to do it. So we wanted to make sure that this was as usable as possible. We want to make sure that it was useful for not just the typical complex parts, but really for any application that our customers might want to use this for. Now, one thing about this feature is that it is still a work in progress. And so there are parts of it that are there already. There's still some features that are coming. And so for that reason, this is a feature that's kind of turned off by default. So if you'd like to use Shop by Diagram, you'll need to go into the system settings. You'll need to go under Catalog. And you'll need to go to the diagram product type. And so now it is just another product type. Before it was a completely different entity, but now it's another type of product. So you'll need to turn on the diagram product type. And then once you've done that, if you go to Commerce Products, you're going to see this option up here. If I had not turned it on, you wouldn't see that. You would only have your simple, grouped, and virtual. So now we have a new product type called diagram. It makes a lot of things a lot easier. Now I could just use my regular widgets and renderers that I've been dealing with before. So I can use Product Publisher. I don't need to have a completely separate widget for showing these and displaying these. And I can use all of those extension points that I already had. So it makes it a little bit easier to work with these once we consider them really just another type of product. So I'll go ahead and I'll create a diagram product. And I'm going to use an example of a vehicle. And it looks a lot like products have looked in the past. It's a slightly abbreviated set of menus across the top, but you can still provide descriptions, full descriptions. You can still provide specifications, which might be useful in some situations. Spec in here. And of course, you can still categorize products using your categories. But now in the diagram, this is where I can upload an image. I can either upload an image from my hard drive, or I can go into the document repository.
Is on.
I can also manage product relations and visibility. So if I wanted to make this only available in certain places, certain channels, certain account groups, or if I wanted to only allow, or if I wanted to display this alongside other products using Product Publisher. I'm going to go in and create another example. I'll create a component that goes into that. So we'll go to create the breaks. And we're going to go into that so I can kind of show you the two levels that we have. So now we also support, by the way, by default, we've always supported PNGs and JPEGs. You can also support SVGs now. And then once you have your image, now it's a matter of tagging. This works the same as it used to. The difference here, though, is that now I can link this to another diagram, or I can link this to a SKU. So in this case, I want to link this to a SKU, and this is a brake rotor. I'll save that, and we'll say that these are the pads down here, number 15. An example, and I'll publish that. And then let me go back to my previous example, the Wrangler big picture. And I can go into this one and I can say, okay, well, this is about where the brakes might be. And I'll call that one. And in this time, I'm going to link it to a diagram. And then I can pick the diagram that I'm linking to. So in the past, we had the ability to do like folders, basically. So I could do a folder for a make, a model, and I could drill down. You could still do that same effect, but now we're doing it by linking either diagrams or by linking to specific SKUs. So I'll publish that. And now if I go back to my storefront, I don't have to put a new widget on the screen. I can use the widgets that are already there. I can go to the catalog, for example, and I can take a look at the Jeep Wrangler Unlimited. And now I can see that I've got my component system there. I've got my brake system there. Now, I mentioned earlier, this is still kind of a work in progress. So the reason that it's kind of disabled by default, we haven't got everything fully wired. So when I click on that, it's not actually taking me directly to the brake system. It should take me to this view. And then I could drill down even further, and it should take me to a detailed view of the brake rotors. So that's something that should be available very soon, but hopefully gives you the idea of how this portlet is evolving and hopefully becoming more useful and more robust. We also had some additional features that are going to make it easier to import this information if you have this information in an external system, so that you don't have to do all of this mapping entirely within Liferay. Moving on, order types. Order types were added as a new feature. Order types allow you to define different types of orders that you might have. And then these order types can then be leveraged by other features, such as price lists. So take a quick look at that for an example. And under order management, we now have this order types. And I've actually put a couple of them in there just as an example. So we have a standard order. And we could decide where this is going to apply. Eligibility for orders is really just based on the channel. So if you have multiple storefronts, you don't have to share order types across all of them. Just like everything in Liferay, we do support that external reference code to make it easier to integrate. Creating an order type is pretty straightforward. Just a matter of giving it an order or a priority. Is it going to be scheduled for a specific time? Now, once you have your order types defined, typically an order type is then going to have some influence on something like, say, for example, pricing. So if I wanted to, I could go in and I could create a new price list. And I'm going to call this my rush order price list. So if you want something quick, you're going to have to pay a premium for that. And so I've defined my rush order price list. And now I can go into eligibility, and in addition to account and channel, which is something that we've always had, we now have another option here where we can base it on specific order types. So I can say, you know what, if you're doing a rush order, as an example. Then I want to modify the prices on everything. And maybe I would add a price modifier. And this is going to target the entire catalog or all products or all categories or specific product groups. It's up to you. And we could say that we are going to add a percentage. So you're going to pay a 10% premium if you want to have a rush order. So again, this is a feature that has some additional pieces that are going to be coming in the future. We may be able to allow for additional shipping types. I think right now, I don't think that part has been implemented yet, but you could affect the pricing that you see. I believe you can affect the discounts that are available, whether or not a discount would apply to an express order or a next day order. So really just giving you flexibility. Out of the box, we're not creating any order types, but it's now there for you to define and decide how you want to use that feature. Just a couple of other things, just kind of miscellaneous. These aren't things that I necessarily had on my slide, but just things I want to point out. For those of you that are working with commerce for a while, one of the features that people have been anxiously awaiting the return of is the ability to bulk delete items. So I was really happy when we got back in there and that part was restored. So now you can bulk delete items from the catalog very easily. And then for those of you that have been working kind of on the front end of building out Liferay stores, we no longer have a dependency on the Minium theme. So in the past, we had some really nice product cards, product renders, things that we shipped with the Minium accelerator. And as soon as you changed the theme, lots of that broke. And that was because we had a lot of styles that were kind of hard-coded into some of our widgets. And so we fixed all of that. So very excited to be able to change theme and just use classic theme. Everything should work. It may not work exactly the same. But at least now the product cards are still going to work. Things are still going to look nice, even if you don't use the Minium theme. So that was a huge win for anybody who has to kind of build out the front of the store and have to worry about how do I get everything to look nice if I don't want to use that Minium theme or that Speedwell theme. Now you no longer have to. Everything should look great with classic theme. We still ship a Minium theme and a Speedwell theme. You can still use those, but now it should be easier for you to develop your own themes and not have to repeat all of the styling that we had in our widgets previously. So a couple of kind of nice to haves there that I was very happy to see. I think that's my time. Hopefully, maybe a few minutes for questions if anybody has one. Otherwise, I do plan to stick around in the Q&A pavilion.
Thanks a lot, Jeff. That was quite good information about commerce and actually about DXP, because you first started with how accounts make sense for DXP, and it's now being integrated in DXP core. And one of my questions is, because we saw organization management, and I believe in some scenarios it makes sense to have this, graphical visual view of the organization and be able to just hit a plus, choose organization or user, and create an invitation. Could be useful in other scenarios. I'm thinking, modern intranets. We have recurring needs with, have visuals around how departments are organized, which people belongs to which department. Do you know if there's a plan around that?
To be honest, I don't. I know that a lot of that went over to the team that manages, user management and admin. So that may be a feature that is going to be migrated and made available. That's something I'd have to look into and see if that's something that's going to be made available outside of commerce.
Yeah. I don't see any question in YouTube or Slack. I have one more. It's about the shopping by diagram. So you show that the way you do this, and I think it's great to have it disabled by default if it's missing features. But when you enable it and you create the diagram, it appears like one product in the catalog, right? It's no longer in its own widget like it used to be. Do you know the reasoning behind that?
So I think the main reason is that it now we can leverage things like the renderers, that whole framework that we had for extending product publisher and product detail. Whereas the BOM portlet, because it was its own standalone thing, it didn't have that extension point. So I think by bringing it in now, we can still display it by itself if we want to. So in a catalog page, we could use something like a custom filter to only show a certain product type. So I could still achieve the same effect without having to have its own dedicated portlet. And of course, less unique portlets to manage makes it a little bit easier to support those and to add new features consistently.
Yeah, so you would have the catalog with filters not showing the diagrams, and then you could put a product publisher with only diagrams. That's the way you would do it.
Yeah. So if you didn't want them included in your search results, you could exclude them. If you wanted to have those as product relations, you could, in your product publisher, you could then filter. And that probably for now would be a custom data source. But that's something that, again, as the feature matures, we'll have more of those data sources available. So it'll be a little bit easier to do it out of the box through configuration only.
Okay, great. I don't have any questions left. I think Dave and Stian just joined us. Maybe you guys have a question for Jeff on what you saw before having questions for you.
That's a good one. Maybe afterwards.
I'm good.
Okay.
So is there anything that cannot be answered? I'll be happy. Due to my little guy down here, let me see. Every digital meeting is better with something like this, right? And while I have him around, I'll introduce Fita to the world. So we've been out for a while, so that means half of your presentation, Jeff, I'll have to actually see. That's why I don't have any question, because I would risk just to come up with something that you've covered during the beginning. Sorry about that, but lucky enough, everything is recorded and we're streaming, and that's all totally fine. With that, we'll give Louis some break. Because, we're tag teaming here on stage, off stage, everywhere. Because after all, 12 hours in rapid succession is, well, actually, we can be happy to be able to call this work, but it is actual work. That being said, thank you, Jeff. So I guess you have found the Q&A pavilion already. It's clearly marked. Like the exit, the emergency exit is clearly marked with the word exit. The pavilion, the Q&A pavilion is clearly marked with the letters Q and A. So anybody who has some more questions and rather likes to take them into the dialogue with Jeff, please find him. Well, just follow him to that pavilion and then you won't miss him. And if you don't have any questions, if you don't follow him, then he might have done a too good job to cause any questions, or you might be full with new information. Speaking of new information, I would just like to remind that we are sponsored by the fine folks at USU. Actually, how do I pronounce them in German, in English? I'm always oscillating between USU, but I think, if I remember correctly, USU, just the individual letters are fine. It's always the problem with international events, pronouncing all kinds of different names, and here it starts with the company name. Sorry about that, but we're really happy to have them here. So please find the people from USU either by their name on their avatar or by visiting their table to the west of us. Is this the west? Or is that the west? I think that's the west from your end. And you will find their table there, and from time to time, somebody of them will be there as well. Thank you, Jeff. I am looking for, after the break, I'm looking for all of my stuff that has been around, and just to check if we are on time. Anne, can you help me?
Yes, sure. Let's do it. Yes, we are on time. We're just on time for Ask Stian and Dave anything. Any questions? So for that, it is important that you go to the Slack channel. It's event dev.life on the Slack channel, community Slack, okay? So go there and make sure to add your questions to the thread. And we are now, I have some introduction to say about Stian, but I'll let Dave introduce himself later. Or maybe all of you can help me with that also. But Stian is a member of the application security team, which is tasked on fixing security vulnerabilities and building security features for DXP. His personal expertise is integrating SSO solutions with SAML, OpenID Connect, and token-based SSO. But he has experience with most DXP security features, exactly. And Dave, how about you? Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm just Dave. That's all.
That's it. Enough said. That's enough for the audience. Everybody knows Dave. So this is the session where we let you ask anything.
It's basically the man who doesn't need an introduction.
Exactly.
Let me just, for the new people here, I mean, there's a couple of names that I already know and people that I have seen on video, but there might be somebody new here. On liferay.dev, in questions and ask, which is the repository of the former message boards, Dave is hands down the contributor with the highest number of posts. He is helping, I would say, in most of the cases on community Slack. Oh, and by the way, as you ask your questions on community Slack, if you're not aware of community Slack, the shortcut to there is liferay.dev/chat. There you can get your Slack invite and you will be signed up immediately. Now, where did I start this? Okay, on Slack, he's answering lots of stuff, and he's, well, I'm not using him often enough, but I would say he's my secret weapon because he has seen it all, and he has an answer to everything, and he doesn't mind giving that answer. So, yeah, he's not afraid of giving the answer. And Stian is basically my secret weapon in terms of single sign-on stuff and all things security. With that, I would say let's open. And if somebody wants to come on stage, you're also, we're happy to have you on stage. But remember, as soon as you enter the stage, you will be in the live stream, which is part of the terms and conditions. So after that, you will be visible in video and audio, and we won't cut you out of that stream. So just be aware of that if you have a really complicated question. But let's start with the easy ones. Jack asked 18 hours ago, that's still you too? No, I'm just kidding. I didn't see any other questions, so I picked the very old one. Now, Dave, you're answering so many questions. What's your favorite question?
I don't know that I have a favorite question. I do tend to respond more for service builder like queries because I've been a long time advocate for service builder, and I'm aware of many of the ins and the outs there. So
Stian, how about you? What's your favorite apart from, or is it just SSO and security?
Sorry, my phone just interrupted at the best possible time now.
Where's your favorite way or mode of working? What are your favorite questions that you answer internally, externally, with partners, with customers, or on Slack, or on Ask, or anywhere where we see you?
As of late, I think a very common question, which is quite interesting because it's got lots of different possibilities, is how to configure SAML to use different IDPs for different groups of users. This question seems to be coming up weekly at the moment. Why?
That's what I see over and over as well. Yeah. So SAML seems to be the black magic, or is it? I mean, is it just something that everybody misses, or is it indeed black magic?
I guess it depends how much time you spend with it. It's a big specification. Once you're gotten used to it, it's actually quite straightforward, I find. But that initial learning curve can seem like black magic.
Mm-hmm. Dave, do you get in contact with that, or only afterwards if it fails? Are you rather programming, or are you setting up?
I do either. I love the development side of things, but I know enough about the setup and whatnot to be dangerous.
I like that.
We have two questions that came through the chat. The first one is for Stian. Stian, if connecting to Keycloak with OpenID Connect, how would you SLO?
SLO, in terms of Liferay and SLO, I guess. This is something we don't have so much capability on right now. I believe there are some auxiliary specifications for OpenID Connect to deal with this, but in the main spec, it's not so prominent.
And SLO is actually hard because the SSO IDP would need to broadcast out to each SP, hey, Dave wants to log out. And it doesn't really maintain those connections to know all the different SPs that have to be contacted. So when you're talking SLO, it tends to be a very complex problem. And often there's exceptions, like I want to log out of everything, but this one system over here, I need to stay authenticated with. And things just get kind of weird when you really start tearing it apart. So SLO is a difficult thing to define and then to get right.
Yeah,
when you say...
That's very true. It's a really important point to make. And I think it's a bit of a distinguishing factor between SAML and OpenID Connect, in that in SAML, it tends to be enterprises controlling the IDPs, having a very close working relationship. So you can answer that question that Dave posed, of which service providers should be logged out much easier. But with OpenID Connect, it tends to be like Facebook or, very public IDPs. And chances are, when you log out there, you don't really want to log out of all service providers or websites that you are logged in on across the web. It's a much broader authentication domain. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for the question. Another big blank. Thank you for the question. I don't know if you have the answer, but is Liferay planning to update the Liferay faces breach to support prime faces 10, 12? 11, sorry.
I'm not sure what the plans are with respect to Prime Faces upgrades. I know Neil Griffin, who drives much of our Prime Faces efforts, would be the one to ask about that. I can let him know that there are questions about that and suggest that he reach out to the community via Slack or whatever in order to do updates. But I'm not aware of what effort there might be to handle those updates.
I've secretly triggered him in the background, so maybe he'll come soon and step in. We'll see, or maybe we'll have the answer at the end of the session. Not quite sure. I think he's also on the right coast of the US, so that is an area that is already awake, as you can testify, Dave.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. I mean, one of my favorite stories that always come up is this content development versus program development.
Yeah.
Should we go there, or does everybody know it by now by heart? I guess not, because otherwise it wouldn't come up.
Yeah, this comes up a lot, and many of the clients that I work with, they want to have some sort of content promotion from lower environments to higher environments, and buying into the Liferay meme of treating it as publishing rather than development can be difficult to adapt to. But for those that don't know, Liferay really does not support content promotion from a lower environment all the way through to a higher environment. There are mechanisms in place that you can try manually to do it via LAR export import, but those, and I'm saying this only from a place of experience, those for me have always been very fragile. And not only are they fragile, but they tend to let you down at the worst time. Such as, hey, I got to get a big publication done to my prod instance for my new campaign. And that's when, something goes crazy with the LAR. Either it has something that it shouldn't, or it's missing something that it should have. And it ends up failing you at the worst time. So basically embracing the fact that Liferay doesn't support content promotion, the question is, okay, what does Liferay offer so that I can edit and preview my content before it is live? And Liferay has two facilities that are designed, well, three facilities that are designed to help with this. The first is workflow. So with a workflow-based approach, you can define a workflow for new or edited articles, documents, whatever, so that you can have content editors create content, push it through the workflow, and it gets approved by all of those in the org that need to have that kind of oversight. The second piece is staging. With staging, you get it's basically a copy of your live environment. So we have staging and we have live, and we do our content editing on the staging side, which average users will never see. It's just for the folks in your organization. They can see the content, they can see the pages, they can see how things are laid out and whatnot, and they can approve those that way. And when you're ready, then it publishes to live. The third option was a new one introduced with 7.3, which is called publications. And publications was kind of I don't want to say a redesign, but it's really a different take on how to accomplish a task similar to what staging offers, in that you could preview your pages, preview your content, and then publish them as a unit. So it's an option to staging that is providing many of the same features that staging does, but it does them in a different way, and it has its own advantages over staging. I don't believe publications is used as much as what staging is, but that's only because staging has been around for quite a long time in the product. So it's as new projects start, you might want to take a look at publications as an alternative to staging.
And not to forget that any staging system would also technically be counted as a production system because you're dealing with production code, right?
Yeah, from an environment perspective, it is best to consider your staging environments as a production asset, because that is where your content and page development is going to go. So if your staging server goes down, you then lose the ability to edit your content, to publish your content to the site. And in cases where you're doing local staging, that's actually happening right within your production environment. So it's I recommend that you always consider your staging environment to be a production asset and treat it as such, so that you're not blocked from publishing content when it's necessary.
Yeah, I tend to have quite a lot of lorem ipsum in any non-production environments as well. So by no means do I want them to show up in production.
Yeah, and you know, when I say that in your lower environments you should be able to get away with lorem ipsums, I'm constantly interact with people who question that. Wait, I need to see the actual paragraph in the lower lane. But the idea with Liferay, at least, is that you're testing code. You're testing, for example, a theme. You want to see how the paragraph reacts in the page, how wrapping happens around images that are right next to it, those kind of things. It's not necessarily so important that the actual text is there as much as you get the right reaction out of it. Now, oftentimes this goes against what the approvers want to see, because approvers, when they're looking at your test environment where you may have created a portlet, or you have a theme, or you have a layout, and you have a bunch of things in there that are demonstrating how things are going to look in prod, but you have it decorated with lorem ipsums, oftentimes, you know, they'll look at it and say, hey, you know, this is fine, but I need to see the paragraphs. And that too can be quite an adjustment to get folks to buy in on that. Well, no, actually, you don't need to see the actual text that we're going to have in production. You're really just looking at how the site behaves. How does it render? How does the navigation work? Those are the things that you're testing in the lower lane, and then combined with the content creation that you do in live, that's where you see the result of your efforts.
Thank you. Hold on. Yep. Anne, is there anything coming from any of the other channels?
Not yet, but someone just asked me where again to repeat the name of the channel. So here it is. It's event-dev.life on the community Slack. So if you're not on Slack, make sure to join, not only for the Q&A sessions of the event, but also you can find anything and everything you need to an exchange with people and ask your questions anytime you want on the various channels there are. Since Dave is the Slack expert, are there any specific channels you would recommend, Dave, for people that are joining right now, Slack?
So Portal for one, because that seems to be where all the Portal questions start. And there are channels for headless. So if you have a headless specific question, I know the Liferay team that is responsible for headless actually listen in on that channel. So if you post your headless questions there, you'll get actual responses from the Liferay team that is doing the work. Those guys are great. They are very responsive and quick to help if you have a headless problem. So, and if you post that in Portal, they may or may not see it. So you might feel like, oh, I'm not getting a response to my question, and that's only because it's not in the group that they're monitoring. There's also a front end channel that I know that our front end guys happen to look at also. So again, if you have a front end specific question, React, JavaScript, something like that, the front end channel is the best to get in contact with those guys, and they too will help to solve issues. And then of course there's Ask, and there's a large community of people on Ask who can also step in to help with finding answers to problems.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We just received a question from Neil Yashinsky. Thank you so much for your question. Do you have suggestions on getting better with ADTs?
The ADTs are challenging. So inside Liferay, we have the free marker engine, and we use free marker all over the place. So we use it for the templates for the theme. We use it for ADTs. We use it for templates for web content, and things like that. And the challenge with having that free marker engine in there is that it's basically a full-on development environment. So you can invoke Liferay services. You can invoke external web services. You can run the gamut on things that you might want to do inside of those free marker templates. The challenge, though, is that free marker is interpreted. I mean, not just like Java is compiled and interpreted by the JVM. Free marker is very much just interpreted. It's not compiled down to anything. So when those free marker scripts, and this applies for anything, theme, web content, ADTs, whatever, when those guys are being processed, anything that you're doing within those free marker scripts is going to have overhead. And ultimately, the goal that you should have in mind when creating those free marker templates is just to take care of rendering the content that you're given. If you find yourself invoking services to fetch Liferay data, or calling external web services, or parsing XML or JSON, or doing whatever to try to extract or process data that is part of the article that you're on, you really want to question, should I be doing this here? Because it's interpreted and it's going to be slow and it's going to have overhead and whatnot. So ultimately, the best free marker templates are just, hey, here's my thing and I need to render the HTML fragment for it. And if you can get to that, then all the better. But if you find yourself building something more complex in free marker, you really should take a step back and ask yourself, should I be doing this here, or would this be better for me to move into a regular Java compiled class, build a service, do whatever I need to there, and expose that service into free marker so that I'm not trying to do all that work in interpreted code. Instead, I am calling a compiled class that is going to do all the work. It makes it a little more challenging from a maintenance perspective, because it's easy to change free marker live in the system to do something else, but not so much for your compiled code. But you have to compare the pros and cons to it, and I think most of the time performance is going to be your long-term concern. So you want to approach a solution that is going to offer the best performance characteristics from your templates.
Oh, Adding to that might be something for Stian as well, is the security aspect, letting people write free marker code, which might have access to the API. Not sure if you can talk about what kind of preventions we have there in place, or if there are any, or if you just have to trust your free marker people. But before you do that, I want to add one more opportunity to not use free marker, which is just the content pages and the mapping of fragments to actual data in the backend. So instead of writing an ADT for an asset publisher, which is very elaborate and tries to do all kinds of stuff, you can just map different parts of an asset to different places on the page. And if you haven't seen any of the mapping for fragments yet, then that is definitely worth exploring. To me, the content pages started making sense in exactly the moment that I found that mapping. But that being said, this is the not questions to Olaf, but questions to Dave and Stian. Let's go with the free marker templates and security. And please unmute.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good question. To a degree, yes, you do need to trust your free marker developers or editors. But there is the capability of whitelisting services, like local services that can be invoked from the templates. But it's very difficult at the product level to predetermine what that list should be. Yeah, so that's something that you need to review in your particular implementation.
That's the famous forum answer. It's like, oh yeah, you just need to make service locator available.
Yeah. Famous last words, I guess.
Okay, yep. So explanation for that, service locator basically gives you access to all of the services, and that's even the local services, I believe. So with them, you basically give access all, no questions asked.
Yeah, an alternative to just enabling the service locator is to build a context contributor, which is a mechanism for injecting context variables into free marker. So you control the name of what the artifact is going to be, the variable that free marker can use, but you can back that with the service that you want to expose. So you don't have to just turn on service locator so that a free marker developer can access any service on the platform. You can be selective on those things that you want to expose for your free marker template developers to leverage and take advantage of. And it's a great way to inject your own services, your own variables, your own, whatever data you need to provide for free marker. It's a great way to inject that so that it's available across the platform. I think you're muted, Olaf.
Counting number 3.
The day's still young. Maybe we should make this a drinking game.
Now, after 2 years, we all are able to read lips. I just assume that. There was a question that I had earlier when we covered production, non-production systems, which is basically, that goes to Stian. How do you handle them from a user administration perspective? Do you connect the non-production systems to single sign-on as well, or are you typically handling them differently? What do customers do? What do we provide? So where do these systems typically differ?
Yeah, good question. I guess it depends how much data you're sharing between the systems. If it's a very simple, like single sign-on with just getting an identifier for the user, then maybe that's okay to link your corporate SSO solution to your test environment or dev environment. But if you're sharing a lot more data, then obviously you're processing sensitive stuff in a dev environment, and then you have to put the same controls in place as with a production system to protect that data.
Yeah, and I've seen it going both ways, where an organization will have all of their environments wired into SSO and manage the access to those environments from the IDP platform itself. That way, at least from an environment perspective, you don't have quasi-system administrators managing assets that are outside the control of the organization as a whole. The flip side, though, is, maybe you don't need all of that data. You don't need your entire organization to be pulled in and have access to the environment. So you're going to just do user management within Liferay and did not have that SSO connection for the environment, and you become the low-level admin of your environment. So you manage your users separately and allow the testers, or specifically test users that can be difficult to create in an SSO solution, or something that you don't want to create in your IDP. Create test users for the environment so you can have shared accounts for things like I'm a content editor or I'm a content approver, and you can build user accounts based on actual roles and not necessarily on specific people. So it's however you want to approach your test environment, which way seems to make more sense. I would say go with it, because Liferay will support both of those.
Interesting. So I do very much enjoy getting some chat time with you guys. That is quite a nice way to use this event very selfishly. But let me see. There is a question, or that a question just came up in Portal, which I think is interesting. So this is not for probably somebody who is not here, but he says, I'm assuming can we get private navigation pages into public navigation pages? By default, display page template is public page in Liferay, and I want to show navigation menus of private pages in display page template. That is quite a convolution of private and public and stuff, but maybe we'll start with a more abstract concept. There are private pages, there are public pages, and there's navigation that typically covers one of them.
The challenge there is really permissions. So in order to see private pages, you have to actually be a member in order to even get the list. So it's not just a question of how do I see, how do I do the nav of the private pages on a public page? Because the person browsing that may not be a member of the site, may not have access to those private pages. And even in a worst case scenario, maybe there's some pages which the person might have visibility on, but not all pages of the site because of additional security that's put in place there. So that kind of, how do I do this thing, which seems simple on the surface, once you start peeling into it, you realize that there's a lot of complicated scenarios which can really impact how that's going to render. Now, I think there's better ways to handle this. If you're doing something like a link to page, then you can have the link to page for your private page, but that's declared on your public site. So you can get to where you're doing a thing where you actually have the public page, but it is technically pointing at the private page. So there's ways around it. But again, when you're doing that, you're going against whatever permissions and access that you have built into the platform. So you don't want to just run into it without planning to look at the outcome and understanding the ramifications of it.
Yeah. Well, another aspect that I thought of while you gave the answer is just go with public pages anyway and change the permissions on them.
Right.
But if you really want to mix them, forget private pages. They're only visible to site members, and you can do exactly the same to public pages.
Yep.
They just happen to have different defaults.
Right.
Hey, that's security. That's permissions. Stian?
No, I think Dave answered that pretty well, and your addition as well. So I don't know if I can add much.
Well, then let's say I gave the honorary Stian answer to that. Okay, thank you. Now, it's funny that nobody else has questions. Apparently, here are all the people who have gotten all of the answers before. I mean, this is the chance to get free consulting, which is funny. But nobody takes them up. Free consulting. Ready, set, go.
Oh, I see Aristide is in the audience. I'm looking forward to his presentation later on today, I believe, or it might be tomorrow. I haven't checked the agenda on his Liferay Gen tool, which is, and I did a blog on this. I found it to be a really useful tool for building, well, not building, but generating a lot of the boilerplate code that Service Builder doesn't give us. But it helps to build a full-scale asset. So Service Builder lets us define an entity, but if we want to do things like index the entity or asset enable it or workflow enable it, there's a lot of boilerplate code that we as developers would have to create for that asset. But the Liferay Gen tool that Aristide is going to present takes care of building a lot of that for you. So you can get a very sophisticated Liferay asset, a Liferay-based entity by leveraging his tool, and it even will create a portlet for you for managing that data. So I'm really looking forward to his presentation. This is a plug for him because we work together. He asked me to do a review on it, and I did that, and I really enjoyed working with the tool. And so, yeah, this is a plug for Aristide. Hi, Aristide. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the presentation that he's going to give later.
So I'm wondering, this is paid content. Should we flag that for YouTube?
Well, I don't know that it's paid content. He's not paying me to do anything, and so.
Okay, yeah, that's right. That's but
now we have to pay Dave selfie. Yeah.
We're transparent on the promotion. Aristide, you owe Dave a coffee.
Exactly. So that's the time we had for the Q&A session. For the Ask Me Anything session. There are still two questions, one from Raphael and one from Neil on the chat. Dave and Stian, if you can go there and help answer some of those questions. And also, if you can hang out on the Q&A pavilion to interact with people, just go there and people, I'm sure, will follow you to take some questions also there. Okay?
Yep, I'll be hanging out there.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you so much. And
right. Thank you.
Louis-Guillaume has just announced his own talk. He will be setting up a live coding session that will happen by I believe at the middle of the day today, right? So we're reaching our, let me just check. Oh, I had the
third hour.
Okay. The third hour. Okay, thank you so much. We're reaching our third hour, and at a little bit later, Louis-Guillaume will conduct a live coding session. He's up to the challenge. We know that anything can happen. Anything and everything can happen, but he's up to the challenge, right, Louis?
Yeah, it will be fun, especially when I didn't prepare that much. So anything can go wrong, but it will be fun, I guess.
I'm confident that Louis is going to handle it well. He's a great guy and he knows his stuff.
Thanks a lot, Dave. And I hope you stay in the audience in case, I have hard stuff coming at me and I need someone, like you and like Stian, Liferay legends to back me up.
I'm
Great.
confident that won't be necessary.
No
We'll see.
pressure
I'm
at
going
all.
on 7.4 and we'll see what happens.
Okay, so thank you so much, Louis, for availability. We've been receiving some questions on. I would love to help a break to go around this amazing world and to play some chess or some pool that are available on the room next to us. So we're going to have some small time to do that. So don't worry, you're going to have time for that. And I will let Louis conduct his. Okay, Olaf, tell me.
No, I wanted to say this is the concept of this event is it's a stream of stuff, and you might be interested in rather front-end heavy stuff. You might be interested in rather back-end heavy stuff, in DevOps stuff, and so on. So this is not designed for you to just sit down and follow the whole stream, but it has something for everyone and something that's not for you. So during that time, you're encouraged to really explore everything, find the Easter eggs, talk to the USU folks, and talk to each other. I mean, find any of us somewhere. And as long as we're not in this world with two devices like I am, then we might be able to directly answer. But yeah, that's basically the concept of this world. This is not the typical conference where you then go for lunch. As we said before, lunch is free. Drinks are free. Help yourself. You'll find them all in your fridge. They're deposited there. And we do think that you really like what we have prepared there. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there. Back to you.
I'm headed to the Q&A tent. If anyone wants to swing by and ask a question or whatever, you can find me there.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Dave.
guys.
Thank you, Stian. So Louis-Guillaume, that's your turn. Let's go with live coding session warm-up.
Yeah. So to be transparent here, let's tell how we thought about live coding session, really. And we are organizers here in this call. And you can tell that, we wanted to fill the agenda with many talks from Liferay employees, Liferay community members to talk about 7.4, things that they've done. And we want to prioritize that. But, there's always space to fill. And we find, interesting ideas to fill those spaces. That's where the live coding sessions come from. But we decided that yesterday. So I put some slides today to explain what's going on and what to expect. So I'll do that here. We hopefully get started with some setups and we get the real thing, I would say, in a few hours with the 1 hour and a half session. Let me share my screen now. Hopefully you can see this.
Yes.
Okay, so the agenda, as I just told you, we have 3 sessions. So day 1, just now in the warm-up, I'm going to talk about what we will go through, what to expect. And later on, we will have the part 1, the main part, 1 hour and a half to live code, hopefully together, because it's about, interactions. And day 2, we will have 30 minutes. So hopefully we'll have the last fixes, conclusions about what we did, and hopefully some feedback from you guys to see what you thought about this. So first of all, I wanted to address is expectations, right? Because that's things to expect and not to expect. So what you should not expect is like top coding skills. I'm not I'm not a god. I'm not perfect. I make plenty of mistakes. I would say I'm an average developer. So some of you guys might correct me, and that's good. And I encourage you to step up and just help me with that. It won't be a production-ready application. I think it's obvious from the agenda, right? It's not in those few hours that we can make something we would push into production right away. And don't expect any mistake from me, obviously, or any crash from Liferay or things I deploy on Liferay, because as I said, it's like a last-minute thing we put in the agenda. We had some ideas, and I choose one that I will present to you. So obviously, anything that can go wrong will go wrong here. Copy pasting prepared snippets. As I said, I didn't prepare that much, so I don't have, you won't see this experience of, someone who already prepared it. Like you do live coding session, obviously you may want to prepare this application, already done this from scratch to the end, and you know which steps. And sometimes it's end with copy pasting prepared snippets, and it could be kind of boring. So, but we have, I have some, I did some tests last night, just to warm me up on that. And there will be some snippets, but from, past projects or Liferay documentation. So something very close to any developer experience that's going from scratch. And what then to expect? I believe that chaos is expected here. We will do a lot of debugging probably, because of this chaos. And we'll do a lot of search, like, I don't have everything in mind, everything ready in my head. Something I might dig in, especially with 7.4, that I don't know that much on the technical side and what changed. And the last item is the most important in my eyes. It's discussions. As I'm doing stuff with you guys, I want to discuss what we encountered, like any mistakes, anything that was very painful to debug or to dig in. I want that to create some discussion. So that's, I would say, the goal of the live coding session. It's not to show you guys what are the best practices or how to do projects. Probably most of you guys could do that better than me. It's just to generate discussions around important subjects when it comes to develop on Liferay. The plan. So what's the plan with these live coding sessions? The subject is we transfer like application, and just shout out to Sébastien, who I believe is in the audience, Sébastien Le Marchand, who will have a session today, proposed one of these subjects, we transfer like application. For those who don't know, we transfer is a way for sharing big files that you can share with as an attachment in email. So basically, it allows you to upload one or more files and to send it to multiple recipients. And for our case, we'll call this all files. It's the only name I found here. Naming things in IT is horrible. So the features I already shared with you, it's uploading multiple files. So that's kind of the goal we want to achieve. Uploading multiple files, adding multiple recipients, verifying the sender, and having exportable links, because this is how it goes. Like, you want to send a link to multiple people, and this link will expire like I believe it's in a week or something like that. And if you have, they have an upgrade plan where you can delay that expiration. What Liferay features we will see here, because I want to code, but I don't have a lot of time. So if I can have less code, it's good for me. And actually, we can use Liferay forms for uploading files and send links. Especially know that we have an option with file upload in Liferay Forms to allow guests, users to upload files. So we can rely on that. We won't have to build a complete user interface because main thing of WeTransfer is just a form. So let's rely on that and try to glue those things with some code to make our use case. And in this use case, we will rely on workflows to validate emails and publish links. We don't want, in the end, I'd say, in the end, we don't want to, send the links to the recipient if we didn't verify that the user, put a valid email address as a sender. And then we want to build a display page for, presenting the file and, adjusting some of the stuff here on the UI and have the download link in a nice way. Interactions. So as you know, and I'm checking Slack right now, we have a thread on the event dev.life channel on Liferay community Slack that you can find on liferay.dev/chat. If you're not part of it, please join the Slack and join the channel and ask any questions, give me any feedback, because this is the main thing I want to see in this session. Participation. So the project will be hosted on GitHub. So apart from discussion, if you're brave enough, you can feel free to open issues. If you don't want to put some stuff on Slack that is bug related, feature related, and if you want to participate to the code, please feel free to open pull requests. And hopefully, I'm not sure if I'll be able to handle this live. We'll see what happens. But I try between the two parts session we have. Okay. So next it's let's go. Let's start the live coding session. Sorry, I think I have like 20 minutes more or less left. Please, Olaf and Anne, stop me at any time if I don't see
No worries. You still have it's 20 minutes.
Yeah,
it's 20 minutes.
Okay. So we'll do everything from scratch. Let's create a new repository. Let's call it 24 2021 live coding. Enough probably. Exit public, create repository. I'll zoom in a bit. Let's create our new workspace. So let's do Blade. Let's check the version I have. Yeah, it's the snapshot. So if you want to go, also if you want to do this on your end, feel free to do it with me. Here the Blade version is, Blade version is a snapshot because there's a bug fixed I wanted to check. Let's not create. Sorry, it's in it. Which one? It will be 7.4J4, so 6, and I created here. We go back. Okay, I do something else. Sorry. Live dev for 2021. Okay. And then I need to bind it. Let's do git init here. Git add everything. I will commit first. And say initial commits. I'm using for the messages, just for information, I'm using something called conventional commits. Sorry, let's turn that off. If you're interested in that, if you don't know it, conventional commits. It's a nice way to write commit messages that are readable and allows you to generate easily generate change logs. So yeah, I put the links afterwards in Slack. Okay, so we added that. We need to put the remote. I'm already on the main branch and do just that. And I have an alias for pushing to main. And here we go. I think.
Well, that's the first thing on live coding, right? Anything can happen, including you're just disappearing.
Actually, I wanted to refresh a GitHub page. I refreshed Rock Adventure page. Oh my god! And I can see that live following the YouTube. Let's click. Okay. So we have our workspace initiated. What we want to do, I just want to verify Gradle properties. I'm not on GA4. I want to be on GA4. Git add properties, git commit upgrade to GA4. Okay, I want to initiate with some Docker files. So I have something here. So now I generated Docker Compose and Docker file. Let's see the Docker file. Simple, but it's not on the right version. So let's go to Docker Hub. Let me zoom a bit for you guys. Let's go to Liferay portal. Essential cookies only. Oh my god. Yeah, guys putting some sleep JavaScript just to pretend there's something happening. Okay, so let's put the right tag here. Let's check out Docker Compose. So Docker Compose, we have Liferay service. We are already exposing 8080. We have some, some properties to, bind this to a MySQL. MySQL is not, there's no ports, so I will export that as well. So the default from MySQL. And yeah, I put some encoding UTF-8 to avoid any problems when initiating connection between Liferay and MySQL. And something important for our use case is actually we will work with sending emails, and we want to test that. And the way we test that will be with SMTP for dev. So it brings you a user interface to see all the messages and act as a proxy to every mail that goes out from Liferay. And we will redirect that from the 80 port that it is exposed by the application to the 5000 on my local machine. Okay, that seems good to me. What we can start, I will push that. Okay, and I will do a decompose up -d to put that in the background and build because we have a Docker file with Liferay and we need to build that. So let's do that. Hopefully, I already downloaded the Liferay image, so that's why that's pretty fast to do that. And now I can just check the logs from Liferay and see what's going on. And okay, I'll just open here. And in the meantime, we could, because I use Vim for some files, but getting into Java stuff, I'd rather use IntelliJ. J trust projects. Question from Martin: is it better work with generic Docker image tags or better use specific tags? Sometimes it's a good question because you might wonder what is the specific tag. For example, you have the GA4 and you have this one. But actually, I believe that if you look at the digests, you can see that you have in fact the same image. So this one is milestone, and we decided that this milestone will be the GA4, but maybe you could see like J5D -D blah blah blah, and it's a kind of a pre-release for the GA5. But might not be the J5. Maybe there's another iteration of that, and it will be the base for the J5. But I would say that check out the digest to see if there's any difference in between the images, and of course check out the date. It depends if you want to test thing or have the more stable one. And I didn't push the Docker files, so I can do that while Liferay is starting. So git add Docker file and Docker compose. Commit. Sorry. Docker add Docker support. Okay, JVM git push main. And we should be good on that side. Okay, I will add a README later on. That's not the most interesting thing to do right now, but it would be maybe interesting to recap what we've done in the part one, and maybe what we've done right now. But no, we don't do anything much besides waiting for Liferay. So guys, if you have any question, don't hesitate.
Seems like everybody's afraid, Louis.
No, it's the delay. It's a delay. Yes, and we have the upgrade processes. I think this is something we can change in portal properties. Oh, and we have something interesting. I'm using Liferay portal, but we have a trial DXP license processed. Okay, why not? I don't know why, but okay, so we are good on that part. I think my laptop is suffering a bit from the startup. Do we have something here? the warm-up makes sense here. Oh, the LFR thing. Yeah. So guys, it's a bit opinionated, and as it is, it's just I wanted an exercise to play with Golang, and I was like, CLI tool seems appropriate, so I wanted to see what I could do with Go to create a blade-like tool. And yeah, some of things with blades I'm not fond of. Like right now, if you want to, I had that, like I want to do, let's go in temp. Blades inits minus v7.3. I believe it's not working anymore. Oh, it's working. 7.4. I have already something. It's not a good example. Maybe I fixed that in the latest. But actually, there was an issue where you had to put 7.4 .1-1, something like that. Quite annoying, but they fixed that, hopefully. But you see, it takes quite a long time, and I don't have any information about what the tool did. Like, I like when CLI tool tells me I generated those files, and and the next commands would be, go into that folder, run this command, etc. And also, that's basically it. I provide some, let's say, other. It's not as complete as Blade, obviously. It's just a side project to check things out with Golang. But what I liked to do is give support for running Blade and Maven commands. So you just run lfr exec and a Gradle or a Maven command, and it runs it from the wrapper. And a nice thing about the Golang, you have the Cobra framework that helps you build CLI tool. It's actually used by Kubernetes. You go GitHub CLI, and it allows you to automatically generate compilation code for your bash, your shell. So you actually have LFR, and then you can say, I want to deploy, I want to exec something. And you see, I don't have much things. I can create stuff. It would be a workspace, API, MVC portlet, responder, things like that. Okay, I have now a null pointer exception. So chaos is is starting on a fresh Liferay. See if I have something here. Yeah, big error. You know what? Let's kill that and start again. We'll see if we have time to start it. And just while it stops, just to show you guys the LFR, it would be like create, like I did, like for a workspace, and then it tells you that you can say, you can put init, and init in Blade is create, but init here is init the, which is a verb in the Gradle task and Maven. So it runs everything. Just stop that and go back here, and we don't have to build this time because we already built our image here. Okay. I don't know why I'm on the logs here. I have more space there. And yeah, we'll see if we still have an issue. And in any case, it will be the end of the warm-up, I believe.
Well, that's just the beginning. So if you're, oh, go on. Sorry.
No. Just as I promised, chaos. So check that.
No worries, Louis-Guillaume. The first thing anyone said when we said live coding session was, "Wow, he's brave." So no worries about that. This is just the beginning of this session. If you want to follow the next steps and see what happens at 5:35 p.m., that's UTC. Louis-Guillaume will be back for the actual live coding session, 1 hour, almost 1 hour and a half, exchanging ideas with you guys on the chat. So also make sure to contribute on the event-dev.life on Slack channel, okay? So is that it, Louis?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm brave or just crazy. I would go with crazy, but I'm flattered that you guys think I'm brave. Hey, Sébastien.
Hi, Louis-Guillaume.
How are you?
Fine.
So that's the perfect transition because we're going from one Frenchman to another.
Yeah.
Sébastien is already here with us, and I'll let you, Louis, introduce Sébastien.
That's called a transition.
Transition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know very well Sébastien because he's the co-organizer of meetups in France and is a long-term contributor to the Liferay space for how many years now, Sébastien? I'm losing track with COVID.
More than 10 for the time for just meetup or all my.
No, for Liferay.
For Liferay, more than 12 years, I think, maybe 13.
Time flies. Yeah.
Yes.
And what I like about you is you always have great ideas towards the community, how to have little improvements we should expect from Liferay. And I think that in your talk you will bring some of that gems on rethinking the marketplace, because it's something that seems to be maybe abandoned or at least not really take care of.
Okay, thanks, Louis-Guillaume. So now I will try to display my slide. Ho. Okay.
We can see your screen already.
Is it okay for you? My screen is available for everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go. Let's revise the Liferay Marketplace together. So I work in the Liferay space since many long time. So now the program for this session. In this session, I will propose you 5 suggestions to the community to revise the marketplace and 5 suggestions to Liferay company too. And at the end of the session, the idea is to open a discussion all together to share the feelings about the marketplace and all those suggestions. So Liferay Marketplace, I think everybody know it. Huh? It's the place where you can find third-party apps developed by other company and download it and for free or for paid. But it was very exciting at the beginning. There was many apps, and with the time, I think there are less and less apps, and I think the apps consumer are there are less apps consumer too. So we will see how to improve this. So to start, the suggestion for the community. First suggestion, get the marketplace reflex. Because with the time, marketplace was forgotten. So when you face a problem, people don't have the reflex to go to marketplace to search for a possible solution across some component published on the marketplace. So you need to have the marketplace reflex. And another part of the marketplace reflex suggestion is systematically download the component from the marketplace to increase the download counter and to show to other users that the marketplace is alive, because some components are available by the marketplace and by another ways, for example, GitHub. But it's always better to download it from the marketplace, because there is some stats about downloading on the marketplace. So it's more valuable to download the component from marketplace always. A second suggestion for the community, it's to think to comment and rate. At the beginning of the marketplace, there was plenty of comment and ratings, but since a few months or years, there are less and less comment and rating. It's very important to give feedback for the app's author and to help app consumers to choose the right app and to make the marketplace really alive. Because if you go to marketplace and you can see many comments and ratings, you can feel the living in marketplace. Okay. The third suggestion to the community members is to publish your existing OSS projects to the marketplace, because there are many excellent components on GitHub, but not always published on marketplace. It will be better if this component were available too on the marketplace. And the fourth suggestion to the community members is to try to publish for a wide version range. Because often you go to marketplace and you find a component which fill your need, but sadly the component, the app is not available for the version of Liferay you use. So it's better to care of the version range to publish the component. It's important to try to publish for a wider version range, but it's not always easy. When it's easy and when it requires only a few work, it's important to make the little effort to publish for a wider version range. But when it's really a challenge and it's difficult to adapt the component for many versions, it's okay. Nobody should blame you if you publish only for a reduced set of Liferay version. But the important reflex is just try to size the opportunity to easy cases and try it. Try to publish for a wide version range. The fifth suggestion to the community members is to spread the word. Because you can become a marketplace advocate, so you should never miss an opportunity to talk about all of the previous proposition near the coffee machine each day with your colleague. Don't hesitate to talk about marketplace. Spread the word. Okay. Now it's time to see the suggestion for the Liferay company. First suggestion, remove the outdated featured apps. If you remember, on the home screen of the marketplace, there is a section, featured apps, and when you go to the site, this is the first thing you will see. This is really the first impression for newcomers to the marketplace. And if you go in the detail of each featured apps, oh, surprise, you can see many of them are support only very old version of Liferay. The last version supported for the apps of the first line are only 7.0, and it was a version published 5 years ago. So for newcomers, marketplace looks like an abandoned place because all feature apps are designed for a very, very old version of Liferay. So I think it's time to clean up this and to remove all the so old application in the featured apps section. And maybe the banner at the top can be removed too, because there is now displayed since several years, and it talks about the new Liferay Developer Network, and it's not so new now, so it's time to drop this banner. The second suggestion for Liferay company about the Liferay Marketplace is to slap a fresh lick of paint, because now the design of Liferay Marketplace seems a little bit outdated, but it's not so bad. But if you want to make a good first impression to newcomers, it will send a reborn signal to veterans of the marketplace. It's important to have a more fresh design, but because it's not so bad, I think Liferay don't need to rebuild all the design. Just little adjustment are sufficient. I think this should be done in the home staging spirit, like for the decoration of the house, a minimal cost for a significant impact. So we need just to change a few things, mostly by CSS for wow effect. Just change the fonts, the colors, some spacing, and just add fancy icons. And I think it's just we need. We don't need to make some massive UX refactoring and don't upgrade Liferay version or any other framework used to build the marketplace. I think Liferay should just make some little adjustment and do this adjustment incrementally. The third suggestion for Liferay company is to use all their channels to promote the marketplace in order to make the marketplace a first-class citizen in the Liferay ecosystem. So, for example, in the Liferay dev site, marketplace are not at the top level in the menu, and I think it will be better to add a direct link to the marketplace Now, if you want to go to the marketplace from the Liferay dev, you need to click on Project Entry menu, and in Project Entry menu, there is a very rich screen with pagination, and you need to go to another screen again to get the link to the marketplace. I really think marketplace merits to be at the top level in the menu of the Liferay dev. Other suggestion to promote marketplace across all channels is to integrate a direct link in the homepage of the blank Liferay bundle. Okay, what you can see in your screen is the homepage of a vanilla blank Liferay bundle, and I think it will be good to have a direct link, get more apps on the marketplace, or get more capabilities from the marketplace. It will be a good boost for the popularity of the marketplace. And on the social networks, I think it should be good to bring back the Twitter account @LiferayApps. It was a very useful Twitter account with all new apps published on the marketplace, but this account was deleted. So for me, it's a bit sad. It will be good to bring back this Twitter account. And it will be good to make the same mechanic of reporting the new application published on Marketplace on the Slack channel P Marketplace. Okay, the fourth suggestion for a Liferay company was to fix the navigation to my developed apps. So for now, when you want to publish a new app, you need to go to Profile, and so there are on the profile screen and link sign and link accueil in French, and you go to another screen, and at the end you go to the a link named Apps in the development section, but it's a bit weird. I know they are normally more short path, because you need if you click on Marketplace Developer Portal link, you should go to the new Liferay Marketplace Developer Portal, and you need to just sign in, but the sign-in don't work for me, and surely for many other users. I think this is because my account was created before the new Marketplace Developer Portal, but I think this bug affect many users and developers, so it should be a good thing to fix that. And no, the last suggestion, maybe a crazy idea, is incentive crowdfunding of OSS apps, third-party OSS apps. Donc incentive by Liferay company. I will explain that. To begin, what's crowdfunding and why use it for the marketplace? Crowdfunding is a practice to fund a project by raising money from a large number of people, and each people contribute to a relatively small amount. And when all the fund needed is raised, the project can begin. And it's perfect for the marketplace because we need to stimulate third-party app creation on the marketplace. But creating apps is a lot of work, and monetization by marketplace is random because you don't know before to have published the app if there are some people interested to buy the app. So it's a big risk, and nobody few people wants to take this risk and invest hours of work to create a new app on marketplace. And with crowdfunding, investing hours of work are significantly financially safer. So it's, I think, an opportunity. In practice, we can imagine some group of people propose to implement some Liferay app, provide a detailed description, fix a global price to execute the project. all interested people can functionally participate with a contribution with the amount of their choice. And once the global money target is reached, the app is implemented and as an open source project and then published on Marketplace as a free app. Okay, and the important part is if money target is not reached or if the project is not published, everybody is refunded. So there is no risk for the funders. And in practice, the amount invested are very small for each funders. But the question we can ask ourselves is how to organize that. Maybe investing thousands and thousands of man-hours of work to implement crowdfunding features on the Liferay Marketplace? No, surely not. There are already many public platforms to manage crowdfunded projects, so no need for Liferay company to implement anything or take any legal responsibility. There are already some platforms to manage crowdfunded project. So which role for Liferay company, because we are in a presentation with suggestion for Liferay company. For me, the role of Liferay in such a crowdfunding initiative is just promote the concept of crowdfunded third-party open source Liferay apps with just a dedicated page of content, a simple page of content manually contributed. So in practice, just a catchy title, maybe a fancy banner, 2 or 3 paragraphs to explain the concept, and the links to the crowdfunding platform. And when there will be first project opened on the crowdfunding platform, maybe some more specific links to search the crowdfunded project dedicated to Liferay, to Liferay platform, to be published on the Liferay Marketplace. And well, this is the end for the suggestion of crowdfunding, but I have a bonus suggestion in the same spirit, but a little bit different. For Brave OSS developers who publish without crowdfunding, for the developer who already publish on Marketplace as a open source contributor, it will be good to add an entry to display some donation link, like GitHub sponsors of Patreon, for example, at the same level as the developer website, support, source code, and license agreement. It will be a good way to offer the possibility to open source developer to take some remuneration. And another part will be a special highlight in the description of the application, in the miniature view of application, in the thumbnail view of application. It will be good to have a special icon to highlight the open source apps, and especially the open source apps with donation accepted. So now it's time to chat together, because it will be very good to know what's your feelings about the Liferay Marketplace in general for now, and what's your feelings about all the suggestions. And also it will be good to know if you have some other suggestion to share with us.
There is a lot of praise on the community Slack. Thank you, merci, Sébastien.
Thanks, Olaf.
This is, well, first of all, I would say you hide behind the plant, and that's my job during the presentation. So you might want to come to the front of the stage. Even though we still have Ben's corpse here, he doesn't do anything. We can't get rid of him. He is out, but so currently you are hiding well behind the plant. Yes, there you are. Great. So he deserved to be in the limelight. There's a lot of praise that comes in on community Slack. A reminder for everyone who comes in late.
I had to buy the plant again.
Oh, yeah. I like to say work adventure is just like in real life. If you walk away from someone, you cannot talk to them anymore. Perfect answer.
And I have a pet too. Only one.
Hold on a second. I have one too. Peter? Come here. Coming. Louis, you go on with the praise when I'm getting Peter.
So mine cost me less for eating.
So here's mine.
Looks alive, right?
Yeah.
Hey.
Is last Droid generation. It's maybe it's a Tesla model. Direct from the future.
It's the POC for the Tesla bots.
Good. So yes, lots of praise. And hold on a second. Now I'm getting lost. There it is. Yes, there are no real questions. Yes, there's one question, but all of the others are rather praise and affirmations. So we do see that you hit a nerve here, and I can only second that. Now that 7.4 is out. Oh, by the way, did we celebrate launch day already? Because today is launch day for the new release of 7.4 CE. Is that GA4?
GA5.
I'm always blanking on the numbers, and it's DXP 7.4 is out now.
Wow. Great news.
So this time we've actually hit the release date without aiming for it, but things happen. At least all of the stuff goes out now, today, and today or yesterday. I'm not quite sure.
It's publishing today. We may have some blockers, but it's release day. So sure enough, we will see J5 today. Worst case scenario, I would say tomorrow. I hope it's the worst case, but we'll see. I see suggestion also backing up your ideas, Sébastien.
Yes.
Would be to GitHub projects should be, you suggested community to make some effort to go to the Liferay Marketplace instead of just hosting things on GitHub and let it die there. But Fernando think that GitHub projects should be publicized and should be present in a public index. Much of the GitHub code will never be a marketplace app and still deserves some glory. And I think it's backing Fabian's idea of having a Hall of Fame page listing, highest individual and corporate contributors.
I think about some GitHub repository who are not really Liferay component. For example, Liferay OG module, like for example, Louis-Guillaume, your Liferay Clara tool, it's not possible to publish it on Marketplace because it's not really a Liferay component, it's a developer tools. It will be good to have some index with all of this project, but I don't think it's really the place for Marketplace because Marketplace is really dedicated to Liferay component. And the value added by the marketplace is the test who are done by the validation team of Liferay for the component. This is some quality check, minimal quality check, and it guarantee all the component works really. So it's a good, it's very valuable. So when you have Liferay component on GitHub and it's a real Liferay OG module, it's better to try to publish really on the marketplace. I think it's an effort to do for developers. So there are some barriers like the strange navigation to access the publishing page, etc. But I think after my presentation, maybe some people in the Liferay team dedicated to marketplace will maybe investigate this problem, and maybe my presentation will give the desire to the developer to really publish their OGI module to the marketplace. But it's true that there are some type of GitHub repository that can't be published at the marketplace, like tools like your Liferay CLI, or sometimes some sample are very useful, and you don't want to publish some sample on the marketplace. So for this kind of project, it will be have some another portal, another page dedicated to list all of this project. Maybe a dedicated page on the Liferay Dev website, because in Liferay Dev website there are a page named projects, but it's only a Liferay company project, open source project, and it's very strange because all these projects are already included in Liferay, and it's not very useful to detail all of this project with dedicated page, etc., because this is in the Liferay product itself, and most of people know already this project across blogs, etc. And most of people who don't know this project don't be interested by know it, because it's people with non-developer profile, etc. So it will be maybe better in the project open source project section of Liferay Dev to list not only Liferay open source project, but also third-party open source project in the Liferay ecosystem, and push in front of the scene the third-party open source Liferay project, and keep at the behind the scene, and in second row the OSS Liferay company project.
Yeah,
it's my.
I think you're right that it's sad that Liferay.dev projects are only about Liferay, and we don't put any lights on things that's going on GitHub. And we should have a curated list of projects, or you could submit your project to see that in that page that could be reviewed by Liferay and say, okay, we publish your, and even vote for. Maybe I put a project, like the Liferay check. I've been asked, do you make this a Liferay Marketplace? I was not sure if I had the time or if I wanted to put the effort, because something that encourage you is feedback from people, vote for people saying, yeah, that's a good app, or even backing with sponsors like you propose with crowdfunding a project. And if you see that coming, people voting on this curated list for your project on GitHub, you might feel encouraged to push this to Liferay Marketplace, and somehow it moves from the Liferay projects page to the marketplace.
Yes. Will be a first step for some project.
And Danny said on Slack that commerce is a great bait for new marketplace apps.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
And we know in France we have someone who did a new payment methods for commerce using Stripe.
Quantu.
Yeah, Quantu. Shout out to Quantu for integrating Stripe with Liferay Commerce, and this is typically this kind of thing we want to see in a marketplace, especially for commerce with payments.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
I would add to this, Sebastian, this is your chance to brag about the applications that you have on Marketplace, because you had the developer profile there. That means you must have some applications there. Yes. What's their use? Why should we download them immediately?
Not really, because I am most of my application are for was published years ago and are not all updated for the last version of Liferay, but it's a work in progress. So in weeks and months soon, you will find a new application published. But recently, I have just published one application that's very simple. It's called No Robots. It's just an application to block all search engine. With Liferay, you don't need this application to block search engine because it's configurable from the control panel. But often, so it will be some mistake from a contributor, or maybe you will we will get database dump from production and load the database dump to the test environment. But hey, nobody thinks to change the configuration for the robots.txt, and oh, it's very sad. No, the test environment open on the internet is indexed by Google with some very strange content used for test, for example. So to prevent some sort of mistake, if you deploy the No Robots component on your test server, you are assured that it's on first. The robot.txt block all search engine regardless of the value of the configuration in the database. I can maybe share the component. My screen is...
Streaming is on.
You're muted, Olaf.
Number 4, I'm counting.
I really back the idea of Dave to make this a drinking game. It should be interesting.
No, it would be exponential. And we all know about exponentials, and nobody wants to learn about exponentials anymore this year. So, Sébastien, we're looking forward to that application and to see how much of this is being worked on. I have alarmed. I have told our marketplace team about this conversation, so they might be in the audience. We'll see if somebody follows you to the Q&A pavilion to see or to give you some feedback, to say what they are working on or what they're not working on, or what they think is a good idea. I'm not sure if they're here or not, but you will see and maybe meet them, or they will get the replay. I have to say I'm not sure on which continent, in which time zone our marketplace team is situated. So should I go with it? Yes, I'll go with it. There's one advertisement that I'll have to do, which is, as Sébastien said, there's old plugins from him. There's a relatively new plugin for 7.2 and 7.3 that is close to my heart, which is the control panel documentation. And with that, as a search term on Marketplace, you can immediately find a plugin that is crowd supported because it provides you a link to every topic on control panel, or to almost every topic on control panel, to the documentation. Well, that being said, it provides a link, but sometimes that's a dead link. Sometimes it needs some activity, and there's a link to contribute on GitHub. So I'm accepting pull requests for anything that isn't yet linked. And I do like the concept of documentation right on the user interface. So that's my plug. Sébastien, thank you for your presentation, for your ideas, and I hope that you'll be available in the Q&A pavilion for a while. If somebody follows you, that's fine. Then they'll have the questions, and if they don't follow you, then feel free to come back.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thanks a lot. Now, where is this noise coming from? This is funny. Luis Miguel is here, and he is hiding behind the same plant Sébastien hid behind. There he is, going to the front. Great. Yeah, to the very front. So it's up to us to hand over to you, Louis. Louis, do you want to hand over for Louis? Because otherwise I'll
Because
just
of my name.
mess up the
Come on,
names.
Olaf, come on.
So should I? Which language should I pronounce each of your name in?
Let's go with Louis for me and Luis Miguel. I believe. Yes.
Well, all people call me Luis Me, so you can call me
Luis Me, like your avatar.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So Luis Me, the topic is on a well-hidden tab on my computer, which is, this one. Looking forward to that. Just question up front, from where are you talking to us? The name suggests it's either Spain, Portugal, or Brazil.
Yes, I'm in the Liferay office of Madrid, so I'm from Madrid.
Madrid, okay, so.
Yes.
Okay. So let's see, this is fantastic Liferay API features and where to find them.
Yes.
And I would say from my experience, the most important part of this presentation is where to find them. And I'm curious about them all, as everything is about APIs. This is the problem. It's not the problem, are there APIs? There is the problem, where are they? I'm looking forward to learning where they are. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. So now you are seeing my Liferay, I think.
Absolutely.
Okay, and here I have my presentation. Okay, I'm going to start. Okay, so hello everyone again. My name is Luis Miguel Barcos Rodriguez. I'm part of the member of the headless team. Oh, sorry, I am a member of the headless team, and I'm going to talk about the fantastic Liferay APIs features and where to find them. So in this journey through the Liferay APIs, we're going to play with information that I have created in a Liferay bundle that you have seen. In this bundle, I create some information related to the Harry Potter universe. I create some web contents divided in some folders. Okay, the folder that contains the wands of the wizards, the spells and the use of each spell, and the character. No? For example, Harry Potter is a character. And I also, in this presentation, I'm going to use a Rex tool, which is called POW. It's similar to Postman. We're going to make the request, okay? So in the top on the screen, you can see the endpoint where I'm going to make the request. Here in the middle, you can see the headers, the URL parameters, the body, authentication, etc. And here at the bottom, you can see a little preview of the request that I'm going to make. And here on the right, you can see the response of the request, okay? So if I click here, or I type Command R, that I do it a lot, you will see I make the request and I receive here the response. In this endpoint, you can see that I'm receiving all of the API specification that we have in Liferay. But sometimes this is not very clear to users. So we have another application that we will develop that you can use if you go to your Liferay server /o/API, and this is the API Explorer. This is the documentation for all APIs that we provide in Liferay, okay? If you click here, you can see all the applications that we have in Liferay, including commerce. And also you can see all the endpoints and test the endpoints. For example, here in blog post, you can set the parameter, I don't know, 1, 2, 3. You can make a request, you can click in execute and get the response. Now I don't have any blogs created, so the response is not found. And also at the bottom of this page, you can see all the schema definitions, okay? This is all the schema definitions that we have in this REST application that is headless delivery. So for example, if we, I don't know, creator, for example, you can see that all the information of the creator that we will receive in API response. Also, if you want to do GraphQL queries, you can go again at the top of the page and click on GraphQL. And here you can do your queries with GraphQL. Okay. So now let's start with the API features. Where's my presentation? Here. I'm going to talk about the different features that maybe some of you didn't know, or maybe to refresh some of this information. Okay, so don't be scared about that framework book, because these are very basic features. Maybe someone is a little bit advanced, but in general there are some basic features but very powerful. So I'm going to start with field restrictions. When I'm talking about field restrictions, I'm saying that I can restrict some fields, of course, no? Because why? Because Liferay has a very large entities. So these very large entities increase the response size. And maybe I only want 1, 2, or 3 fields to, I only want the information of 1, 2, or 3 fields, and I don't need a very large response. So we can ask Liferay to only retrieve some specific fields. So how can we do that? Okay, I'm going to return to PO, the HTTP client, and I have this query. Okay, I'm using this endpoint, which is the endpoint to get the structured contents, which are the web contents that you have seen. And if I make the request, I didn't get any item. Why? Because with this endpoint, I am asking for the web contents in the roots of Liferay. And the root of Liferay is here. And here I don't have any web content. I only have folders that contains the web contents, okay? So if I want all the structures, all the web contents, or the structured contents, and I don't care about the folders, I can use the URL parameter flatten, which value true. I make the request again, and I get all of the information of the web content, okay? Of each web content. The information is paginated. So if I go to the bottom, come on, you can see that I have 89 web contents created, but this is just the first page of a total of 5. So what's happening? I don't want all of this information. For example, I don't want the actions because I don't need it right now. I can make a query that restrict this field, and I have to set the URL parameter restrict fields with the value actions. If I do now this request, the actions have disappeared. Why? Because I'm telling Liferay, hey, please Liferay, restrict the fields actions. I can restrict more than one field. Okay, for example, I don't want available languages, so I can type available languages. Okay, remember to separate it by a comma and do not put an space. Okay, and if I make this request again, the available languages have disappeared. Okay, so I can customize my responses. But sometimes I only want 1 or 2 fields, for example. So we can do that adding the URL parameter fields. With this URL parameter, I can tell Liferay, hey Liferay, I only want the title of the web contents that I have in my Liferay. So I make this request, and I only receive the first 20 web contents, the first 20 titles of the web contents. Okay, maybe I only want the title or the content and the content fields. So now I can receive the content fields and the title of each web content. Okay, if I also want to restrict these actions because I don't need the action of the collection, I can restrict fields, actions, and now I only have the content fields and the title of each web content. Okay, and now we can play with other URL parameters. For example, if I want to filter the web contents, I only want the web contents that its title starts with the word Harry. But I only want the title and the content fields of that web contents, and I don't want the actions of the collection. So applying all of these URL parameters, I can make the request again, and I receive 2 web contents in this case, which is the Harry Potter's ones with some information about the ones and the Harry Potter character, okay? So this is a way that I can customize my responses. The next feature that I'm going to talk is nested fields. That is very similar to the previous feature, but now the nested fields are optional information that Liferay can provide in the responses. By default, this optional information is not given by Liferay. Okay, we need to ask Liferay to provide that additional information. And what of these properties are optional? There is a very useful trick, which is read the description of the properties in the API definitions, because there is where we are saying that this is a property is an optional information. So, for example, if I go again to the Liferay API Explorer, check the creator, that I know that in creator we have an nested fields, that is the profile URL. The profile URL is you read the description. In the description says that this is an optional field that can be embedded with nested fields. Okay, so returning to my HTTP client, I'm going to do exactly the same previous request, but now I'm filtering, I'm getting the fields title, creator, and taxonomy category briefs. Okay, and I want the additional information, which is the profile URL of each creator of each web content. So now I can add the URL parameter nested fields, and I only want the profile URL. If I do the request, in the response, I get now this profile URL, okay, for the creator. There is also in the character Harry, and it has a taxonomy category, okay. Some of you, maybe, if you want more information about this taxonomy category, copy this ID and go to the to the endpoint of the taxonomy category and make a request. I know that there exists a property, which is a nested field, which is embed taxonomy category, which provide additional information about this category. So if I did this request, you can see that now I receive additional information of this taxonomy category that maybe is all the information that I need, and I can avoid this request that I have to do if I didn't have this information. Okay, so with nested fields, remember, you can get optional information. So the next feature is aggregations. Aggregations are based on phases that has been in Liferay for a long time ago, and now we implement it in the Liferay APIs. It's just another way to obtain more information about our collections. Okay, how can we get this information of the aggregations? With the sorry, I'm going to go with the URL parameter aggregation terms. If I want to ask for, if I want to search taking into account the keywords, I can add the URL parameter aggregation terms with the value keywords. And now if I make the request, I receive this information. This information are the phases. And this information is telling me that using the phase criteria keywords, I receive this information. But since for the term Order of the Phoenix, I have 8 occurrences. That means that 8 characters are members of the Order of the Phoenix. And for the term this either, I have 2 characters that are these either. Okay, so I have 2 characters that's it. That it are members of the either. So this information is very useful for some of you if you want to narrow your search or against a collection, for example. Okay, or if you want to use it in your frontend. So let's move on to the next feature, which is multi-language. And some contents have support for more than 1 languages. Okay, all of these web contents have support for 2 languages, that are English and Spanish. So if there is more than 1 language is available, there will be a field that is available languages that tell us what languages we have available. So if we want to request a content in another language that this is not the default, we can specify the locale in the header accept languages. So let's see the example. You can see here, give me a second. Now you can see here that the available languages are English and Spanish. Okay, and now I want the information in Spanish, so I can set the header accept languages with proper locale for Spanish, and if I make the request again, I'm getting the information in Spanish. So for example, the animal for the Patronus in Harry Potter in Spanish is a ciervo. I don't know his species, he is a human, but in Spanish is humano, and you can see that all of the information is in Spanish. But what happens if I want both languages, English and Spanish? Well, okay, but Liferay provides a custom header that is X accept all languages, that if we set this header to true and I make a request, we will receive all the information in all available languages. And you can see that we receive the default value with the default languages, which is the content field value here in English, and also an additional property with all the available languages. Okay, that is in English and in Spanish here. And this is for all the contents, okay, for all the content fields, also the title of this web content. Okay, this is Harry Potter once, and in Spanish is La Varita de Harry Potter. Okay, so this is the support for multiple languages. But what happens if I want to create a web content in more than one languages? Okay, we can do a post against the same endpoint. I'm using the same endpoint in each request. And you have to remember to specify that additional property. Okay, so if you have the title in English, this title, you have to provide the different languages in this additional property. The same for the content fields. Okay, you can see that there is an additional property for the translation. So here we are creating a very dummy spell. Okay. And if I make the request, I receive the information of Liferay that, okay, this is the web content that you have created. And you can see that I'm receiving all the information in all languages. Why I receiving all the information in all languages? Because I set the header, X accept all languages, and set the value as true. So if I create this content, that means that if I return to my Liferay and refresh the page, here is the content. And if I click on the content, I can see the content in English, but if I select Spanish, you can see that it's translated and there is the information in Spanish. Okay, so this is how to we can work with Liferay APIs and multi-language. So let's go to the next feature, that is an authenticated request. And please here be very careful with that, okay? Because you can expose some information that you don't want to expose for an authenticated request, okay? These requests are disabled by default in Liferay DXP REST APIs, but you can configure a service access policy to allow an authenticated request. Again, please be very careful with that. Okay, so how can we configure service access policy? We can do it in our Liferay. We should go to the menu, control panel, and under security, we have service access policy here. We can click on it. Let's create a new service access policy and give it a name. Of course, we have to enable it and enable the default. What that means? That means that if this is checked, the service access policy will be applied to all incoming requests, including an authenticated request, which is what we want. Okay. So I'm going to give a title, and I'm going to give access to get information about a specific site. So I have to specify the service class and the method name. And we can switch to advanced mode if you can copy and paste, which is what I'm going to do because I don't remember the the method. Okay, so here is the method. If you want to provide more methods, exists a wildcard, which is this one, but again, be careful with that because you can give access to some information that you want. Okay, so if you see it in a switch in a friendly mode, you can see that I'm specifying here the class and here the name. So let's save it. And if I return to my clients and make an authenticated request, I will receive some information. This is the endpoint to receive information about a specific site, and you can see that the header of the authorization is not enabled. So I made the request, and I see, you can see that I'm receiving some information. So I'm making a request without authorization, and I'm receiving information. If you don't believe me, I'm going to do a curl. I can test it with curl without any type of authorization, and I'm receiving information. So it is true. Okay, I am making an authenticated request and I'm receiving information. Again, I'm sorry for saying it, but again, be careful with that. Now let's continue to the next feature, which is my favorite, which that are the API extensions. The API extensions provide us the capability to create an extension. As you can see in the slide, we can create an extension to provide custom information to an endpoint or filtering existing properties. That means that I can add some custom information to an existing endpoint, for example, endpoints of Liferay, and I can receive that information. How can we do that? We need to implement a module, okay, which is the module for the extension. So let's see the IntelliJ. The most important thing that you have to know to implement this component is, first of all, the application that we are going to extend. In our case, is Liferay Headless Delivery. Okay. We have to implement the interface context resolver, and as we know, we are going to extend the structured content. We check is the type a structured content. Okay, if it's a structured content, we are going to return a new entity extension context, and we have to implement these two methods. The first method is to extend the entity, and we are setting the field, and the second method is to filter some properties. What I am adding here is the email of the creator of the structured content, okay? Because it's just for the purpose of this talk. I'm using the user service to get the email address, and here I want to filter the property description. So before I deploy the method, the component, let me show you that if I make this request, I do not receive the email of the creator of the web content, okay? And I have the description. But now, if I deploy this module, okay, that's why this is my bundle, and the module will start in a few seconds. Okay, now the extension is enabled, and if I came here again to my HTTP client, I make the request without making any additional information or nothing. And I receive here the email of the creator of this web content, and also the description has disappeared. So I am adding additional information to this existing endpoint of Liferay, and I also can filter some of these properties. Okay, some of you can ask himself, okay, this is so cool, but I like GraphQL. Can I do that in GraphQL? Is this working for GraphQL? Okay, the answer is yes. We have to implement another interface for GraphQL, which is the GraphQL contributor. Here we have to implement the getPath method and the get query. What we are returning a query contributor. The most important thing here is this method. This method is marked as a GraphQL field. The name of the method specifies the name of the property that you are going to use in the query of the GraphQL, and it also contains the implementation of the information that you are going to receive in the GraphQL query. Again, this is just the email of the creator of the structured content, and using again a user service to get that email, but you can do whatever you want here. So let's check if this is working in GraphQL. And remember that you don't need to install any additional tool, because with the API Explorer we can do GraphQL queries.
Streaming is on.
Streaming is on. Has told me the computer. I don't know. Is everything correct, Ola?
Yeah. Just someone joining.
Okay, sorry. I continue. I'm going to do the query. Okay, I'm going to ask for some structured contents. And I want my site, the structured content of my site. Sorry. Remember the flatten. And I want the items. I want, I don't know, the title. And if you remember, I add the GraphQL field email. If I type in an M, you can see that the autocomplete have recognized that we have an additional field that is email. So if I make the request, I'm receiving all the title of the web content with the email of the creator of each web content. You can see that the creator is always Taste, because I create all the web contents with the default user. Okay, now I am talking with GraphQL. I can talk with the last feature I want to share with all of you, which is the GraphQL namespaces. And as the slide said, our API ecosystem has grown bigger. So it has been more frequent to fall into a conflict in type and query mutation names between all of our apps. To avoid that, we implement the GraphQL namespace feature, okay, that allows to select a namespace that will hold all the queries, mutations, and types of the applications, avoiding conflicts with other apps. Okay, so if you want to create a GraphQL namespace, you only have to go to the REST-config YAML of your API definition and set the parameter GraphQL namespace. In Liferay, we are doing it that way. This is the Liferay code. This is the application headless admin content. Okay, the headless admin content API. This is the REST config, and we are setting the GraphQL namespace and giving the value admin. So now I can go to this namespace and retrieve some information about the structured context, for example. So if I came here again, set the GraphQL namespace, I only have to type here admin, the brackets. Okay, and now I can ask about information that only contains the application headless admin content. For example, here the admin content provides the version of the web content, and the version can have a number and a status, for example, the label. So now I'm using the GraphQL namespace. If I click again on play, let me filter. Okay, we can filter the results. Filter. Okay. Now I'm filtering and I'm only receiving the web content that the title starts with Harry. And you can see that in the version number of the Harry Potter one is 1, but the version of the character Harry is 1.3 because I made some updates in that web content. And also the status of each web content is approved. Okay, so this is the way that we can use the GraphQL namespaces. And returning to the presentation, that's it. That's all the features I want to share with you. Thank you for joining to this journey. I hope you enjoyed the talk, and I hope you also enjoyed the rest of the Liferay Dev 24. I'm going to stop the share screen.
Thanks a lot, Louis. That was quite interesting. I think I see some colleagues in the sales engineering team that was, wow, it exists.
And demo without demo factor.
Yeah, first thing that is great, but also some things we've discovered here with you, and thanks to you, about how we can play with APIs. And I have to back, you've been brilliant, as Martin is saying, and I have to back that, extending APIs looks so powerful and so interesting. It's, I believe, a common needs on additional information we would love to add. And the default path would be, I would create my own REST builder and reuse services from Liferay to add my information. But bringing so much, less code to do that's always a good news. And I have a bunch of questions. First, another feedback is fields and restrict fields is a very interesting option because it brings you what GraphQL experience gives you, the limiting the payload for the response to just what you want. And that's great that it's not exclusive to GraphQL when people may not like GraphQL, but rather use REST APIs.
These are some features that I think some people didn't know that we can do that with the REST. That's only exclusive for GraphQL, and it's not.
And I think I'm reading the mind of Olaf here. If people don't know, it's because maybe it's not documented. And if it's not documented, it doesn't exist. So my question would be, where this stuff is documented, where are the resources we could check out to learn more about that?
Where is documented? In the API Explorer? I don't know if you mean about that.
I don't know, but like fields and restrict fields was something I may missed, and how to use it. Yeah,
Fields and restrict fields are documented in Liferay documentation.
In learn.liferay.com, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but that is why sometimes some people didn't find them or whatever, they didn't know that exists. So this is the purpose of this talk. Because that documentation is on the learn.liferay, and I don't know if in health.liferay also is here for previous Liferay versions.
Okay. I don't see more questions. Just last ones for me would be, do you have tips to help us find the services signatures that you would put in a service access policy? The best way maybe to find that?
There is no specific trick. If you try to make an authenticated request, so the response should tell you that you don't have access to this service, for example, and this is the response with the service. Okay, but I always try to look in the Liferay code.
Yeah, sure.
It's an open source company, so everyone can.
Yeah, but I think you're right. Like, if you don't need, sorry.
If you do a request, the response will be that you don't have permissions to use this service, and it's the complete. I don't know how to say now in English. Okay, my English have gone.
Yeah, but I think it's a great advice because it's like don't authorize requests for guest members like that. Wait to have this error and think about, do you need to make it unauthenticated, or did you make an error calling that request? Yeah. That's pretty much all for me. Thanks again, listening for this awesome presentation.
Thanks to you for this event.
Yeah, thank you from me as well. Luxury, if Louis asks my questions, then I can stay quiet. That's luxury. Just how I like it. Something that doesn't make sense for anybody watching the YouTube recording or just who found the YouTube stream and follows live and doesn't know what we're doing. This is Dev.24, all on Liferay, or most on Liferay 7.4, that is Liferay CE or Liferay DXP 7.4, all kinds of technical information. And while we are doing this live, it happens on a platform named Work Adventure. And with that, we have a couple of people in our room, so to say, in the auditorium who are watching the live stream here. What I'm now saying makes sense to everybody in the room, but not to anybody watching the live recording. You have seen all day that we have kind of the corpse of a character named Ben here, and it seems, that's what happens when you're in a software company. You find issues with other people's software. It seems that in order to remove that corpse from the stage, we would all need to move to the garden and then come back, and then he would be gone. But that would mean everybody would need to be gone from this map. So I guess that will happen overnight. Tomorrow we will see the live Ben, or maybe tonight we will see two Bens. Who knows if he comes back. Until then, I guess he doesn't start smelling lying around here. He is not alive anymore, so there is nothing behind that. So sorry for that, but I guess we won't get everybody here to leave the stage at the same time, the stage area. Somebody might be out at lunch and just stand here. Okay, we have the next speakers here. Oh, Luis, would you do us a favor and check if there are some more questions and answers, and just find the Q&A room downstairs, not downstairs, like south from here, in the garden. There's the one pavilion where you can, which is labeled Q&A, and if there is anybody who couldn't find Slack or who now has a question that still needs to be answered, that would be a good opportunity. Just check if somebody's coming. If not, feel free to come back or bring somebody else.
I'm just sharing that Dave shared one on Slack. I'm just saying it, and you can maybe go write it down on the Liferay community Slack, which is, should we still using Service Builder remote APIs? If so, when do you choose between those and Res Builder?
Well, can you repeat, please?
Should we still be using the Service Builder remote APIs? And if so, when do you choose between that and the Res Builder path?
That's a good question. Right now, I don't know how to answer it, because you can use the remote APIs, okay, but sometimes you need to create your own API for whatever reason, and maybe the Res Builder offer more more customization for sometimes, but I have to check for a better answer, okay? Because I'm not sure about that.
Sure, it's you are not forced to answer that right now. It's just to letting the audience that this question exists. It's on Slack, and we'll see more discussion there.
Maybe you can discuss with Dave in the Q&A room if he is up to follow you. Let's see. Okay.
Thank you.
Continuing. Beltrán, Clara, are you here and ready?
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi. We are ready.
So now we got to coordinate the shorthand. Louis, do you want, should I? Surprisingly, I have everything in front of me, but I get lost in tabs and
yeah,
browsers.
Me too.
Okay.
More tabs and screens. That's unfortunate.
Yes. So we have Beltrán here and Clara, and they have, they're talking about the content dashboard, something that I didn't learn about, or that I did learn about at last year's Dev 24. And that was Sébastien, I believe, who presented about content dashboard, totally surprising to the developers of that component. And now it's, I guess, been improved. We are going to learn about that, improving TreeFilter component performance in content dashboard. I'm curious as to where this goes, but it really sounds like we got to wind up our propeller head and prepare for a really nerdy topic. Beltrán, Clara, take it away.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hello, I think I'm going to start, in this stuff. So first of all, hello, I'm Clara, and I am a front-end developer in the Tango team with my colleague Beltrán. We are both front-end developers.
And we are pretty new in Liferay. We joined in last June, so we are still discovering new features all the time. Okay, I'm gonna first share my screen. Okay. Okay, so first of all, I want to give you a little bit of context of what we have developed and why we wanted to focus in the performance, okay? This is, I present you the content dashboard. Okay, this is a place in Liferay where you can, okay, I'm not gonna center my talk in this area, so we are gonna talk about this table and the filters of this table because we needed to implement something new here. In this table, you can see all the web content and all the documents that you have in all of your sites, okay? So it's important to be able to filter all this content. And we needed to add 2 new filters. These filters were the type filter and the extension filter, okay? And we wanted them to be very similar to the categories filter, which was already developed. So we had a look at the categories filter. And as you can see, here we have a tree structure that is given to us by the component, the React component tree view, okay, which was already developed. But we needed more features that were not included in this component. These features, some of these features were, for example, searching by a parent node. Okay, as you can see here, I have here a parent node color, but I cannot search by color. If I search by color, nothing, I get nothing. But if I search by a child node, for example, blue, I get the blue node. Another thing we wanted to change is that, as you can see, when I get the results, I lose the tree structure. And we wanted to maintain that structure, okay? And we also, the last thing we wanted to add was to be able to select all the child nodes by selecting the parent node, okay? I'm gonna show you all these features in one of these new filters that we developed, okay? Here you can see, okay, you're not seeing it because I'm not showing you the source code, but the component that renders all this is a new component called a TreeFilter, okay, that Beltrán and I developed. It's a tree, it's called tree because the structure you see is a tree, and a filter because its purpose is to filter the table, okay? So as I told you here, we can search by a parent node. For example, if I search for content, okay, you can see I get a parent node and a child node, and I maintain the tree structure, I don't lose it. And I can also select a parent node and all the childs will be selected. And this also happens when I have a search, for example, content, and I select the parent, and all the children that are shown here will be selected. So this component that we developed, it's a wrapper around the tree component that was already developed, okay? Adding these new functionalities that I saw you. These new functionalities were sometimes a little bit expensive because we had to visit all the tree nodes several times. For example, whenever we search, whenever we select a node, and sometimes we have to make a copy of the tree, perform some operations in that copy of the tree. And okay, we saw that this was working fine with a small tree, but we didn't know what will happen with a bigger tree. And we say, okay, this is a good place to measure the performance to use the tools that we have for measuring the performance and find out what we can improve. And here is where my colleague Beltrán is going to explain to you how we measure it and how we improve it. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing. And Beltrán, all yours.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Clara. Yeah, as Clara said, we have our new TreeFilter component, a wrapper of this tree view component developed by the product teams and maintained by them. It was to say that our incredible front-end infrastructure team is developing right now a brand new tree view component with a lot of features. So we are expecting to see it very soon. Said that, yeah, after the question, okay, we have this TreeFilter component that works fine for these data sets that are coming from the backend, is what we expect. But if anyone asks us how many nodes can we afford with this, because all the work is done in client in the browser, do we have any answer? So no, we didn't. And at the point we started this little spike, this little report. We have the Confluence, in our Confluence. This is a private space, but if anyone that cannot access here wants a version, a little version of this, I can export a PDF or something so we can share it. Well, the first question is which datasets we want to perform. So we decided to make these 6 fake data sets from the XS with 600 nodes to this XXL with almost 250,000 nodes, with many parent nodes, with many child nodes. So yeah, this is quite a few nodes. For this demo, we are working with this XL. So I just decided to use this because with the large one, maybe I can produce lag in the broadcasting. So I'm gonna go with this one. Okay. Okay. Once we have these fake models and we have that in our portal, in our document and media place, we can go to the code and set everything to use these fake nodes. Okay, so we have this in a peer. It's like mocks and stuff, so we can use it in the future if we want to come to test again. And we call from this parent component, so we pass it down as props to this TreeFilter, our wrapper. In this component, we are using an out-of-the-box React component called Profiler. Probably you've seen in the dev tools. We're going to check it out in a while. So this component lets us measure the timings on this callback. So if we go here, we get this function, this callback with many parameters. We just want to use this, the actual duration is the duration, the time spent in every render of our component. So every time the component gets rendered again, we get this in the console log, in the console in this case, but we can use it in everywhere. Okay, let's take a look. This is the content dashboard that Clara showed us. I'm gonna open the type filter, and this is loading all the fake data. Okay. For work properly with this portlet, I'm gonna open directly the URL of the portlet here. So we are seeing the raw portlet. So it's much better to work with. As you can see in the console, we now have, sorry about the errors. They just in my local. We have these 2 renders with almost a second. This, if we go to the second thing I want to tell you is which task are we going to perform, and we are going to measure and we are going to compare. We have 5. We decide to go with these 5. Okay, from an initial rendering to clear the search input when it has some content. Of course, the most demanding task, the most expensive task is the search, okay, the search query. So I'm going to perform this one and the last one, okay, because they are the most expensive. As I said, we can use this profiler component out of the box, or maybe we can use this profiler that we have in the DevTools. That is a really good tool. We can perform maybe the initial rendering here. So we stop, and we get these 3 renders. One is artificial. I mean, one is provoked by us because the fake data. We have 2, and we have these timings. Okay, this is good and this is so visual, but this is slow to work with if you want to get the timings and to zoom all the totals. So this is fine for something specific, but for our purpose, this was not ideal. So we prefer to go this way, because if we want to zoom everything, we have this this tiny script here we can use to pass this string and zoom the totals and get a quick zoom. So said that, I'm going to refresh. I'm going to perform the first heavy task, search Laborum. And now we have to wait like a minute maybe, because the browser is it's not gonna lag too much, but it has to think about what it's doing. And we expect 14 renders of the component, which is a lot. So well, here we saw we have a problem because we cannot accept this behavior. I know we are dealing with many nodes here. I don't remember how many. 37,000. Okay, it's quite a lot, but it can happen. Okay, so we cannot. Okay, here the browser has come. So we have these 14 renders with a zoom of I don't know, maybe a minute, maybe a little more. Is here like 10,000 milliseconds. Yeah, 10 seconds. That's a lot. And also, if we clear the input using this, we have to wait. We have to recompose the original array, and it's not a cheap task. So yeah, it's like 5 seconds to do. Okay, so we stop ourselves and start thinking, what are we doing wrong? There was something really obvious that we didn't thought about, because the data coming from the backend in a normal situation does not so quickly, so you don't think about it. But the first thing we did was to avoid premature queries, just setting up a min left for the query. Yeah, it's so silly, but it works and it's very cheap. So we did it. A second thing that we did was to debounce the input. This is quite basic, but it's super necessary, and we didn't thought about it because it was working fine with small data sets. And the third thing that we spot, it was not easy as the other ones. In our 3 utils, we have a filtering function, heavy filtering function, and we have this line here. We thought when we were developing and thinking about the UX for this component that it was good to expand the parent nodes if they have results, so the user can inspect what is in the inside each parent node. It seems to be a good idea. It seems to work fine for small data sets, but for large data sets, it was killing performance, and I think is the thing that is lacking the most here. So as you can see, all the nodes, yeah, you get it's blank because all the nodes are rendered in the browser. So there are a lot of nodes. So after we spoke with our colleagues, and well, this has a solution, but it's easy to virtualize the DOM and this kind of things. We decided to remove this line and just span the first parent node. It's not super, yeah, I mean, it has a room for improvement, but it's something that we can do at that moment. So after that, I'm going to change branch with your permission so we can see the results. These results are already mastered since a few weeks. So the portal is working with that. But I want to go to this branch because I left the profiler there, so we can see the timings. It's going to take like 30 seconds. We just removed that line that you saw in the filtering function here. Handle node expansion. It was as simple as just expand the first one. Simple as that. And with just with these modifications, we get a lot of better results. If we go okay, this is the same data sets, and if now I make the same search, here we have only 2 renders, super fast response, only the first node is expanded, but the results are super fast, and we can deliver this component, and we can you know, I don't know, we can be committed with this performance, but not with the previous one. So and if I clear the input, yeah, the response is also super fast and is working the same way as before. So I think that's all. I don't know if you have any doubts or you have any questions. We are here and we're happy to answer that. Clara, I don't know if I left something, I missed something. Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. No, it's okay.
Okay. Okay.
It's all from my part. Okay. So.
Okay. Okay. Good. Okay. That's all from these 3 performance improvements. As I said, if anyone wants to read the complete report, we can deliver it via PDF or something.
Thanks a lot, guys. That was quite insightful for front-end developers who are more and more present in the Liferay ecosystem, thanks to the React support that we are backing up from many versions now. That's interesting to see those kind of scaling issues that we might encounter also in projects, and to see how Liferay employees are resolving that.
Okay.
There's no question on Slack right now, but please, guys, feel free to join the Slack, the Liferay community Slack, as well as the Q&A pavilion, where
of course
you might go and just to chat with you guys.
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for everything.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for the information.
Bye.
Okay, Louis.
Yes.
We are somewhat switching gear, and that brings me back to my opportunity to talk more about the event as such. As you might wonder, this is a conference with no break whatsoever. What the hell is happening here? That is by design. This is a full stream. We're streaming 24 hours of content, one after the other. Yes. of course, and you might wonder, like, what does the sponsor want to do here? Well, the design is not for you to stay here all the time and just not get up. You should actually get up, because we're providing free food for you. We have the coffee table over there, so you might want to visit the USU folks who are there. If you are looking for a challenge, if you're looking for help, if you're looking for advice, if you're looking for all kinds of services, they have them. If you are looking for food or drinks, they're there, provided at no additional cost. They are in your fridge. Just check where that is, and I'm very sure that you will like it. Oh, and as I said, this is 24 hours, but you're not supposed to be here. That is because we are switching from front end to back end, back and forth, and in all kinds of different directions. There is quite a lot of room to cover, or there are a lot of topics to cover, and definitely not every topic is for everyone. Like me, for example, I'm rather a back-end person than a front-end person, and to me, front-end is magic, and I need all of those topics. And well, you might either need that or say, nah, somebody else is taking care of that, and I'll take care of the back-end, I'll take care of the front-end, whatever. So, well, everybody gets the information they want, and everybody else can actually use all of the other environment here, all of the pavilions that we have, the space world, if you haven't been there yet, or even the games, and still learn what you can learn, because there's only so much that you can learn within 24 hours. Just by being here, you won't learn everything that you've heard, but the recording will be available. Is there anything that you want to say, Louis?
I think you covered it up perfectly. So we might want to move to the next subject. I think that was mentioned because it was during my break, during the Q&A, during the Ask Me Anything with Dave and Stian about staging and publication. So here we have Dave Truong, who joined us. Welcome, Dave. I think you're muted.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I was hiding on the stage since the previous one was going on. Hey, so I can just start?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay.
You can just start and tell us more about publications.
Okay. Just a quick shout out to my Toastmasters friends, because they were the ones who convinced me to do this talk. You know, yeah, I don't like doing public speaking, but you know, they've challenged me, and especially Olaf and Anne. Really appreciate them. So we're gonna talk about publications. Just a quick, I'll share some slides, but there's only like 4 of them, so you know, it'll be very short. Okay, so publications. A new way to stage content. That's who am I? I'm David Truong, of course, just like I was introduced, but I'm also the product manager for publications, and previously the product manager for staging. So I have a lot of history with these 2 products, and so today I will talk about just the differences between the 2, give you a demo of what publications can do, and yeah, and just give you maybe a chance for anyone to ask questions if they have it. And hopefully I will not mess up the demo. But okay, but I'm gonna first start off because I'm a product manager. I should have shared the slides, maximize it, but I'm gonna talk about the problems we're trying to solve, right? Because that's what product managers do. We present problems and figure out with our team how to solve them. But the big problems we want to solve, I have 3 here. There's actually a fourth one that I might bring up, but we'll see. Is how do we allow content creators to do their jobs without worrying about affecting end users, right? And so this is the whole staging idea. You know, I want to create content and make whatever changes I need to do, but I don't want to push it to production right away because it's not ready or the change is just too big. It might be as small as just you know, fixing a typo, but it could be big, like it could be a whole campaign, right? You want to push something, you might need time to work on it, and you need to get it reviewed and talk to people about it. So how can I do that without, you know, while the end users or whatever, they can review they can just continue using the site like normal. Okay, so that's the first problem we're trying to solve, and that was previously solved by our staging product. And so in this case, publications and staging, they're both solving the same problem here. But the second problem is where publication and staging starts to diverge. How do we allow content creators to do their jobs without stepping on each other's toes? And this goes back to the idea of when you know, you're working on campaigns. You know, sometimes the changes you're trying to make are quite large in scale, and so how do you figure out, like, how do you make changes to one page while another person might be making changes to that same page, right? Because they're trying to fix a typo or they're trying to do daily maintenance on that page, but you're trying to change it so that it's ready for whatever the spring campaign, right? You might have like a sale if you're in some sort of commerce site, right? You might be trying to talk about a sale or talk about a new event that's happening that's not ready yet, right? So how does that happen? How can you start working with each other? Here, staging starts, the workflow starts to kind of fall apart. You might have to like create duplicate pages to kind of do the same thing and start hiding things with permissions. And it's possible to work around it, but we feel like in publications we have a more elegant workflow around this. And finally, you know, it's kind of the opposite of what I just mentioned, but how do you allow content creators to do their jobs while collaborating with others, right? Because a lot of times campaigns aren't done by just a single person, or, you know, creating content isn't done just by a single person, but there's a team of people working together to make changes. And maybe one person's job is to create the content, but another person's job is to check the content and make sure that it's ready to be published, right? Whatever the case, those are kind of the issues we're trying to solve with publications. So yeah, and so let me go on to the demo, and okay. So share a different tab now. Okay, and this is where things get dangerous, because I am working on Liferay Master. Maybe that won't be so dangerous because that will be maybe the norm in the future. But this was built off last night, so let's see how this goes. I'm going to sign in as our favorite user, test. Okay, and I'm going to go to this previously generated site created by our site initializer. So I didn't actually, I'm going to maximize my screen a little bit more so that you guys can see it better. Okay. So this is our masterclass site. I don't know who created this content, but it looks nice, right? And so I'm going to pretend like right now I'm a content admin, a content creator for this site, okay? And so right now I've already enabled publications, and so you'll see that I'm working on production, right? So say I have to do a new change to the site, and so I'll create a publication. I would just say, hey, we have some winter classes we want to offer. Okay, I don't need a description, but I can put that one there if I want it. And so now you can see up here that it says winter classes. Okay, and so going back to the site, and one of the things I want to do is I have a new teacher I need to add for this specific one. And so I'll add a teacher. And we'll just call him Patrick Kim because I'm making that name up. I have no idea who Patrick Kim is, but and we can just put whatever. Okay, and give him an image. I will add a new image, and I'll just say his name is Patrick Kim, right? And that person I do know, but oh, sorry, I forgot to hit the save button. Okay, and then I'm going to publish this. Okay, so we have a teacher. And Patrick Kim, he's going to teach a course. So let's add a course. And there's a lot of info that we need to do for courses, so I'm going to copy one. And I'm going to modify this one instead. So I'm going to call this Liferay DXP Developer Certification. And this is good. And publish this. I'll update maybe the other info later because there's a long-term change. I'm not trying to make every change right now. And that's the beauty of publications. You can publish this whenever you want, and you can also schedule this publication whenever you want, right? It's not meant to immediately push the changes to production. So let me now go to the page itself. And make the changes, right? So I'll go to courses. And let's say I want to edit this. Oh, actually, I don't have to edit it. See, as you can see, my change already is there. You see my course already showed up. Sorry. Yeah, you see, Liferay DXP changes. And it's like, oh, that looks good. So now I can review my changes, right? And so here we added, the classes. There's the translations that was also added. There was pictures. Oh, I guess I did upload the image twice. Maybe I did it. I didn't realize it. But yeah, and you can see like it tracks all the changes. So originally I made a copy of it, but then later I renamed it to this. And so this will show you these changes, and you can kind of keep track of it and kind of see what's there. But the point is that it's it allows you to see holistically all the changes you're trying to do within this this thing. At the end, it'll squish all the changes together, and you'll get what you expect to get. But it allows you kind of to track the history of changes too. Okay, so that solves problem number one, right? How do I make changes without kind of affecting end users? Now let's say let's sign up. Okay, and let's say I am someone else. Oh. Actually, let me just impersonate the user because I don't want to do all that. I'm gonna go here, go here. Okay, this will be better. Okay, and so this person has a site. Oh, one thing I want to point out is that publications, it works on a kind of a company level, meaning that everyone has access to it all at once. And not access, but like they have, anyone in the company can possibly create a publication. Obviously there's permissions related to that, but it's not like it's the difference between sites and, staging. It's where that one was very site oriented. This one, you can have multiple sites kind of being in the same publication. So here, okay. So let's say I had a different set of changes. I'm going to show two things at once, actually. I'm going to create a new publication. Even though I didn't publish this other one yet, I'm going to say fix typo, right? Okay. And so I'm now in this fixed typo. I haven't made any changes yet, but I'm going to actually say I need to work with Preston. And have them be a publisher. So I can add him in, okay? And so now I can switch to Preston. Now I'm back to Preston, right? And now I can select the publication and I can join this publication. But as you can see, he can't work on the other one with me, the winter classes.
Hey, David, I think we cannot see it because it might be in another tab. We see
sorry.
fixed typo.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Let me share.
David, can you hear me? Dave? Yeah, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. It's just to check if people can listen to us, because we're having some trouble on the YouTube stream with your audio. And I'm just checking to see if this is something with the whole stream or just with your audio. Let me check that. Could anyone please say on the chat on the events.dev.life if you can hear me right now? There is a delay, so we will have to check. Because some people told us that when you switched screens, your voice just disappeared, your audio just disappeared. So
we can hear you on YouTube, and I think check with if David, you could say some words, just so I can check in the 20 seconds delay. Sorry about that.
yeah, please, just checking. Yeah, they
yeah,
said...
no, I don't hear you. Yeah, it's nothing from you, David. Unfortunately, you're the one we're interested in here, and you're the only one we can't hear. Can you? Someone suggested that it happened when you reshared the screen. So maybe can you stop sharing and reshare again? I don't know if it's related to Jitsi and YouTube.
Okay, try now.
Exactly. It's certainly on YouTube.
Yeah, but yeah. Still nothing. Oh God. Yeah.
Let's do the hard way. Maybe reload Walk Adventure and come back to the stage. Something like that. The only thing comes to my mind.
Okay, so we're we're trying to fix.
Anything wrong can happen and will happen.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
This could also happen in a live event, right? The microphone stops working and you have to okay, no one is listening to you. And
yeah, it was weird. The sound went totally dead, but we get the little thing on the live stream that Dave is speaking, so we know he's talking, but the audio for him wasn't coming through. And the rest of you guys sound fine. It was just something going on with Dave. I don't know if that's still the case because I came from the 20-second delay or whatever, but
okay. Can you guys hear me? Am I sharing? I'm not sharing anything right now.
I'll go back out and see if I hear you.
Yeah. I'm checking the YouTube also.
Well, this is great. Then I can just fill up my whole 30 minutes without having to say much.
And the thing is, we already had questions for Q&A.
I think we can hear you now.
Okay, you guys can hear me.
Yeah, they can hear you. But, you have the sound issue, but for someone who used Master for the demo, you're doing really well on the demonstration. So,
you're good to go, Dave. I heard you when I was out there the last time.
Okay, I'm gonna just, I guess, maybe wrap up because I see I see I think I got like 5 minutes left. Okay.
Sure, but you have the Q&A pavilion, and hopefully you can connect with guys and go back on things that they couldn't hear.
Let's wait for the delay. We can hear you well. We can hear really well. Just no, you can go on, and if we still have a problem, I'll interrupt you. No worries.
I think we still have the problem. Not sure if someone can confirm on the Slack, because yeah, that's weird.
It doesn't make no sense.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was just going to say that I was outside when he started sharing, and then the voice dropped.
Oh,
audio dropped.
Okay.
Okay. So maybe stop sharing the screen. Yeah, and then we can move to the questions.
Yeah, but we had already questions, so I think we can still leverage a lot of your knowledge and content.
Yeah.
Dave asked about how do I choose between publications or staging? Okay.
It's coming back. I don't want that question.
I don't want to answer that, and he leaves that.
Hey, David, can you hear us?
No, I heard you guys, but I want to reset myself just in case.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, I heard your question. I'm sorry. I actually realized I was talking earlier before while my screen was sharing, so the YouTube stream probably didn't hear me. But since half of the demo is shared, I will redo the demo and post it on liferay.com, or liferay.dev on the blogs. And if you guys need to see a full demo, we can do it there. But and we'll take questions for the rest of the 2 minutes now that I have. So the first question was asked was, how do I choose between staging and publications? So there was one fourth problem that I did not address earlier, and that problem that I want to mention was how would a content creator bring the data, put the content they created in one system and put it on another system, right? And so staging has remote staging. Publications doesn't have that equivalent. It's a problem we would like to address in the future, but it's not something that we've solved currently. And so that kind of makes a big difference for some people. And so if you need this ability to publish to another server, right now you only have one choice, is to choose staging. But again, if I had mentioned that there's 3 problems that publications does solve. The other 2 are, how do I collaborate with, how do I create content without stepping on each other's toes? And how do I create content while collaborating with others? Those are issues that publications do solve that staging does not solve. So you just look at the problems you're trying to deal with, and whichever problems you're facing as a company, then you can decide which solution to pick, right? Because neither solution fixes all the problems right now. So that's how you decide.
And I will come back to another dev question, but I will pick another question. I think it might be related to what you shared here with remote publication with staging is, how about the famous laws? The base for all staging, is it going to be replaced by anything new, especially in case we want to move some content between the environments? So what staging is actually solving, in laws being basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the format we use to move content from one place to another.
We do believe that, so again, this is still on the roadmap, but if publications were to solve this, we do believe we are going to move away from blars and to a different format, whether that be JSON, whether site initializers are already moving to JSON, but like our headless, essentially we're going to build some solution probably around our headless APIs and doing some sort of synchronization between those two things. So most likely we're moving away, but I can't say that for sure until we've assessed all the different solutions and find the one that actually works, because that's an important thing.
That makes sense. Because what we see in the REST APIs, things like batch getting addressed, and that might be important in those scenarios.
Right. And we feel like we have a good basis if we move that way to kind of deal with this solution, but we haven't, we're not far enough along to really say yes or no, that will work. So
sure. So another Dave Nevinger's question is there a process to switch from staging to publications? And if we feel, of course, that publications, address more of our challenges.
So the two solutions are completely different in implementation. So the way to move from staging to publications, which is something I assume because staging has existed for a while, and I'm assuming if you want to move, you're going from that one to publications, okay? So there's a little bit of assumption there, but do whatever final staging publish you need to do, right?
Yeah.
Turn off staging and then turn off publications. That would be the migration path, because they don't rely on anything. There's no underlying system that needs to be upgraded. It just needs to be. We do prevent you from using staging and publication at the same time. So you have staging turned on, you will not be able to turn on publications. So that's the only thing. You need to turn off staging before you can enable it. And that's the only requirement. There's no, for publication, we don't duplicate any data. We don't do any kind of things like that. So there is no kind of upgrade path, right? It's just you turn it on or you turn it off.
Yeah, so you publish everything and then you can turn off staging and you have your site with everything here and you can change path.
And then you can just turn on publications.
So
and then you're
it makes
good
sense for people using staging as local and not remote. Local staging, like if they don't need to use remote staging, they could do the publication, turn off staging and turn on publications.
Right.
Another question from the community is what kind of assets can be published, like content pages, documents, anymore?
Yeah. Content pages, the big ones are done. Document library, content pages, any type of layout, pages, widget pages, that's all done. Content itself, of course, is done. Hopefully you saw some of that in the demo, right? Because I did modify those specific assets, but let's see what else is done. I think forms, asset libraries. It's actually easier to probably talk about the big ones that we don't have support for, because but things like objects, which is very new because it's still part of 7.4, like part of the release of 7. That one has not yet fully support. We're still working through that, and that will come in the future release. Same thing with commerce, right? All the things with commerce, we're currently like in the middle of that one, and that one is that one will be supported soon. But maybe some of the less likely things to actually support, like Wiki, we may never support Wiki, just because we don't see the use case of actually needing to stage a Wiki article. Wiki articles are by definition live, right? Living documents. So we don't see the use for that. But I would say that almost anything that you would want to do on the experience management side is supported right now, including staging a whole site. Okay, so this is one of the reasons why we wanted to move away from being site-based and company-based, is that if you want to build a brand new site and stage all of that, that's possible with publications. So you can create a brand new site and then publish it all at once. It's going to be a slow process because there's a lot of things that are created when you create a site, but that's possible.
And that makes me think of a very new concept with publications regarding staging is the company site level that we are addressing. Is there, regarding those assets, is there any assets that are not on site level that is supported for publications?
I
like
mean,
asset libraries, for example.
Yeah,
if you create
exactly.
one.
Asset libraries are one things I can think of right now that you would publish. You can publish as part of a publication. I'm trying to think of other things right now, but I can't think of them on the top of my head. But
sure,
if they're not, we now have the ability to do it on a company level, right? And another like use case of maybe publishing like on a company level is maybe instead of, sometimes you need to update the terms of use for all the sites at the same time, because for legal reasons, you wouldn't, for staging, you would previously have to schedule that individually per site, but now you can make the changes of all the different sites all at once and then publish 10 different sites all at once. And make that change as a single publication. And for audit reasons, that might be more a better reason to kind of use publications. It allows you to view that history, right? Yeah. So.
Great. Thank you so much, Dave, for all the content. And if you can hang out a little bit on the Q&A, Fabian, just so even people that couldn't take all the demo can take some questions with you and talk to you about the rest of the demo. That would be nice. And just so everybody knows, we had an audio issue, and Dave is going to publish, right, Dave, the whole demo after on liferay.dev, right?
Yes, I will create a brand new demo and then publish that on Liferay.dev for you guys.
Thanks a lot, David. And shout out to you for using Master to do the demonstration and, coming here with us and going through this demonstration talk and on a subject that is, a big interest in the community. I still see some questions going on Slack, so another place to hang out to answer some other questions. Thanks again to you.
Okay, thank you guys for having me.
Thank you, Dave.
Our pleasure.
So, Louis, now we have a session that is dedicated to the community user groups, right? So yes. Álvaro is already here too. So I would like to ask if I believe Sébastien will also participate, and Fernando from Portugal also is here.
I believe Fernando is here in the middle of the audience, and I see Sébastien on the right side.
Perfect. So Fernando and Sébastien, if you can come up stage, please, so we can have this moment. Álvaro, are you going to be representing Spain, or do we have another Spaniard community member here with us?
No, I only the only member.
No worries.
The other co-organizer couldn't be here with us, but I'm sure that they would like to be in the next edition. I'm sure that they can.
Yeah, no worries. This was a little bit last minute, so I would also like to say thanks again. Appreciate Fernando and Sebastian for being here on such a short notice. And of course, there will be many possibilities to speak with the Spanish user group, since you are one of the bigger ones, and have so many people that are active. And I'm sure there are a lot of people from Spain watching us right now. So the idea behind this session for everybody is to explain a little bit more what are the user groups and how can you create a user group yourself if you are in a place or in a city or in a country that doesn't have already a Liferay user group, or LUG, or LUGs as we call them. So if you don't have, if you're not part of it already, you're going to meet some of those clubs here. And you can also build one. So we also invited Fernando and Sebastian to share their experiences as community builders, as co-organizers of Liferay user groups. So they're going to be sharing also some insights on how to do that, because they've done that. So Álvaro has something to share with us. Álvaro, this might be a test, right? Because we don't know if Dave's problem was something with Dave, or if we're having some issue with Jitsi. So please, could you share your screen and just
and try to talk.
And try to talk, exactly. Fingers crossed.
Okay, let me access my screen. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. I believe everybody on stage can hear you, but please, anybody in the Slack channel, anybody in the audience could tell us. Álvaro, please keep talking a little bit.
Yes, I'm betting 1 2 1 2. Everybody can hear me.
We can start, and if they're
Okay.
not listening, they're going to say something. Yeah.
Yeah, the phrase that answered before, we are talking about how to create a law. But before that, I would like to give you some context. Some point that we are talking is the last community, and after that, there is the discussion to talk about some topics that at the beginning, and not only the beginning, are always are difficult. No? How each of one try to find the solution. Okay, started. What's a lag for us is this. Is dev.24. Is a group of people that want to learn and share their knowledge and their time, and this is exactly dev.24. So I think that is the best example. But if you would like to give a more specific definition, it's a Liferay user group that is that have two parts. The big one, the main, is the test community. As I said before, that people that come together and they want to share their knowledge and their time. And plus, we have Liferay that they want to support that test community. This is the idea that Liferay has. And this is the Liferay user group, both of this part. Before to create a lab, the first point is where there already exists a lab in my city. So we can find, we can make a search. For that, we use Meetup, the website, meetup.com, and there we have each lab create one meetup to create the event, the session, and share all information. As you can see in the image, they are out of groups, and if you want to create one of that, they appear in this map. But for example, if you have find that you have set a lab and in your city there isn't exist, well, you can create. For that, they minimal requirement that is not a contract that you are signed with a company. It's only some points that, well, for example, the last of the point in Luz Spain, we made a pool, and we decided that, for example, in summer we don't have an event because main other people are on holiday, so we don't do it. It's not something that you have to make. And the first one is, well, as you say in the first image, the main of the looks, the main part is the community. So there is a reason that, well, Liferay wants that one of the main part of the organization are not employees of Liferay. And after that one, there is the steps, but if you want the short version, there are two things. These steps are only to get a meetup. The reason of that is because meetup needs the meetup of the looks must be created by one user. And when you can search for that in the meetup of your city in the meetup website, you can find it because it's created by the same user. Okay, and the other is Slack. In Slack, we have in the community a Slack to share, to write questions, and to share information what we want. As you see, there are a lot of messages, but Liferay creates a private channel for that organizers of the loop to send information that you need to the events and make grow that community. So there is the reason that you have to follow the previous steps. So and there is more points and more things that Liferay gives. In this case, as you have said before, in the right side, the dev.24 is the website that you already know, because is when you have made a registration and you can check the agenda. And there is other point that is important here in the left side is the blogs, and you can write everything that you think that could be useful for anyone, and the asks that you can write question. And the important thing important point of this that question and the answer are indexed in Google. The main idea is that try to organize all the information that it would be easier to find for the other members of the other communities. Okay. And more or less, this is the steps that you need to create very quickly. After we can share the URL to check, and if you have any doubts, you can ask one of us or whatever. But before to create a community and to talk about it, we think that there are some topics that they are important to know, to understand, or try to understand our community. The first one is the commitment. The community is the evolution of the member in the community. The first step is that when you join the community, you to try to learn. The second one, to start to answer some questions, share some links, something like that. And after, you share your code and give a session. At the end, you want to participate and define how that community is growing. And the second topic is the evolution and how the community evolves. In the first step, there's hierarchy. After that, the community started, but not a community. In the third step, you get you grow the community, and you get that all the members want to participate. And the last one is not only to participate, that they participate too in the how to grow and in the decision of the community. So very, very fast, but the idea on the topic to share was that to give a little bit context now to to talk about this topic and the different experience that we have already looked in their countries. So if you want, we can talk about the different experience, how to find the people, how to make that member of the community go to be organizers, something like that.
Yeah, so this is, thank you so much, Álvaro. This is really important, this context, because I believe we have two examples here in the stage that really did this progression, but I would like to hear from them. But we have right now the LUG Portugal and LUG France participating on the stage. I would like to welcome again Sébastien and Fernando.
Hi.
Okay. Fernando, can you hear us? We cannot hear you. Sorry, I believe you're muted. Try now. Oh, no, sorry, we cannot. I would just try to get off the stage and jump in again just to check. I'll have Sébastien, could you please tell us a little bit the story of your participation on LUG France and some of the challenges as a co-organizer, some of the things you take care of, and some of the things.
The bigger challenge is maybe to find a speaker to make some presentation. At the beginning, we have just offer a link with a form to the potential speaker for submitting a proposition of talk. But in practice, nobody has never filled this form because naturally people don't want to talk at meetup. So you need to pull the speaker to the meetup. So you need to identify in your personal network some people who could be a good speaker for a meetup, and with private message convince them to participate to the meetup as a speaker. And after the magic happened, but you need to go to grab speaker one by one. It's not the easier part. You need to take time to get the speaker, and sometimes propose yourself a subject who fit well with some speakers. So speaker we will say, okay, it's a good idea. Yes, it's my field of expertise. I can do this, but people themselves don't have always and never the initiative to come. You need to go to get the people to be speaker.
And if I may ask you also, Sébastien, what made you want to be a co-organizer? Like, what is your story with the community and co-organizing LUGs?
At the very beginning in France, there was a LUG, but in a different form, only organized by Liferay event France event team, and there was not really presentation. It's more like a cocktail for people to exchange, etc. It's not at the beginning. It was not a meetup because meetup platform was not so popular at the beginning, and it was very few time in years, and there were a need to change the formula, okay, the system to have a more tech-oriented event, etc. So I have a talk with Walker, I think at the beginning, and a former employee of Liferay, and I was co-organizer at this point, and I have started to find a speaker. Always the big point, because at the beginning there was not tech talk because there was not the speakers. So the most big part of work is find a subject on speakers. But sometimes it's possible to organize some meetup without formal presentation. It can be an open discussion and with format less formal. I don't think I don't know if it's the correct right word in English, but
yeah, it's formal. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay.
Okay, so and Fernando, could you try now to? No.
Maybe you need to reload instead of getting off the stage. Sorry.
Wait.
Oh.
What about now?
Hey. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
There
changed
it
the
is.
configuration here. So
Thank you so much, Fernando.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, Fernando. So I'll just stop monopolizing the questions, but I would love to ask you your story with LUG Portugal, with Liferay User Group Portugal. How was it created? And you have a specific story because we don't have like huge offices in Portugal. We don't have that much team Liferay, you know,
Yeah.
Liferay wise. So please tell us what's the story behind Liferay User Group Portugal.
Yeah. Well, we had a group officially, but it was relaunched 3 years ago because it was inactive, and so I talked with somebody in Liferay Madrid because there's no office in Portugal, and we started working on that. And I knew some people from the community. I was previously involved in the Java users group, so I knew some people that were working with Liferay. So we started meetings every 3 months. The objective for me, because I was working with Liferay and I thought there was a lack of knowledge about Liferay in the market. For me, it was building confidence in the market for customers, for tech developers, because the technology was not known, the product was not known. Many people had an old view of Liferay about being a system built 20 years ago with old technology. So we started bringing people to talk about their projects, to talk about the way they do things, and we try to make the meetings about one presentation about something, a project or some tool, some way of working. But also we try to have a part where somebody comes up with a problem and we try to solve that problem with our experience. That's it. We started with 5 people and now we are almost 190. But it's not easy to keep everybody mobilized. People will not come to the meetings. We now do online meetings since almost 2 years now. And it's an ongoing work. We have to build the community, rebuild the community all the time. And for the questions you had there on that slide, how do you bring people? You have to bring people by trying to understand who is listening and try to make the meetings for the people who are listening at that point. If you have some contacts with customers, you try to have a meeting about end user functionality. If you are working with developers at some point, you try to make a meeting about development techniques, new ways of working, new features in the product that might help in some projects. And it's not easy. When we had meetings on meeting rooms, we tried to go to big customers and ask them for a room to do the meeting, and then we would ask them to go and talk to the community and say what they are doing with the product, making some presentation about their projects. And when we don't have a customer, we go to a company that provides services and tell them, okay, get us a room and come here and talk about what you provide, what projects you are doing, maybe bring one customer of yours and talk about your project, and then go on with the meeting, the technical meeting. It's not easy to find speakers. Yeah, we try to get them from the community, from the customers, and many times from Liferay to bring speakers from the technical teams of Liferay. About co-organizers, I'm looking for another one at this point, because it's only me at this point. And you also asked about lessons. One thing we are trying to do is that we stopped recording the meetings, because people will not show up thinking they will get the recording later, and the meeting will be poorer because there will be less discussion, and many times they will not get the recording later because they forget. So for some time now, we are not recording the sessions to try to bring people and let them speak more freely, because if they think they are being recorded, sometimes they don't talk about their problems because they don't want that to be recorded for the future. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Fernando. That's an interesting take, especially on virtual events, not recording. Did that work? Is people coming?
Well, we only tried one, and we are going to continue in the next one, and let's see. I'm not sure.
Let us know if that happens,
Yeah.
because that's an interesting thing to have for virtual events, right? So yeah, that's it. What I had for questions is that, but of course I didn't have intakes from Álvaro and Louis-Guillaume, so I'll let you guys talk a little bit.
No, I would like comment to things. The first one is it's true that I think that we are very shy of more virtual events. I think that in this case, the dev.24, that you can move around this map and talk with other person that you cross, things make a little bit different. I like a lot, but in meetups is a stream, and it's true that it's a little bit difficult sometimes. No, you are all day working and you continue sitting in Spain. It's happening the same. When you check the people that attend to the meet, and after check the people that watch that video, the video of the stream, is lower the people that attend to the meet than the people is watching later. So, well, I'm very interested in this work in Portugal, because I think that is a good idea. Yes, it will be very interesting. And another point that I would like, and I leave to Louis-Guillaume talk if I want, that I would like to say is that all of us feel that what we are working is not useful for the other people, because if I made it, well, everyone can. But I think that is the opposite. If you say what have you made, and what else? The new feature, a case that you have to develop a feature, what else? I'm sure that it's going to be very useful for other people that is going to, they have to make that the same that you, because you are fighting the problems and you are telling me what problems are you find, how do you resolve, and it's always certain. I'm sure that there is not only one solution, but this is the interesting part, that have a discussion about if you think, how you think how to resolve this in this way. Yes, not. I thought it bad. I think I thought that this was more interesting like this in this case. Boy, what else? Oh no, I haven't thought about it. Okay, you give me an idea in the future that I can use. I think that this is the idea. Give more tools, ideas to make better in the future what we have to do. And if you want, I leave you to talk.
Yeah, I guess it's my turn. You know, I would say that I take something that Sébastien said about, you know, speakers. It's true that we have to find new speakers, and we want to encourage people to speak about things they are working on, because, you know, Sébastien is meeting people at work, you know, and bring them, you know, to the community, to a meetup, saying, hey, just hang out there, listen, and converting someone to a listener, to a speaker, is not easy, I think, because, you know, people might thought I'm not a good speaker. I don't think anybody is born a good speaker. Nobody is born eloquent. It's something you have to work on. It doesn't have to be very appealing, or you have to be the best at speaking. If we want you know, to share some things, we know that you have some interesting things to bring to the community. And you know, I would advise people to try to trust blindly, you know, the judgment of people you meet in the meetups. And I think this is what I did with Joaquin and Sébastien, because they came to me before I joined Liferay, and they tried to put me on stage and put things. And at some point I said, oh, whatever, let's try this. And I enjoyed it. But it's not a commitment. You don't have to repeat the process. Try one time. If it doesn't fit what you was expected, don't do it. But I know there's, you know, among IT guys, this imposter syndrome, saying that you might think that you're not the best on something, but we don't want to put in light the best of the best. I don't know what it is. You have good values in what you're doing. There's always something to take from what you do. Just, you know, lower everything, just relax, do one time and see what happens, and join us, and you know, at least have fun with us.
Yeah, I love that. And I would ask the same thing for Sébastien and Fernando. What would you say to someone that is right now on the audience thinking, okay, I'm going to try to start a user group? What's your number one tip for that person?
Well, it's an excellent way of building your network, and you know, we all know that our network is a big part of our value nowadays, and also it's a good way of improving your value, because you are helping a community to grow, and you are part of that community, and you will learn from that community as well as you will teach something if possible. So it's a way of growing your soft skills, assuming that you are good in your hard skills, developing and stuff. And soft skills, we know, are very important to grow a career in this business, in any business, but this one especially. So you have lots to gain if you start doing this, and you will help other people, and you will help a product, you will help your peers, you will help yourself. It's good.
Great, thank you. Sébastien, do you have any insights in
Yes, just come as you are. Yes, just that. Don't have some pressure. Meetup is a casual event. It's not formal. It's simple. So come as you are and speak to the audience as you speak to your colleague at the coffee engine.
Yeah.
It's not an exam. It's not critical. It's just a moment to a time and a moment to share experience with others. So yes, just come as you are and speak as you speak every day with your colleague or anything, anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, and as you said, Sébastien, don't put pressure on you.
Yes. And a very important point is langues are local. So you can speak in your native language. And it's a great advantage. Because everybody are not very good at English, especially in France.
Yeah. So imagine when we try to find a French speaker to DEF CON or DEF24.
Yeah, that's a great perspective because meetups and Liferay user groups are in local languages, right? So we have Spanish, we have French, we have Portuguese, and yeah. Yeah, so I believe that's our time. Álvaro and Louis-Guillaume help me with the agenda. Is it so?
Yeah, it's time, I believe. Yeah, just right on time here.
Yeah, so if you want to start a user group, just contact the developer relations team at developer-relations at liferay.com. I'm going to post it. And someone will help you setting up things and starting to get the group going. And tomorrow we are also going to have a session talking about user groups. It's going to be almost at the end of our agenda tomorrow. Brainstorming some ideas. So if you're part of a user group, or if you are a co-organizer, or you just want to give some suggestions, come up and let's build the 2022 ideas for the user groups. Thank you so much, Fernando and Sébastien, for your presence.
Thank you.
As always.
Thanks a
lot.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, Álvaro, I'll let you introduce our next speaker. He's really an important person in the community.
I don't know who is in.
It's Louis-Guillaume. It's Louis-Guillaume, and he's going to start.
I was joking.
Who's that? Yeah.
Who's that? Nobody here.
Can he come on stage, please?
So Louis-Guillaume. Okay, so Álvaro, please introduce the next.
I remember who is, so I can present him.
Oh.
You went. Okay, Álvaro is having
more
some
and more
issues.
chaos. It's because it's a live coding session.
It's the live coding session. That's
And
it.
it's
That's
not
why
really-
we're having issues. It's
a
the live coding.
a null pointer exception. That's Álvaro electricity system. Okay.
That's your
So,
time.
Yeah.
Go on, Lou.
Let's try to share the screen and keep the audio running. Okay, so yeah, I opened a thread on Slack. So hopefully, if you can't hear me, just share it on Slack, and we'll see what we're gonna do. So let me hide the camera. It would be better for seeing the code. So we were stuck before because we had some really weird errors on Liferay, but hopefully now we have a Liferay 7.4J4 running. So just a quick reminder, the subject, it's about reproducing something like WeTransfer, a way to share big files with others. So it's a simple forms where you add everything, you send it, and WeTransfer take care of the rest, storing the files temporarily and sending a link to the recipients. So the first thing we want to leverage on with Liferay is Liferay forms. I don't want to, write a new UI for that and, bring a lot of codes that could be handled with Liferay forms. The main entry point is Liferay is a form, so let's try that. I'm using the default test. Sorry, Olaf, don't hit me. And let's go to content and create our form. So let's create a new form. The project was all files. So let's name that all files. And I need the most important things is the upload. So it will be file to share. It will be required. What we are going to do is trying step by step. We don't have a lot of time for that. And I know I mentioned that we want to share multiple files to multiple people, sorry. But we will start little with one file to one person. So let's do that. Allow guest users to send file. The most important thing here. We don't have to put an error message. It's only if we want to customize the default one, I believe. But something we have to take care of is field reference, because this is something we will be looking at, because we want to add some logic around using forms and workflows and with our custom code. And this upload with a big number is not very handy. So let's say file to share and add more fields. Here will be email, mail to. It's required. And I will, in the advanced, do the same thing, email to. Have more validation to do, and this is where Liferay forms become handy. I don't have to do email validation programmatically. I just have to select is an email and say, please enter a valid message. No, valid email address, sorry. Okay. And you see that we have the repeatable field option. So it will become handy when we are going to add multiple people. Now I have the email from. I can just copy this one, change the field reference to email from, just email from. Okay, email from. 2 more fields, and we can start coding. The title that we need as a subject to the email that will be sent to the recipients. Required, let's change this as title. I'm lazy, I'm duplicating its message, message here. Message and 2 lines. Okay, we have our form. We can put it in, I think the image here is perfect, this layout. I'm just removing those elements, adding form, and configure it to display the form. And publish it. Please, okay. It works now, so we said that we wanted this to be, for guest users. So let's try to sign out. Yeah, I don't have permission to view this. So I allowed guest users for uploading, but they cannot see the form by default. So I have to change this. Permission, it's the guests one. So view and add form instance record because we want them to submit information. So now we should have something working as a guest. Okay, let's try to share something like to dev.for Liferay.demo from me, Liferay.demo, title commerce features, hello world, because I'm lazy, and submit. Okay, so it does not, it's not very interesting at this moment because if we look at the backend here, let's do view entries. We see that something was shared, has been automatically approved, but it doesn't do anything in our use case. I want to take this information and I want to send an email to this one, from this one with all the message. So the first thing I want to do is I will create a model listener. I want to listen to every event of every form records shared by a guest, and we will start doing that. Let's go back here, and yes, we have our modules. I will do just an API base. Okay, and do we have IntelliJ here? Yes, I guess so. Let's see what changed. Yeah, we have our new module here. I just need to tell maybe IntelliJ to wake up, and let me go back in this mode just to check out. Oh yeah, the Gradle here. So it's building, and it should be highlighted in modules, so it knows that we are, we have a new project. So that's the case. Now we can change. I have default resources, so I can really remove all of that, and we'll start fresh. So I don't need to export anything for now. It will be the OR files, and let's say com.github dev24 Liferay dev.24 live coding. And it will be our base package here. So create new package. I will add another package, let's say internal, just to try to follow some of the practices I've seen in Liferay code. And first thing we need, I said, is a model listener. So we need a Java class that would be our files from model listener. I have a question here. Where is the file saved? Is it possible to change the path to save? You might, I think one way you can change how things are stored with forms is by adding a new storage type. So you can save everything, every information from new records elsewhere. But one thing you could do is simply use the model listener we're doing and say that when there's a new form record, you don't, you want to handle a document in another way. If if there's any other ID, please share it in Slack or on on YouTube if you're on YouTube. All files from model listener. Okay, here we go. Don't want you to add this at this moment. So it's a component. Let's add that for the moment. We want to. So I know we should implement model listener, but actually, in Liferay we have abstract classes that are really helpful that we can extend. So it would be something like base something. So it would be base model listener. And now we have to find the entity. And I already done something like this. Let me share with you guys because you might think that I lied to you earlier on. Yeah, I prepared everything and that's not fair. I did something related to forms to add some use case. And it was to create accounts. And it's basically you define the form you want to account creation, and you add a model listener to get that information. And together with workflows, you can automatically create users. So if we check out this, we have form account model listener, and we have some information that we can use. So where is it? Yeah, the listener. And you see that, just these methods here. After update, we get the form ID from a configuration, and we are checking if the form record is for the form ID we are submitting, and we are checking the workflow status. And depending on that, when the user is submitting his account, it's pending by default because of the workflow, and we can add an inactive user and activate the user afterwards when the workflow gets approved. So business users just approving information from the forms don't have to go and create users themselves. So we can use this information for our entity. And I can tell you that was not an easy task to find that, because you have DDM form instance record. I think the one that interests us is the versions, because, or maybe not, because I don't see how they could update previous submission. But in any case, it should work kind of the same way. We will see if something wrong happened. For my component, I want it to be immediate true, so I want to activate it when I deploy the bundle. And another important information is what kind of services I'm implementing here. And how to find this information. It's basically, if you implement an interface, it will be this interface. I'm extending a class here, so I can dig into that class and see that this class implements model listener. So that would be the one I will use here. So now our class should be registered as model listener, and we could do a first test and say we want to override, like we did here, actually, on updates. So on after update is here, I will change that to have the name original record instead of model. And here, simply record. And there's already a difference here. I'm on 7.3 with this example, and you see that I only have the records. And I don't remember if this is the original model or the model from this new signature. So if someone has this information, I would be very curious to know about that. By default, I will use record, I think, and we will see what happens. And from that, I need to log something. Okay, so what I need to do, personally, I like SLF4G, yeah, and it's in Liferay, so I just have to do compile only. And because I love this library, I know by heart what information I need to put here. And it's this way. Hopefully, I didn't make any typo. Let's resolve that. Now we should have logger from SL4G. It's not working. Is it resolved? Maybe I have a typo here in the dependency. Let me check. You know what? We'll check. I'm using MVN repository for that. Just put org. Oh, okay. SLF4J. Yeah, just add a typo here. 4J, SLF4J. Okay. Too bad I didn't have a warning. But if it doesn't autocomplete here, it's not working. So let's do Gradle. Yeah, I copy that, and I don't have to put the version because Liferay BOM is taking care of that. I don't know what I did. I guess never improvise with dependency, right? Okay, so we have the logger here. We can say, sorry, logger factory, logger for all files for model listener pass, and we can do debug enabled. So if it's debug enabled, let's do debug and record dot get dd mform that dot sorry, get there an ID somewhere. Use form instance record ID. I think this is the one that will interest us. So it's a long. I just need to do from instance record ID equals to, and that should be good. Okay, now we need to deploy that. Let me open the terminal here. Let's use. Where is it switched? Okay. Just simple pedal deploy. Okay, we should see processing. And it started. So let's, where is it? Here. So let's do that again. Oh, let's sign out. Commerce features, demo, and commerce features. Hello. Oh, I think I forgot something. It will not work, and I don't want to go through that process of filling the form again. I need configuration. So I need, and I don't know by heart what, why I do that. Let's say Liferay module log for she. Yeah, that's something like that. Adjusting module logging. Okay. And something like that. Perfect. And I need to put it in. Let me zoom that for you guys. Any module resources, meta inf directly under meta inf. So that's good to know. I will do another file module log4j XML. Need to move that here. Okay. Oops. Good. And the file. And I need my package. I can reuse that here and put in debug. Okay. So again, I clean the logs so we can see the message clearly. Okay. It's emits. Yeah. Form instance record ID. That's the first step. Now what we need to do, is get all the fields. Let's go back on the home page. We need to get all the fields and the fields value. If you want to send an email with valuable information like title in the message, at least we'll see for the documents. Let's see what we have in record. Get the inform values. You know what? What I want to improvise where I already did something like that here. Let's find these projects because that's not an easy API. Okay, so I did a get form fields as map, and that is quite handy because I have key value storage mode. So I see that I need to get field values, and for each fields, maybe we need to improvise here a bit. Let's do something similar and put a private message that returns a map of string import. Okay. Get fields as map. And DDM from this acquisition report, and for now, I just create a new map. Fields as map, hash map. Okay, and I return fields as map. Okay, and now I need to say record.get values. I can add in the signature, and I will try catch from the method calling that. And say field values. And for each field value, okay, we do. Let's say field value. That's proper. Field value gets go back. Get name or get value. Let's find out. Get get field reference. This is what we this is what we enforced on the form. So I need to say that the key is a field reference, and the value is get value. As simple as that, or not? Is type value and not string, of course. And I to get string, okay. It's something. And you can put a local, so you need to put a local. So that's why you need to get DDM form. Yeah, we need to go back on the form and get the default local. Okay, let's use that to get the value as a string, and then we can do a put in the map with key and value. And then we return the map. We could try that again and say from the record, I actually need to try catch that. I have the logger, can say message and just a stack trace. And get fields and print out the fields. Did I do that here? Oh, I did in the, yeah, I guess I could log it during the for each. That would be easier. Field value, get type. So I could log also the type if I had some fields as date or with, we have text, but we also have the document, so it would be interesting. Okay, let's put that here like that. Get fields and just, yeah, let's put it that way. Just deploy that and try it out. If you have any feedback, some questions, once again, don't hesitate to use us community Slack channel, event dev.life. So it started. We can do another test here. No, I'm losing here. Okay. Demo be at liferay.demo commerce again. Hello. Let's submit that. Let's check out the logs. So we have the ID. And now we see for each field, what is it? So we have a file to share. This is a field reference name we put in the Liferay form. And we see that the type is document library. So that's quite interesting. And the value is actually JSON, a JSON value. And we have information about the file entry ID. So I guess we could use, DDL file entry service. I don't remember the name, but to get that file, and actually we have a URL. And we see that this URL is on documents, portlet, file entry, blah, blah. But that would be a good first step. We have a URL that we can use and send in the email. And now we have the email from for me, it's correct. Commerce again, hello. That's correct information. So yeah, just wrap it up in debug enabled here. And now we could just play with the fields. So now our next interest would be to send an email, right? And we have now all the information we need to do that. And sending an email, I think is pretty straightforward in Liferay. We have a mail service, sorry, typo here. We have a mail service we can use. Kernel, do we have something else? Service, that's test. That's the util one, but we want to go the OSVI way and use mail service here and put at reference. So then we can use that here. And the mail service actually send email is a mail message. So we need to build a mail message first. So mail message here, new mail message. That way mail message sets, and we have everything we need. And the from and the to are internet address. Let's build internet address first. Internet address, we don't have that. What is util? Oh, so we may need another dependency. I think it's JavaX mail. JavaX mail. Let's find what is used on Liferay. Sure. Liferay portal. I will say JavaX mail. We have, let's find something interesting. Yes, like Petra mail. This is the one we had. Let's move to 7.4. And let's go to Petra mail here. Let's look at the... oh, so it's not JavaX. It's actually Jakarta mail. Okay. I'll use that. Hopefully, I won't put the version, and we'll see if it works. Normally, the bomb is resolving all of this. Let's update Gradle dependencies. Should be done. Let's take out this internet address. Let's try with the version in case it's not part of the DOM. Also, when I refresh here, it's not part of the DOM. It's going on. Is it not the right dependency? Let's find another. Another, maybe in the mail engine. But Bitmail is the same. Mail reader, is it something? Let's find. Let's switch the branch. If anyone has it figured out, I would appreciate it, but it's weird, it's the same. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. So, and it's Xmail. Try forcing it to Xmail. Internet address. It's here. Why? The from. Continue. Well, I don't know why. Okay, it's weird, but let's go with that. Fields get get object key or default value. Let's do get its email from. So if we did the from, yeah. Address exception. Let's add here, and I think, yeah, let's collapse box. And email too. And here it's 2. Okay, and now we have mail message. We can set from is the from address. Set to yes, the to address, and then we still need subject, which is fields get title, and then message for set body. Okay, just make it clear on what we're building. And then I could, no, not the mail message, but service, and then send email, and it would be the mail message. And before deploying that, let's check out if I said earlier that we have an SMTP for dev that is basically block notification. Basically helps you. You see that it's a nice interface. You can view HTML emails, and you have a nice way to see that. So it's very handy when you do demos, but also when you're working locally. How should I trigger that? I could, I could just select again test. I'm lazy now. To simple test. Oh no, what I wanted to do is activating workflows first. Not workflows, just notifications on the form level. So I need to configure that notification and from name dev.24 with G4 demo, sorry, demo address anything demo subject for files new entry. Okay, so we can check the default behavior of notifications by email with our forms. Right, maximum number of submissions has been reached. So configuration we didn't take care of. That might be in site settings or instance settings. Upload. Forms. Yeah, here you go. Maximum repetition for upload fields. Oh, so that would be interesting when we do multiple files. Like, what's the maximum number you can upload? We also have the extensions, so that's good. The file size also. I think on WeTransfer it's 2 gigabytes. So here it would depend on if you want to do that real service in a Liferay project. I guess it depends on your infrastructure. And maximum uploads, that's our problem. So default is 5. Let's try -1 for unlimited. I once had a customer who, message from Fabian, I once had a customer who got spammed. They had to clean thousands of records. Yeah, was it through, be careful with public-facing forms, for sure. And something we could add, of course, on forms, but I don't want to spend much time in the interface, is we had some configuration and we could use CAPTCHA and just add it. It would be a first step to, to reduce spamming from bots. Another thing I'm thinking of, you're welcome to come on stage if you want to directly interact and share some thoughts, some ideas, and you don't have to go through the Slack actually. Let's not for this put a CAPTCHA. It annoys me. I always fail at that. Maybe I'm a robot. What I want to do now is, so did I save my configuration? Just checking. Yeah, -1. So I hope that means no limits, as we often see during other configuration in Liferay. Commerce test at liferay.com, test at liferay.com, test. Okay. Oh, and we have the notification, and with the configuration we did, like we have a name. That could be something we could add to the form. We could add a from name, or name from, or something like that, and have an addition. And we have a nice HTML notification, right? So now let's try our thing, because we have built this. Let's deploy. Started, great. Let's go back here. let's share another commerce feature to dev.24 liferay.demo from me at liferay.demo commerce features. Hello. Check out this document. Test. Submit. So I see everything here. What I want to check is here. Nice. We have both, both notifications. We have the one from the configuration and the one from what we did. So yeah, that's maybe some things we could do. Yeah, that's a problem here. It's that we are listening to any DDM form instance record version. So imagine you're adding a new contact form, for example. It will check, it will do the conversion of fields, it will try to do all of this. And we don't want that. We want to bind this listener to a specific form. So what we are going to do is actually add a new class. Let's say it's in a config package and it's all files configuration. And we will use OSGI configuration here. So it's in the meta, yeah, it's OCD, object class definition. I have to put here. That's some information we have to put here. We need an ID. So I will create a package, an API1. And in the API1, I want a class for all files. And I want to, I know that this ID I put in the configuration, I need to, put it in the model listener to be able to fetch the configuration. So instead of putting it, hard-coded in two places, just doing a config PID, and that will be wherever is our configuration, like that, and it will be the name of the configuration class, and that is our PID. Okay, I have a constant, and I put it in an API to make clear, next to the internal that it's something I want to expose. I want to export. Maybe another module could use those constants. So I could add an export package and say, constant. I want the package on top. Don't want this one. Okay. PNG. And this, and I had to add a new line. Okay, it's automatically saved. Constant configuration, and now I can put an ID saying it's config PID. Import static constant from here. What else? Localization. Yes, so it will be in content language. It's the relative path of content is the folder and language is the file name. And I believe it's under resources. We can verify that afterwards. Let's put a description, and that would be the key of the localized description. So we'll scope that with all files config and say description. I'm lazy. And we have something else. Yeah, the name or files.config. Okay. All we need to have is the form ID. So it's not a class, it's an interface. And we need to say long form ID. And we need to annotate that with attribute definition. First thing is required false. Then we can make a default. We don't have to here. Or maybe default would be -1. So we can verify it. You know, in the config it's -1. We don't trigger anything. And here it would be a name, so it would be all files .config .form ID name .name, and here .desk. I think that's pretty much it for the configuration. And yeah, I can try that. And no, I should, no, I need to use this configuration actually in the model listener because I want to make a condition on the form ID. So here I need to do something else. It would be configuration PID. And I have the config PID here. Import static, it works. And I need, what do I need to do? I need to put a public void activate method with activate and modified. So I get notified and it reloads my component information when I have another, or if you change the form ID. And actually I need to store the form ID. So I could say private, I need the I need the to store the configuration, sorry. So I need a private volatile because I need to make that thread safe. And it is all files configuration. Just say config here. And we will, use it and initialize it and change it within the activate methods. So let's use the configurable util API. Configurable, and you need a map of properties. So I can pass this class. And I need a map of properties. I believe it's here. So it would be object or string. I'm not sure. Properties. Just verify something in the code of Liferay. We're looking for that and just check the signature. Properties, string objects. Yeah. So here, when we deploy the bundle, it activates this, it gets our configuration and the properties, and now we can use that and say, just wrap it around that. If form ID different to, no, just compare it to the record, right? Form ID equals record get DDM get form instance ID. I think this is the one. The record is it's a form. Then we can do our little thing here. Okay. We could do debug enabled on form ID and both things. Debug enabled, debug form ID equals, and config form ID, and record form ID, and we have this one. We can debug everything. Okay, I think that would be good. Let's deploy this and try. Processing. Stop started. Okay, just cleaning a bit the logs and do another file sharing. F24 or Liferay demo. Liferay demo. Where's hello? Submit. Did we receive an email? We didn't. Of course, because I didn't configure no, the form ID. I have the -1. So we added a configuration. Actually, we could create our own category here. And by default, if you don't do that, you have that in the third party. And we have, our files.config.name. So I've also missed the configuration. Let's do language, /language. Verifying maybe in my previous module. Let's check this out quickly. Yeah, resources, content. Okay. So it's not in meta.inf, it's here. So let's do a new file. Language. It is. And yeah, let's get that the quickest way possible. Okay. And say all files config. I won't be very about here. Form ID from site settings, content and data, and forms. And we check out on the form. So let's deploy that again quickly and check if we've fixed, the values on our configuration. Started. Okay, let's reload that. All files. Nice. And we have that. So actually, I have to do what I described. Let's put a new tab here and go to content forms and go to this one. And I believe we should see, it's not in the UI. I think we need to check this here. In the URL, we have form instance ID. And we can just pass it here. Okay, let's go back. In our case, log out, commerce again, always commerce. Demo, Liferay, commerce for the win. Hello. Submit. Okay, so we have a match. it's the right instance record. And we have our message, commerce for the win, with the right sender and recipient. So yeah, what we added is simply the configuration to make sure that we do that with the right form. Should we add something else? I don't think so for the moment. We could add our changes. GitHub repo, git commit, fit. It would be send email with subject and message from Liferay forms, from a Liferay form. Yes, let's do that and push it. So it's up to date for you guys if you want to, to clone it and play with it. Let's find, yeah, 12 seconds ago. Okay. We have more or less 20 minutes, I believe. Maybe less, a bit less. So next step, what would it be? Let's go back on here. Should we try multiple recipients? Or should we go with, email verification? I would be tempted to check what multiple recipient does, but it can be up to you. So if you have a preference, you can step out, come to the stage, or type it on Slack or anything, or on YouTube. And in the meantime, I could already maybe update. See and update the form and at least show you what it looks like from the end user perspective. Repeatable here. Save. Yeah, now we could do, I don't want to share from logged in user. Could do for a demo and have 48 for a demo. Yeah, let me log out. I'm curious just to see what happens without updating anything. Demo. Demo. Eight commerce and submit, and we actually have, but that would be a problem because it would override. It's the same field reference, and you can't have bad data if you don't have data, any data. You're right, Jonas. So no, if I think if I'm checking the SMTP, it would be sent only to dev.48. Commerce, yeah, dev.48, because it's been overriding the previous one. So I need to check if there is a way to change that. Do we have on the field value? What do we have? Field value. Get TDM form values. Maybe it's all the values for the same reference. And DDM from field values, maybe. And we have a for each value. Let's see what happens here. Value. Or value. Value dot get. Value get string from default local. And actually, let's debug. That's that and say debug values from, and that would be the value at the reference, right? And we should see it might be repeated twice. Maybe let's not do that and just check the new log. Yeah. Okay, processing started. And let's go again. Commerce dev.24 Liferay demo 48 me Liferay demo commerce always commerce. Hello. And submit and check the logs. Okay, I should have cleaned that up. It started here. $86. Yeah, that's the right one. How many fields I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Values from email too. What's happening? My logs are not very clear. I have the impression that it repeated for each field. That maybe not the right way to iterate on values. Field value get value, and do we have something that suggests? Oh yeah, no, it's for different locals. I can't find a proper way, and because I'm limited in time here, I may do something not really good. Let's do that. let's say I have email to index. Let's start at 1 and say, because I need to handle the multiple email tos. But email to could return a list. No, it returns. Oh, I'm doing string, so I could concatenate with commas and have a single value if I override. Like if fields as map get key. Validator use map compute, so it has to concatenate. Compute. May have with compute, Fabian, if you can, share your knowledge on that, either on Slack or our stage. I would really appreciate it. Let's see what does compute. The key, doesn't it need a function, remapping function. So it would be a new function. String 1. Lambda, okay. Let me look here and see the definition. Remapping, I don't know what the first string is. Hey, Fabian.
Hello. How are you?
My saver.
Yeah, let's write that compute thing.
Yeah. So what is S1 and S2?
What you're going to do is you're going to put the first argument is the key. So you've got it, and then the second one you put key and value.
Sorry, S1 is this one is key.
Yes, S1 is key, and S2 is value. And what you're going to do is here instead of null, value dot concat.
So it's the current value of the key
yes.
I have. Okay, and
now we can concat comma or something like that, and concat the new value.
So that's string. So it's like comma. Like
yes. Oh, be careful. You have to rename one of them. You've got two fields named value. So you're going to call the first one new value. This is going to be the old value, this one.
Oh, this one is,
yes.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And
let's do
so old value, yes.
And
that's good.
It was found key.
Yes, perfect.
And so old value would concat the new value, right?
Yes, and add a comma or something like that.
Just before, yeah, like string pool.
It should be okay.
Comma plus new value. No, it's not new value, it's just value.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's try that.
And I don't have to do anything with the found key.
Remove the line 89 as a consequence. Oh yes, and what's going to happen? Compute is going to put the value if there is nothing.
Oh, compute if present, it says.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's not do that. If we have the key, so is it what it does? If we have the key, then we do the concat thing.
We should do compute. Otherwise, we won't put the first element.
Okay, but if it's the first element, maybe I don't want the comma. Or
you can make maybe a null check in your function, so it's not going to be a one-liner. Can add braces and can do a null check.
What null of on the all value.
Yeah.
I'm doing that.
Yeah.
Else I'm doing what I'm doing. Just all value concat with the value.
Yes. Let's try that.
Okay. What does it complain for? It has to return something. Oh, it returns the value. I can remove else actually.
Yes, indeed.
And deploy. I know you would save me today. Is it deployed? Oh,
it's Olivier. He got us covered as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we've got a 20 seconds or something like that delay.
Yeah. And now we can test that. Commerce. Demo. From me at liferay.demo. Commerce. Using my mind. Okay. Submit. That's weird. Did I enable? Yeah, I have.
What do you see in the logs? Was a bit quick.
Just form instance ID debug. So it's this one, and then the get fields as map. Don't put anything here.
We're not going inside of it?
No. Key, field value and value. Not sure why. Let's check what happened here. We don't have the new mail, so it didn't send anything.
Have you changed anything else that we?
Not sure, but I think I will need to figure this out, off screen, so we can have a nice conclusion for tomorrow and maybe new steps.
Exactly.
To see multiple recipients and maybe verify user. That would be good. So that's all for today. I hope that was not too boring. And thanks again, Fabian, for joining me on stage and saving me on and helping me on the compute thing. And I will dig into that.
Ciao.
Thanks, Fabian.
Thank you, Louis-Guillaume. We are up for another, how do I say, contrast. Because if anything, you have dealt with code. And while the time is off, time is over now for this allotted slot. We have the next one. I see Vitaliy waiting already in front of the stage, so please come up, and we will bring you in for the next session. The next one, there he is. Okay.
Is on.
Welcome, Vitaliy.
Welcome, Vitaliy.
Yeah, the contrast is Louis dealt with a lot of code, and the next one is basically the opposite. So we're not dealing with any code or not with lot of code. The next topic is called codeless site implementation. And let me double check something here. Nothing yet. So I'm very happy to say that you took the offer and you submitted from outside of Liferay. So it's always good, just like last year, just like this year, to hear the voices from outside. What are you doing? What kind of sense are you doing or making with what comes out of Liferay, what we throw over the wall, or what is documented, or how documented is it, or what kind of nice strategy do you find to use, abuse, or extend it? That's what we're about to see, I guess. Louis, do you have anything to say about codeless now that you're done with a lot of code, or should we just let him go?
I'm willing to I'm looking for that, because that was a lot of code before, as you said, and it's nice to see what you can do without code in Liferay, and how far you can get in the latest and greatest version.
Yep. With that, I would say welcome, Vitaliy Koshelenko.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm great to become a speaker at this conference, and I'm great to see you all here. And at this session, we will talk about the codeless site implementation, and we will create a sample site with this approach. But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Vitaliy. I am from Ukraine. I am a Microsoft company. And I have been working with Liferay for more than 10 years already. I have started in 2010 with version 5.2. And currently I'm working mostly with 7.3 and started working with 7.4. I am more like a backend developer, but I am often involved into front-end activities like theme development or templates implementation. Basically, when a new project started in our company, we always started the development with a theme creation. With a theme, we defined the page, portal page structure, we defined the header, the footer, the navigation elements, and all was based around the theme. Also, we used theme-related features such as theme settings, color schemes. We used resource importer to import resources, or theme inheritance to build theme hierarchies. And basically, we just developed new and new themes and made our customers happy. But recently, about 2 years ago, Liferay released a new approach for site building. It was called Master Pages, and together with style books, with custom fragments and master pages, custom theme was not required anymore. But first, I was honestly a bit skeptic about such approach. But recently, we had implemented 2 different sites for our customer. And the first site, as always, we implemented using a theme approach. So we created a custom theme, we created a header, footer, we created a navigation structure. Everything was based in theme. We also created custom fragments for customer to set up the content. And everything was okay, and we released the site. But sometime later, we had questions for our customer: how can I change this stuff, or how can I change this thing? And we always had to answer that you cannot do this because this is part of SIEM, and to make this change, we need to change the code, we need to make the deployment, and so sometimes deployment is tricky, especially when it is concerned at the DXP cloud environment, where just for one code, we need to rebuild all the environment, we need to run the regression testing, and so on. And that's why for second side, we used another approach with master pages. So we just created master pages to define page structure. We created custom fragments for header, for footer. We created page templates, and then we finally created pages for our site. Everything was ready for about 1 week, and customer was happy. And that's why there are basically two different approaches, SIEM-based and seamless. So now let me share my screen, and let's review them together. Okay, so far there are two different approaches for site creation. So the first one is SIEM-based, and the second one is seamless. This SIEM-based approach, page structure is defined statically in SIEM, while in seamless approach, it's dynamic because it is derived from master pages. But with SIEM approach, all the code is stored in single place, basically in a Git repository. And in seamless approach, the code is scattered across different components. Some code is inside fragments, some other code is inside widget templates, for example. And also with SIEM approach, the version history is supported. For example, if you make some changes which break the system, we can always roll back. While if we do these changes directly on portal, sometimes it's tricky, and we cannot just revert to a previous state for our fragment or widget template, for example. But SIEM requires deployment, of course. For seamless approach, no deployment required because everything is configured on portal. Also, SIEM-based approach requires more strong front-end development skills and less skills required for seamless approach. But on the other hand, SIEM-based approach is more powerful because with SIEM you can create your custom logic in your templates. You can use SIEM context contributors. You can create style books and so on. While in seamless approach, you have some limited options. But this approach is modern and dynamic. It's recommended by Liferay, and it uses the most up-to-date technologies such as master pages, content pages, fragments, and style books. That's why seamless approach wins here, and we'll create a sample site with this approach. Now let's define what is codeless approach. It is basically seamless because SIEM is not required. It is deploymentless because we don't have a SIEM and we don't need to deploy anything. And everything is configured on portal. But we will need still to implement some code. We will need to implement HTML, CSS code for our fragments, and we will need to implement some free marker code for our widget templates. Okay, and in scope of this session, we will implement a sample site with codeless approach, and we will use the following technologies. We will use master pages to build the basic templates. We will use page templates to create more specific templates. We will use also content pages. We will use fragments. For example, for header and footer, we will use navigation menus and widget templates, and we will also touch style books. Now let's review the target site we are going to build. It is based on the Learn Liferay.com. I believe all of you are familiar with it because it's official Liferay documentation. And we will have this welcome page. On welcome page, we will have a search bar and discover more button, which will lead to the home page. Also, we will have a header and footer. In header, we will have menu with external links. We will have logo and title both in header and footer. We will have some links also in the bottom, and we will have language and profile menus in the top. This is our welcome page. On the home page, it will be the same, but we will have also the left menu and the breadcrumb. Also, we will have chapters and pages navigation in the content section, and we will have search in the top. The same about the chapter page, and finally the content page will have the content itself. And we will also have a search results page where we will have the search results displayed on the page. Okay, and now let's start our implementation, and we will start implementation with the header fragment. But first, let's create a site. I am currently on 7.4 Liferay, and I'm going to create a new site. So I go to Control Panel, Sites, and I'm going to create a new site, and I'll call it Learning Center. Okay, so I have created a new site, and now I'm going to create a new fragment. So to create a fragment, I'll create a new fragment collection. I'll call it LC fragments. And inside here, I create a new fragment called LC header for our header. First, let's define the header structure. I'll copy it from here just to speed up the process. Okay, so our header will have the following structure. It will have log and header in the first section. It will have navigation and search in the middle, and it will also have language switcher and user account to the right. Okay, let me copy also CSS file. Okay, for log and header, we will use the editable fields. Editable fields in Liferay fragments allow content editors to make the inline content editing directly on page. There are different types of editable fields, and also there is different syntax to implement editable fields. For example, you can do it like this, Liferay editable, and define the type. But this syntax is already deprecated, and it's better to use the syntax with data attributes. For example, you can type like this and define data Liferay editable type, for example, rich text. It's for link. Let me copy these fields. So far, we will have two different fields, one editable image and another one editable title for our header. Okay, for navigation and search, we are just going to embed a drop zone. We can do it using the tag Liferay drop zone. It's not rendered here, but on content page, we will be able to drag and drop some fragments and widgets inside the drop zone. And now for a language switcher and user account, we are going to use the embedded widgets. To embed a widget into a fragment, basically we use the syntax Liferay widget, and then we need to type the widget name. For example, for navigation, we use it like this, Liferay widget now. But unfortunately, for language widget and user account widgets, there are no predefined tags, so we need to use another approach. And so we can use tag library to include our widgets to our fragment. I'll copy it here. Okay, so here we will have our widget for language and widget for user account. You see them right here. And now I will save our fragment. I'll publish it. Now I'll create a test page just to verify how it works. Okay, let's add the new fragment to our page. Let's see header. Okay, so we have such fragment here. We can define some styling. For example, we can define background color. We can define text color. We can make some text. We can select some image. Okay, so basically this works. What else we need? We may want to make some parts of this fragment configurable. For example, we need to make this language and user account configurable to be able to hide or show these widgets on our fragment. And to do this, we can use the fragment configuration option. If you go back to fragment, we see there is a configuration tab, and there are field sets, but by default there are no any fields. But we can create our custom fields for fragment configuration. So I just copy these fields and put them here. And in this section, I define two different fields, one show language and another one show personal bar to control the visibility of language and personal bar widgets. Now I'll copy the final version of our fragment here. I'll publish it. And now I'll propagate the changes to be applied on the page. Okay, so far I refresh the page. And now I should see the controls for visibility of our widgets. For example, if I uncheck show language, it's disappeared, or if I check, it's appeared. So it's working, and our header fragment is ready. Okay, now let's move to footer fragment. The footer fragment we will create in the same way. I'll just create a footer fragment, and I'll just put some already defined code. Okay, and for footer fragment, we'll also have editable image and editable header in the same way like we have for header. And we will have two different drop zones, one for navigation and another one for social links menu. So it will be similar to our mockup. So this will be a header like this will be a footer. Okay, I publish the footer. I go back to this page. And let's test our footer. Okay, so far we have this footer. We can drag and drop some fragments inside our drop zones in our fragment. We can, for example, drag and drop social links, which is the default Liferay fragment. And this way we can build our footer. Okay, but this is just a test page. And now let's create a master page template. Okay, so I go to the page templates section, and there are different tabs for master templates, for page templates, and for display page templates. Now we need master because we are going to create a master page template. As for master page templates, for our case, we need to create two of them. One will be the default master template for default page view, and another one will be the page template with left navigation. So in this case, drop zone will be in the right section, and in the left section, there will be a left navigation menu. Okay, first I'm going to create a new default master page template. So to do this, I create a master page template. I add a header element. I add a footer element. And now I need to make the configuration to make them more nice and pretty. So I just add a background color like this. I'll add a text color like this. I'll select a logo image also for footer. And I define some name for the header. This is going to be a learning center. Okay, what else? So in the bottom, we need to add a social navigation, right? And to the middle, we are going to build the navigation ourselves. So we can add a grid. We can define, for example, 4 columns. We can expand some sections. Then I'm going to add a container. Inside the container, I can add a header. I can make it smaller. I'll add a spacer. And I'll also add a paragraph. Okay, this is going to be resources. And this is going to be downloads link. I have this information here. This is going to be downloads. And I'll set this link. Okay, and I'll duplicate it and create another one for documentation. And I'll use this link. Okay, if we look at our structure, we see that we have a container and these elements. We can move these elements inside the container. Paragraph. So everything is inside the container. And in this case, we can click on our container and we can just duplicate it. And now we can move it into another section and just rename it to documentation, for example. And in the same way, we can rename these links also. Also, we can define links for social navigation, for example, for Facebook, we can define Facebook link. For Twitter, we can define Twitter link. And for LinkedIn, we can define LinkedIn link. Okay, let me publish my master template. And let's see what is missing. If we compare it to our mockup, we see that we are missing the top navigation menu. And as long as these are external links, we can combine them into a separate navigation menu. So to do it, we can go to Site Builder navigation menus, and we can create our custom top links navigation menu. And now we can create pages for top links. So I'm going to create a new page. This is going to be a link to URL page because it is an external page, and I am going to add it to our top menu. And now I'm going to define the URL for this page. Okay, in the same way, I can create another pages. For example, I'll create a new page naming, and I'll define link to Liferay University. I'll create a new page for community, and I'll define link to Liferay dev. And finally, I'll create a new link to Help Center. And this is going to be a help Liferay.com URL. Okay, so far I have created those pages, and if I go back to the navigation menu and open it, I see that all these pages are inside. Now I can edit our master template in this way. I can add a new navigation menu to our drop zone in the header, and now we can make the configuration. So we need to configure the menu. So this is primary navigation, but we're going, we need to choose the navigation, and this is not a primary navigation. This is going to be a top links menu. But the display template bar minimally styled is okay for this case. So we just save the configuration and we publish our master template. And we see that external links are already displayed in our header. Okay, so far we have created a master page template for basic pages, and now let's do it for another template with left navigation. To do it, we may not create it from scratch, but we may duplicate the existing template. So I just make a copy and I rename it. So I just set it name and I call it, let's see, Learning Center left navigation. Okay, now I go to our template and we need to make the following adjustments. We need to add a grid in the center section. Let's do it like this. In our case, drop zone will be in the middle, and in the left, we will have also a navigation menu. Menu will be on the left. Okay, and what else? Also, we need to add a breadcrumb. A breadcrumb will be here in the middle section. And in the left section, we need to make the configuration of our widget, of our navigation menu, and we need to create a custom widget template to display this in this way. So to do this, I'm going to create a new widget template. So I go to design widget templates. Widget templates are basically templates for widgets where we can define how the widgets look. So we can create our custom UI for these widgets, and I'm going to create widget template for navigation menu. So I choose the navigation menu, and now I'm going to create the navigation menu for left navigation. Okay, and I'll copy it from here in order to speed up the process, but I'll just explain a little bit. So we display all the page and all child pages in this section, and we also display the backlink to return the previous menu. Okay, I save it. And now I go back to our master page template, and inside the configuration, I need to choose the display template to be the left navigation. Okay, I save the template. Okay. And what else? We need also to add a search bar to the top section. To do it, we need to adjust the drop zone inside the header section. That's why we need to add a grid here. I'll do it 2 columns, and I'll do it like this. So the navigation will be on the left, and I'll also add a search bar to the right. Okay, so this will be our master page template for left navigation templates, and also I'll add a configuration for search bar, and I'll define the destination page. It will be pointed to search results page, which we are going to create. Okay, so I publish master page. And also we have already created the widget template for left navigation, but also we are going to create a new widget template for navigation, but for this boxes navigation. It is going to be a new widget template called chapter navigation. So I'm going to create a new widget template, navigation menu template, and it will be a chapter navigation. I'll also copy it from here. And here we will render the boxes navigation for chapters and child pages. Okay, I save it right here. And now, so far, we have 2 different master templates. One default and one master page template with left navigation. So master page templates define the basic templates, but then we can create the individual page templates based on our master page templates. If we check our mockups, we will have different page templates. For example, we can create page template for a welcome page template for chapter page template for content page, and also a page template for search results page. And now we are going to create all of them here. I go to page template section and create a new collection, LC templates. This is going to be a collection for our custom page templates. And now let's create page templates based on our master pages. First, I'm going to create a welcome page template. It is going to be based on default template. Welcome template. For welcome template, we are going to add a grid, expand it a little bit. We are going to add a container. Inside the container, we can add some styling. We are going to add a header element. Welcome. Center. Okay. Also, let's align text. Right center. Let's add some description, paragraph. Let's add a search bar. Also, let's add a button. Okay. Okay, and let's align text center, and let's define some text. Go to, and this is going to lead to web learning center home. So this will be a home page of our learning center. And for search configuration, we are going also to point it to search results page. Okay, so this is our page template for welcome page. Now let's create a page template for content page and chapter page. First, let's create a chapter page template. Okay, in chapter page template, we already have a breadcrumb, a left navigation menu. All we just need to put a header here. Sorry, not HTML. We need to put a header. This is going to be header. We are going to put a content. This is going to be content. And also we need to add a navigation menu. And for this navigation menu, we will choose our custom widget template, chapter navigation, and save the configuration. And we do it to make the menu similar to these boxes. Okay, I save it. This is our chapter template. Also, we will create a new page template based on left navigation for content pages. Let's see, content page or content template. I'm also going to add a heading. Page. And also we'll add some page content here. Okay, this will be our content page template. And finally, let's create a page template for search results. So I create a new page template. It will be also based on default because there will be no left navigation. And I'll call it, let's see, search template. Okay, for search configuration, we will add a grid here. We will make it 2 columns. We will add it like this. Okay, we will add a container here, container here. We will add some margin. And the same for this container. Okay, in the left container, I am going to add the search bar. And to the right, I am going to add the search results. Also, to the left section, I am going to add some facets. So, for example, text facet to make search by text, category facet to make search by categories. And on our site, as long as we search for content on pages, we are going to search for pages only. That's why we are going to put the type facet. Type facet here to make some predefined configuration. So let me click here, configuration. By default, all the asset types are included, and we need to include only the page to display only the page result, only pages in search results. Now I save the configuration and publish our template. Okay, so far we have created all the required page templates. And now we can start with content creation to create the actual pages on our site. So I go to Site Builder Pages section. First, I'm going to create a welcome page, and it will be based on welcome template. I'll call it also welcome. Okay, I create this page. It's based on template, so everything is here. So we can just adjust some text if we need. We can also adjust some styling, some configuration, but so far everything is defined in template. So far we are good, and welcome page is okay. So I just publish it. Now let's create the home page. Home page is a chapter page. That's why we will use chapter template. And here we will type, for example, documentation. And we can add some lorem ipsum text, for example. Okay, publish the page. Now let's remove move the home page to the top. Then welcome page. Okay, I'm going to delete the test page because it's not required anymore. And now let's create all other pages inside the home page. Yeah, but first let's create the search result page. We also already have the search result template, and now we are going to create a page and call it. Okay, so this is our search results page. Everything is taken from the page templates. We may make some adjustments here, but we don't need because everything is configured in the page template. So we just publish this page. And now we need to create some pages inside the home page. So now if we go to the home page, we see it like this. We see left navigation, we see breadcrumb navigation, but we don't see any other chapters. And now we are going to create them according to our mockups. Okay, I have already the page tree here, so I will build it like this. So I go back to the pages, and I add a child page to the home page. I choose the chapter template and call it getting started. Okay, and this is going to be the getting started page with some pretty content. Okay, I publish this page. The next page is site building. This is also a chapter page. Okay, I also changed the header name. Okay, I publish the page. And now let's create child pages. Getting started. I'll create a new page. This is going to be a content page. Okay, also generate some dummy text. Publish the page and create yet another page. Content template. Also change the header and add some content. And publish the page. Okay, and also add finally add 2 child pages for site building. The first one is going to be adding a site. Define the content for the page. Publish. And finally, the last page. Also content template. And also define some content on this page. Okay, I publish this page. And now let's look what we have so far. So I go to welcome page and I see such amazing welcome page with header, with footer. In the header, we have some external links where we can go to Liferay.com, for example. In the footer, we have social navigation. We have a link to the home page. Also, we have a search bar where we can perform a search. For example, if we search for site keyword, we are redirected to the search results page, and we see all the search results which are related to site building. So we see the site building page, adding a site page, and so on. So when you go to the Learning Center, we also have different kind of navigation. So for example, we have a left navigation like this. If you go inside the chapter, you can go back. You can see this navigation. Also, you can navigate through this chapter navigation. You can go click on chapter header and go to the chapter, or you can click on page and you can be navigated to the page itself. You can also use breadcrumb navigation, and you can navigate it like this. So far, we have created such an amazing site with almost no code approach, with a little bit code for widget templates and for fragments. And now let's touch another topic, which is called the style books. With a style book, we can define a custom styling for our site. And to create a style book, we can do it like this. Go to style book. And now we are going to create a custom style book for our site. And we will call it LC style book, just like this. Okay, and style book allows user to define custom styles for the elements on the page. So we can define custom colors, spacing, layout, typography, button styling. All these elements are taken from the theme. As long as we don't have any custom theme, all these tokens are taken from the classic theme. But if we develop our custom theme, we can implement our custom token definitions and use them in theme and define the styling right here. For example, if we want to customize our style book, we may need to change some colors. For example, I'm going to change the info with navy color because I like it. Okay, so we just change to navy and we see that the changes are immediately applied on this preview page to the left. We may also change, for example, colors for buttons. So if we go to button tab and if we change button color, we see that button color is also changed. Then we publish it and we have our style book here. And then we can apply our style book. Style book can be applied directly to a page or to a page template or even a master page. For example, if we go to our master pages, I go to page templates, I go to default page template. And here, if I click look and feel, I see that there are two different style books. One is default style book and another one is Learning Center style book. And if I choose another style book, I see that styling for that style book is immediately applied to our site. So once I publish the master page, all the changes should be propagated. And once I go to our site, we see the updated styling on our site. If we go to Learning Center, we see this styling is not applied. This is because it uses another master page, but we can apply it also to another master page template. If we go here and if we apply it style book to another master page template, we see that these changes should be also applied. Okay, so far we have implemented such amazing site using almost no code approach, only with master pages and widget templates and custom fragments. What else? So what are the next steps? Basically, we have just created a demo sample site, which is not styled too much. It's just for demonstration. So next steps are basically custom styles or style book configuration to make the site look more good, more pretty. So the next steps are content setup. On this site, I have set up only some demo content with using only the default fragments, but we can build our custom fragments. We can also use structured content, for example, web content, and we can use content field mappings from web content to fragment fields. We can also use display pages and display page templates, but all this is topic of a separate session. But there are such possibilities, and they can be used during site building. The next steps are obviously the quality assurance. We need to make sure that our site looks good during cross-browsing testing, that it looks good on mobile devices. And finally, the latest step is the release of our site. If we have different environments, for example, test, QA, production, we can move our site easily between environments using the layer files. What we need, we just need to go to publishing, export, and here we can just export all the pages, configuration, and content, and import them on target site. Okay, so what are the conclusions and recommendations from my side? So I suggest to use codeless approach for site building when it is possible, especially for small sites which do not require a lot of custom logic and customization, and content-based sites. And for other scenarios, we can use a mixed approach. So we can use a custom theme to define basic styling, to define the custom elements, to define the style book, and we can use all the defined styling in elements using the master templates approach. So if we mix all these approaches together, we can get benefits of both of them. We can get the powerful of themes and the dynamism of master page templates. And also another recommendation, if we make these changes directly on portal, for example, if we go to widget templates and make these changes directly on portal, especially on production, I suggest to keep this code somewhere in Git repository. For example, if we corrupt something on our site, we can easily roll back to the previous state. So this is all I wanted to say. In the scope of this session, we created this amazing site. And yeah, that's all. Thanks for your attention. And I also share a link to my blog. So if you have some questions, you can read it and ask me in the comment section. Okay, that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Vitaliy. That was quite interesting, and I have to think about the first time we introduced content pages in 7.1 and how far it went from then.
Yeah, it's far away from the initial version.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
You didn't have any grid back then. That's right. We have some questions from the Slack. The first one is, and it's addressed to you and Liferay, I guess. Do you know if there is an effort to be able to embed any widget in fragments, without using Liferay.runtime?
Yeah, you can do it easily. Let me share my screen again.
Sure.
Okay, but there is basically a limitation. You can do it only for those widgets which have the fragment alias. For example, if you need to embed a widget, you need just to type Liferay widget. And then you need to type this section. And this part, for example, now is an alias for navigation widget. So if you develop your custom fragment, you can just specify the fragment alias property, and you can then just use this property inside your fragment. But for some internal Liferay classes, Liferay widgets do not have such properties. That's why we need either use this runtime library, or another approach, we can override the SGI properties of the internal Liferay portlet, and in this case, we will also be able to render them inside the fragment.
Yeah, because you're using FreeMarker syntax to get that instance of a widget. And my guess is that it's like work in progress, making aliases for more and more widgets, so you don't have to do that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Maybe Liferay had done this on purpose. Maybe they allow some widgets to be rendered in fragments. Some are restricted because of some policy. But anyways, there are workaround. You can either use tag library, or you can customize the properties of the widget.
So, yeah, but if I have some echo, I don't know from where, but you know, if you can invoke it with FreeMarker, it's good to say that you don't have the alias because you don't want this to be, to be displayed here. So either you don't allow Liferay.runtime FreeMarker, or it seems that it could be a work in progress.
Yeah, but
adding nodes.
FreeMarker tag library, it's just a workaround for those widgets which cannot be rendered in a normal way.
Yeah, and something I'm not sure about, I don't know if you try to explore this, is if there's an extension for adding your own aliases for your widgets. So you would develop something that you will let business users to use aliases in fragments.
Yeah, this is easy, and you just need to define a single property in component and in fragment, or in a portlet component annotation. It's called like fragment alias, and you just define your fragment alias name, and using this name, you can refer your custom widgets in a fragment.
Okay, so here we go. We have a way to have fragment alias for our own widgets.
Yeah, you can do this easily.
Another question was, beyond storing in Git, do you know of industrial-ready provisioning schemes or tools?
Okay, there are different approaches for solutions for different things. For example, if you develop fragments, the recommended way is a fragment toolkit. So you develop all your fragments with a fragment toolkit, then all is stored in Git. And once you deploy, you see the fragments in your control panel. But the disadvantage of this approach is that in this case, I'm not sure about regular portlets, but at least with React portlets, you are not able to edit these fragments on portal. So in this case, you lose the opportunity for editing this directly on portal. And if you use this approach, you will need redeployment each time you need to make the changes in the fragment. This is for fragments. Also, for widget templates and web content templates, there are different approaches. In the past, we used resource importer with custom themes to import resources. Now there are content site initializers. So while site is initialized, we can set up some custom widgets or widget templates or web content templates. And during the deployment, we can install them. And when we make the changes, all the changes are in Git and applied during the deployment.
Okay. Can you please? Another question is: can you please share? And I think it will be the last one. Can you please share the widget template you have for the navigation via cards? So, do you have some resources?
Let me share my screen. I can share it, and basically, if somebody of you is not familiar, I have written in this article, and there is a link to Git repository.
Okay, I'll share that link in a global message, right in Work Adventure. So
yeah, I can share it. This Git this message right here, and I'll also share a link to the blog post. So if anybody wants, he can have a chance to get a look.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's a lot of nice information and feedback on codeless site implementation. And now I'll let my colleagues take over. I will have some rest. Thanks again, Vitaliy, for your presentation.
Thank you too. It was a great pleasure to become a speaker. Thank you.
Thanks. And thanks, guys, Anne and Jonas, for taking over and let me fix some bugs in my live coding session application, and maybe sometime later sleep a bit. Anyway, thanks a lot for the support, and thanks everyone, and have a nice ending for the first day.
Thank you so much, Louis. Thank you so much, Vitaliy. See you all.
Yeah,
see you, Louis, tomorrow. And Vitaliy, if you want to hang out at the Q&A pavilion so people can talk to you and check if there are any comments and questions about your other questions about your presentation, okay?
Yeah, okay, see you later. Bye.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Jonas,
All right.
that's you.
Yeah. So I get to introduce our next speaker, Neil Yashinsky. Neil's actually one of my teammates. I work with him in North America. So he's been around since 2020 for Liferay, but he's been in enterprise technology for a long time. He likes to he tirelessly works with the sales team especially when they have to stretch the truth, like marketers and salespeople like to do.
I resemble that remark.
Yeah, and they also have to set these impossible demo deadlines of tomorrow or whatever, right? But anyways, he's worked a lot with a lot of different companies and past jobs. He's led teams, but he also likes to play D&D. It's one of those nerd people, right? I like to do it too, so that's cool. But anyways, what he's going to talk about today is Liferay Objects. He's actually going to introduce us to that, and it's 7.4 just came out today, and so that's the new hot thing. And yeah, take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Jonas and Anne. And I just want to say, a virtual round of applause for Vitaliy as well. I thought that was a really great demonstration. I am excited to be here today, and I thought to get started, let me just see if I can do this. I thought it would be fun to get some feedback. And so if anybody is listening out there, I want to try something really quickly, because there's going to be a few things that I'm going to be out ahead of my skis on a little bit, and I'd love to get feedback from the audience. So anybody in the audience who is within the sound of my voice, go ahead and click on your character, and you can create a emoji. So for example, you could do a little wave there. I'm just curious if anybody else is in the audience do a little wave there, or any sort of emoji they wanted to. I am very eager for your feedback because I don't want to make any assumptions. And so I thought it would be fun to just solicit feedback from the audience. And for example, if you think that I am saying something that you don't really agree with, I encourage you to your feedback. I don't think you can throw tomatoes, but perhaps the crab emoji would be appropriate. I'm not getting a lot of feedback from the emoji. Oh, there's some emojis happening. Yeah, great. There, thank you. Yeah, it takes a minute. So I thought one other fun thing that we could do, people in the balcony over there, if you can hear me, sometimes in stadiums we do a little something called the wave. And yeah, there we go, people. So I was wondering if we could try to do a little wave in Work Adventure here. So wave, if you don't know, is at sporting events, they'll do something like this. They'll do a wave, and I was curious if I could get maybe my friends Bjorn or Amit or someone else in that top group to get a little bit of a wave going here, and just to break up the day. Yeah, there you are, Bjorn. Can you do a little wave emoji? We can see if we can get a little wave going in Work Adventure. And then we can just kind of go across the wave. It won't take up more than 20 seconds, but I thought it'd just be a fun thing. Anyone in the corner there? How about Jamie down there? Can you get a little wave going here? We can get some wave action going. Just a little something to break up the afternoon. It's silly, I know. Waves? Yeah, or Bryce, maybe? Bryce, get a little wave action going here. Anybody wave? Wave? Oh, okay. that was enough fun for the minute. I really like to get into talk about Liferay objects. So as I bring up my presentation here, can all take a look at this together. I am going to share my screen here, which I have not done yet. Work adventure. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see my screen. And today we will be talking about Liferay objects and what is it good for. So just to begin, I thought we would talk a little bit about what Liferay objects are in case people are not at all familiar with. I love the energy of the crowd, by the way. I just want to comment everybody who's getting excited out there. Thank you. So for those of you who are not familiar with this, Liferay Objects is a new capability that's being released with 7.4, and it is allowing people, business users, to not only capture information like you would through a form, but you can also create a whole persistent model and a headless API, as well as get really deeply integrated, as we'll see in just a moment, into the asset framework and permissions. And so we'll be talking much more about this, but for those of you who have not seen 7.4 yet, very exciting things to come. And just to set the stage, I thought we'd briefly talk about Liferay forms. I assume you all know, but again, we're just setting the stage. It's important to understand how powerful Liferay forms is, especially for handling things like rules, as well as fancy content types, geolocations, ability to connect in with dynamic data listeners, and things like that, as well as your own custom capabilities or abilities to create custom form types. Now, one other piece of functionality to consider, as I'm sure pretty much everybody here is familiar with it, but just to again set the stage, the Liferay Service Builder, it's a great way to create custom entities in Liferay and have them be treated like a first-class citizen, be able to do a lot of the permissions and workflow capabilities that you would get with native objects, and very powerful capabilities. And so all of these things kind of work together. And I just like to briefly mention that we're, in the comparison that I am making in a moment, that what you see is a little bit of a distinction without differences, that if you looked underneath the covers, that I'm blurring things a little bit or creating distinctions where they are not. And before I go on too much further, I'd like to give a plug out to two more of my colleagues who are going to be demonstrating more about Liferay objects. My good friend Wes Kempa is going to be demonstrating, I think, in about an hour from now, and will be showing a great demonstration that's going to be getting a little bit more into the nitty-gritty of how some of the technical aspects of this works, as well as, I'm going to not get this wrong, as well as my colleague in engineering, Gabrielle, and he has a presentation that I believe is tomorrow, gonna kind of explore under the covers a lot more details about how the magic works. So take a look for those two events, and I think you'll really like them. So with that said, I did want to, just as I talked about here, Liferay objects is a lot of things, and so what we're going to talk about here, when I say Liferay objects, again, there's forms in Liferay objects, and there's leveraging the asset framework in Liferay objects, and service builder type capabilities in Liferay objects. So as I compare this next capabilities here, just keep that in mind, that there's this Liferay objects is not its own thing that exists separately, but it is a new capability that is really going to be an important focus of our company, or of Liferay's focus, in terms of the ability to customize Liferay and in your own capabilities, as well as extend existing objects in Liferay. And so without further ado, I wanted to just take a brief moment to talk about how these things differ. And I'm really eager here for, like I said, anybody thinks that I have up for some feedback, please let me know with your crab emoji. But I've done a good amount of research and across about 20 capabilities, and I won't read through all of these because I'll just surface the highlights. What you see in this first slide here is forms are really powerful, and it gives you a lot of capabilities out of the box for things like leveraging workflow and rules, and being able to, as a business user, to come in and capture things like documents and web content and user uploads, and be able to channel this through the footprint of your digital experience platform, have it connect with all the various users in your systems through workflows, and at the end deliver a output that is very useful. And as you'll see in Liferay Objects, does a lot of these things. In some of these cases, for example, in the instance of multi-page forms, it doesn't quite do it as well yet. So you can't upload a document or user upload from this point at Objects. You'll get there very soon, but you can't do that. And likewise, for things like rules, you can use rules based on the forms capability. But Objects themselves, as I understand it, doesn't have any inherent rules capability in the layout, as we'll see in just a minute, how you can kind of build these user interfaces. And then there's Service Builder on the last. And you'll see as we get towards the end, Service Builder shines more and more. But Service Builder on its own doesn't provide a user interface at all. There's no business user capabilities, and so there you can connect it into other things like forms, but that's going to take a lot. There's going to take some custom development to make that happen. Now, I would like to point out, as my colleague Neil Griffin highlighted to me, there are some tools out there that will help you generate some of these things for you. Those are useful, yes, but they do not. It's safe to say these don't generate code that follows all your best practices, and so that capability exists, but it's more of a feature that has been developed in the field and is open through open source, as opposed to Service Builder, which is a part of Liferay. So as we go to the next slide, we'll see how forms begins to get more and more to outshine forms. And so in terms of permissions, you can have permissions around forms and creating forms and exposing the ability to enter forms using page-based permissions. But if you look at the granular permissions that you get from something like Service Builder, the ability to just view, the ability to access the area, the ability to update, delete records, add records, so forth, Objects is going to give you full Liferay capabilities, permissions. And so that's really important, because if you're going to be building some digital process, you want to be able to have tight controls on that. Objects also allows you to build things like display page templates and uses things like content mapping. And so it makes the ability to interact with these objects in meaningful ways a lot more powerful. And you can have multiple views of the data in Objects. You can kind of slice it and dice it in different ways, because you can use collection providers or collections, and that allows you, with content pages, you can basically, as we'll see in a moment, you can drop in a collection display and start having these items show up on your site with no code required at all. You can also do things like integrate it with your site menu. And so you can have that be a normal experience that you just come in and you're using one part of the Liferay, and then you're just using your own custom part of Liferay. But your users don't really know that this is a custom development. Again, Service Builder can do some of these things, but you're going to involve more code. You're going to have to open up an IDE, and you're going to have to, there's a lot of code out there that exists that'll get you on your way. But with Liferay Objects, it just happens. And now, as we get to the final section, you'll see how forms, especially in terms of persistence, really is left in the dust by Objects. And I would say it's really some of the amazing capabilities that Objects has in its ability to create defined tables and have all the CRUD operations that you need to add and update these records. And then it also comes with a headless API. And so you with not touching a single line of code, you can really create something that's powerful, that can connect into backend systems or accept submissions from something like a headless device or an Internet of Things object. and push that information into objects and really have it be connected in with your ecosystems. Now, as we get into this last page here, you can see where Service Builder has still some power that cannot be can't be approached with object set. And this is especially true for OSGI. So if you have very sophisticated needs in terms of configuration of different capabilities using OSGI, if you want to support versions of interfaces and things like that, then objects isn't there yet. Maybe it won't ever get there. I'm not sure, but that is a clear situation where Service Builder and all of its power is a great solution for that. So with that said, let's go ahead and jump into the demo here. So I am going to come over to my site here. Now we're looking at Liferay 7.4 for those of you who haven't seen it. And so I am going to attempt to create my demo here from scratch in front of you here. So I'm going to create a new object, and one of the things I wanted to cover here is what are the good use cases. And so one of the things that I've discovered is that if you have adjacency to the users that are already in your site already, Objects is going to offer you a great capability. So I thought it might be good to have the ability to capture features from our users. They're already in the site, and so I don't want to give them connectivity to create tickets yet or Jira things, but I want to be able to capture their issues. So I am going to create a new object called it's a site feature, and we will call the label site features. Actually, let's just call this site features. Keep consistent. And so on this first page here, what I have are the high-level information. We'll come back here in a minute as we get some more information into the system. So when I come in, the first thing that I want to do is I'm going to add a name field. And so we want this to be a string, and this will be a mandatory field because if you don't have a name, then you don't really have a feature request. So we'll add a description. Also make this a string. And next, we're going to use a couple of pick lists. I'm not going to create a pick list in front of you here because it's basically just defining a list of choices. And so you'll take my word as you see. It's very straightforward and easy, just like we're doing here. I just got to select my pick list here. I'm going to choose the category pick list. And I thought it would also be good to be able to assign this to a particular team. So are this going to be handled by my front end team or my back end? Maybe the infrastructure folks need to look at this. And then we'll also want to make sure we are getting information back from which department is requesting this. And so we'll also make this a pick list. I went ahead and made another pick list to handle sales and marketing and whatnot. And then last thing, it would be good to do status. Intentionally show you something that doesn't happen here or doesn't an edge case here. When I go ahead and hit save, it's going to say, oh, we really don't like to have things named status here. So I'm just going to use the word standing, but it is important to note there are a few names that are reserved. So we'll go ahead and create that, and we're good. Relationships I'm not going to get into, but if you want to define either connections with existing entities or your own custom entities, it's done using relationships. What I am going to do next is create a and what you'll see here is it's nice because objects can allow us to start gathering input in very easily. It's going to allow us to build this input form here, and it's going to allow us to use the fields that we already have. So I am going to add a couple columns here. We'll throw in our name, we'll throw in our description, and we'll throw in our, let's do category here. Just do 3 columns, and we'll do the same thing with the team and the status and the requesting department. Okay, there we go. So we'll save that. And now we actually are ready to publish it. Now, one other thing to highlight, it's powerful that I'm not going to get into it as well. If we wanted to take certain actions upon when something is updated or deleted or added, then we can put in webhooks here and we can push these objects to an external system to have them take actions on it. So powerful field here. I am going to define the title that I'd like these entities to be referred to. You'll see that will make things a little bit more useful in other places. And now I get to decide where I want this into from a menu standpoint. I have options here of site or company. So in this example here, I am going to put this in under content and data. Now, early in this demonstration, I thought that it might be good to have input from other customers. And if you wanted to have input from multiple organizations, that might be a good option to do that at the company level. But we'll stick to site for now. And what you'll see here is once I have published this, then I can go into my application menu and under content and data, and there's my site features. So I can go ahead and add a couple of things in here. So we'll say that we want to add a ability to accept voice commands, and this is coming from our sales department. This is, I must have misset. Let's go ahead and take a look. I must have misset my status. So we'll just say this is suggested, and this is going to be assigned to the design team. We would like to So I can go ahead and save that. And there we go. It's appeared. And let's go ahead and add one more. And you can see how I am going to, let's add some New Jersey here. And we will talk about the ability to ability to use infrared radar to map your room. Just a few options here for us to do this with some map the marketing department. Sell stuff. Somehow. And we'll put this on the infrastructure team. And we'll say this is also suggested. So we can see here, we've got a functional use case, and we can see our entries here. It's a little bit, as you can tell here, limited. So let's go ahead and now we'll build our own form. We can create our form, and that will give us a lot more control over what we include. We could have things like rules. So if we wanted to define certain entities, well, the first thing I'm going to do here is I want to make sure that I'm setting my storage type as an object, and I want to set my site feature as the thing that will be powering or behind this object. So I can go ahead and I'm going to create a field here. We'll call this the name field, and we want to make sure that we are connecting in with our object. And the next thing that I'll do here, I'm going to add a description as well. Put this next to here, and then we'll also put a list of choices for our category. And we want this to be category. Great. And then let's go ahead and we'll duplicate this one. And now we want it to be the requesting department. And let's go ahead and And let's go ahead and add one more. And that will cover our team. Who we want to build this. Okay, let's just do a quick eyeball check. Oh, this is our category. All right. But now if we wanted to do that, we could add more details. This is how you can suggest the features. I need to unpublish that since we published that. Okay, so now we've got a few opportunities here. So the first thing that we can do is we can build a new page. We'll call this the features page and the site features page. So one of the great things that is very useful here, I'm just going to put in a container here with fixed width. And the next thing that I'm going to do is I am going to show you how automatically I can display this collection in my site here. And I've already got a site features collection provider. And for those of you who aren't familiar with a collection provider, it is just the ability to connect a asset publishing type widget with a list of dynamic content. And so what's great here is I just need to set this as a table. And all of a sudden, or already I have had got a nice looking display of the content in its own page. Now this, of course, is just out of the box. I just got this, and it's honestly it's a little bit static, and it's just displaying the names into a alphabetical order. And so if I wanted to do something that's a little bit more specific, I'm gonna go ahead and let's go ahead and delete this. I'm gonna actually, well, I display. Thank you, autocorrect. Thank you, autocorrect. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my collection in here. I'm going to reselect that through my collection provider. And then I am going to add a grid. Make sure I have this style as collection display as a grid. Okay, good, got that. And then what I can do is I can just start adding elements to this. So I thought it would be good to map this as a heading. Oh, I need to add a few more columns here. We'll add 6 columns here. And now what I can do is I can map this content. So I'm going to say this is the name here. And then I am going to put in some paragraph text here. And I am going to map this to the description. As you can guess what's going to happen next, we can map this paragraph to the category. And we can map this. Okay. We can map this next version of this to the next field, which I believe is status. I think I failed to create a pick list for status, so I may have to leave that out of my demo. One thing I really like, the ability to undo something. That's a handy feature, not intended for this demo originally, but there it is. So here we're just going to map this out to the status, and we will get us 2 more fields. One for the requesting department, and then last but not least, we will do one for the team that's going to be responsible for this. So once we've done this, now we have built a dynamic display, and we have this now. I could go ahead and put another grid on top of this and add some labels. We're looking at the time we have today. I'm not sure. I'll just go ahead and show you the next part of what I was going to build, which is, it's nice that we have this form and we have this display, but now what we can do is display the power of having our own custom built pages behind this. And so now you'll see why I added a container in that first one. below. It helps us just add a little bit of space here. Let's add this container, make sure it's just looked here. Nice, bring this form in here. And so now when I publish this page, when I can create a new site feature, so we'll add the ability to do what the user wants.
Streaming is on.
Okay, so and we'll go ahead and complete this requested by sales, and we'll assign this to the design team. That should keep them busy. And so what's good is now you can see that this is added to the page. I need to probably add a little bit more space between these, as you can see, but now we're go ahead and adding form fields to our or we're adding entries to here, and we can see what we've added as we're entering to make sure that we're not doing something like add it twice. Now, one last thing that I can do briefly is I can actually go in and create a display page template for this. And for those of you not familiar with display page templates allow, in the past, they were relegated to web content alone, but you could create a specific template and then have that be displayed for your user for all the content would be consistently displayed. So let me go ahead and up my content here. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to add a, pardon me, go on my display page template.
Hey, Neil. I'm gonna let you finish, but we're
we are rushing on time. Well, let's just say this. Then what we could have done here is we'll just add a few fields here, and you'll see it worked basically as I had in the past. And so what we can do is we can map all of our fields here, and we could then have we can choose a object here to start working with so that we can see how this page works. And this will allow us to, as I said, leverage the what you see is what you get page building capabilities that you hopefully know and love in Liferay, and allow you to build very sophisticated displays of the objects you've created using fragments and all sorts of things. One other thing that I was going to show, I'll just speak to now because we didn't have time. So we looked at these site features here. I could have also done things like create a personalized experience so that if I wanted to just make sure that the sales, I would have cloned this page, and then I would have given the sales team a special view of this page. And instead of just showing them everything, I would have filtered this collection and shown them only the stuff that was requested by the sales team if they thought that that would be useful. And so this is a great way of highlighting how Liferay integration, objects integration with things like content pages allows you to deliver a personalized experience of those objects to your users. I'll leave it at that, Jonas. I think we're probably at about time.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. Actually, one of our upcoming talks after this next one, we'll dive more into objects. So I know, Neil, you got cut short, but I don't think it's great big of a loss because we'll hear more later. Any questions? There are currently none in the Slack channel. For you guys, if you guys do have questions with Neil, you can find him, hunt him down, either in the Q&A section or wherever you see him. Yeah. Okay, so moving on. Our next speaker is Martin. I'm sorry, I'm going to Domínguez. But so, yeah, like our next few speakers actually are all sales engineers. Neil, Martin, and Wes.
The Wes is the last one.
Yeah, Wes is coming after you.
Yeah. We are in a year sandwich between Neil and Wes. Yeah.
Yeah, and so Martin joined in 2020. Also a sales engineer. He's out of Spain. He's going to be talking about power of forms, like all the crazy cool things you can do lots of React as well. So yeah, take it away, Martin.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's the idea. Neil was talking about the great thing that form is, and what is the difference with objects, and so on. And I think that we heard during the day a lot of comments and a lot of examples where you can see forms and how powerful it is. But the thing is, then when you see the portals or the customers, forms is not so popular. Why form is not so popular? It is so powerful. People prefer or sometimes prefer to make their forms by using React, Angular, or whatever, and then use the capabilities to integrate this kind of models inside of Liferay, within Liferay, instead of use forms, which is something that it's already developed, already ready to work, ready to use. So the thing today, or my main idea, it's explore why it's not so popular, and my thought. Let me share my thought with you. I think that probably it's because people don't know how to extend this feature, which is so powerful, and what can do with forms out of the normal things that you already have in forms, to drag and drop new things, or create rules, or validation, or autocomplete, and so on. Okay, so that's my idea, and let's try to do it let's share my screen. Hopefully you can see what is happening in my screen right now. Let's try to do it in the Louis-Guillaume way. Okay, let's try to do it with live coding, and so let's get ready to have crashes and errors and so on. Okay. Any questions? Are we taking a look at the Slack channel? So you can do it if you want. Okay. And let's start. First, let me say I have a Docker image of Liferay here. This Docker image of Liferay, it's a 7.4 GA3. Okay, as you probably know, we have the 7.4 GA4, but I had a problem of dependencies that I have to solve, so I decided to go with this example in this version. Okay, it should work in the same way. Okay. So let me open some window here and other here. And yes, I'm going to start this image, okay, this Docker thing with this. And while it's starting, let's start to create our workspace and so on here. Okay, let's first logs here. Okay. It's going to be useful for the next steps during this demo. And now I would like to start my workspace here. Okay, I have nothing, I guess, just a couple of files here, and let's start by using Blade, the classic Blade init. Let's use the proper version for this example, and let's call it dev.24, dev.24 forms stuff, for example. This is going to be my workspace. Let's create the workspace. Let's go inside the workspace. Okay, we have aquí everything that usually is in this kind of workspace. And the first thing that I have to say is that I'm using the Blade version 4.0.10.snapshot. whatever. Okay, so this is the last version. It was released a few days ago, and now the thing is that if you check the Gradle properties, now I'm using this version of Liferay. Okay, you have to change it if you don't want to have problems with the dependencies. It's the first thing that you should change. Okay. So let's create the model. I also have the same tool that Louis-Guillaume has, but I need to ask him for a new feature. It's a new feature request for have the form field template. Okay, so I'm gonna use again, blade, and I'm gonna use to create this based on this template, which is form field. Okay, I'm gonna use this template. Let me just copy and paste the rest of the information because it's a little bit long. And I'm gonna use this template. But we have to change a couple of things to make it work with 7.3. Okay, this template is thought to use with this template is thought to use with 7.3, but we have to change a couple of things to make it work, yeah, with 7.4. So it's the trickiest part. It's the part that you have to believe me, because there is no documentation yet. I'm aware that the team is working hard to create the documentation, to build the documentation, but right now you have to believe me that this is the good way to do it. Okay, so let's create this module, and hopefully we have some modules with this new custom module, which is a custom form field. We are going to create a custom form field. Okay. Okay, let's adjust this template to the new version. Okay, the first thing, we have to remove all the soy reference. Why? Because in this template and in the current documentation that we can find in help.liferay.com, we can see that they are explaining how to create these custom form fields by using soy. But as you probably know, soy is going to be deprecated, so it's something that we don't want to use. And actually, we're using in Liferay. At Liferay, we are using React to create the forms. So why should we use soy? Let's use React. That's the key. So let's remove any reference to soy, and let's start with the bundle. Okay, let's remove this line. We don't need anymore, and this soy thing, it's not needed anymore. Okay, there you go. Let's continue with the package. As you can see, everything here, it's front end. Okay, you can see npm, you can see bubble, or you can see the famous Liferay npm bundler. You have all the front end tools that we have on Liferay here. Okay, so we don't need this dependencies here. No. We don't need method tools. We don't need that. We don't need this build option, and we don't need this build option as well. Okay. Let's fix this couple of things. This one here. Okay. And now it should work. An important thing is that I'm using the old way to use the Liferay npm bundler. Okay. I shared with you. And if Jonas or Anne can share this in Slack, I share with you a GitHub repository, okay, with all the information about this example, with a detailed guide about how to use it. Okay, it is everything here, and including this documentation, you can find the different tools that we're using here, and we also have this tool that you can check more information and more instructions about how to use it here. It's not very up to date, okay, but probably you can get more information the information that you can get here today. Okay, so let's come back to the code, and let's.
Martin, just a question for us to share with everybody. Did you put that on the chat here?
It's in the agenda of this
oh,
event,
perfect.
okay?
I'll take that. I'll share it on Slack. Thank you.
Cool. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'm executing this. Let's open a new tab, and let's continue editing. Let's continue editing the bubble options. The bubble options, bubble, it's the tool that translates SAS or CSS or CSS, excuse me, or React or Angular or whatever in the code that the browser can understand perfectly. Okay, so let's configure this, and let's use the preset that we have for React. Okay, of course, if you are going to use this module, you should install it. Okay, This is the preset for React here. Okay, there you go. Okay. Meanwhile, this finished, and we have what else? We have this, we have this, we have this, and we have to configure, of course, this bundle that we have here. Okay. Let me, let me just edit this file. And in this file, first that I want to say is that if you're using 7.4GA4, probably the problem that I detected with the dependencies is here, okay, just a note. But the important thing is that this preset has changed his name, okay, in the new version. That's important. And that's one of the points that you have to believe me, okay? The new name, it's this one. Okay, and that includes the new version, and we'll install the rest of the dependencies that you need to make it work. Okay, so that's thing. Let me this, and let me install this new model. Okay, if I install this new model, I should remove the old one. So let's do this, and let's remove this old preset, okay? Other important thing is that we should update to the last version of the NPM bundler. That's important also because if not, you will get an error when you are dragging and drop the new field, your custom new field to the form. So that's important to do this, and this is this and the latest version of this. Okay, there you go, excuse me. It's almost done, but I don't know if let it fail. Well, the first thing that I should do is move this to the developer dependencies, okay, and also this other module. Okay, so now everything is okay. No, excuse me. Okay, everything is in the right place, and you have here the new version of the NPM bundler. There is a newer version at 3. Wherever, okay, but we're going to use this version because it works perfectly and it's easy to find documentation about it. Okay, so yes, I don't know if let it fail. If I build this right now, okay, it's going to fail because I need an extra dependency for the new version of the NPM bundler. Okay, so I'm going to install it early, and it is the CSS loader. Let's do this, and with this, let me check. I think that everything it's okay. So let's build just to check if everything is okay, or if I made a mistake, or if I forgot something. So hopefully we will get that successful. And if not, we get an opportunity to do the back and to see what is happening. So it's take a while, not so much, okay, because it's the first build. Then it will be faster, but in this case, we need a little bit of time. Okay, we have a build successful, and that's great. That's great. Everything is working well, okay? By now, so far, we cannot see anything working. So this is just to adjust the template to the new version, to 7.4, okay? Let's create a hello world, a example code to see how does it work, okay? So let's go to the code, to the resource and excuse me, main. In main, here you have the classic Java folder and the resource, where is the CSS, the JavaScript, and so on, the meta and resources. There you have, with the template, you have 3 different files. The soy files are not interesting for me. And this one, it's the one that I'm going to use to create this hello world. So let's open a new tool. Okay, let's open this and let me move from my other screen to here. There you go. Oh, I don't need that. Excuse me. Well, hopefully you can see this properly. This is the example code. We don't need this anymore. We need something like import React from classic, import React from React. Okay, now we get a React application here. Let's make it a a better application. Okay, so let's create something by using the field example, or the field base that we have in this template that we have in Liferay. Okay, if you go to the root of the module here and to the node modules, you can see that we have this package here, and in this package we have this and this and this base field base. Okay, in this field base we have this. It's a base to use the fields with React. It means that if I come back, hopefully my environment is working. Let me check that it's working. Yes, it seems to be working. Luckily, Olaf is not here, so I can use my super secret password.
Careful what you say.
Oh man, are you there? So yep, and here we have the forms, and in the forms, when you have a field, okay, let's create a new form, okay, which is the dev.20 form. Cool. And when we drag and drop, you can see that you have a couple of options. You have levels here that you can complete. You have a help that you can complete. Okay, excuse me, here, and everything is provided by the field base. Okay, so that's the idea. So by using this, let's come back to by using this, and let me copy the path because I don't remember the path. By using this, we can get automatically the label, the description, the help, and a lot of things. Okay, so let's create our component. It's going to be called as dev.24 custom form field, and let's say that and that, and let's do that. Okay, let me, as in any component in React, you have properties. Okay, let me just print the properties to see what is sending Liferay to this component. Okay, and let's create here. Let's create our component, our component by using the field base as a wrapper. Okay, so field base we have here with let's put here the properties. Let's close this tag and let's create our awesome hello world. Yes, I think that everything. It's okay. We only need to export this component. And that's the way to do it with Liferay. With Liferay, the core of React. It's there. You only need to export React components, and Liferay will render this information. So it's the way to do it. It's the way to create a form field, a hello world with Liferay. So let's go to here. Let's move to the root folder. Let's build the module. Let's copy it to our Docker image running. Okay, so it is in Docker instances. It is in dev for here, and Liferay and deploy. Okay, so we can copy the module that we built, which is in build libs I don't know what. There you go. So hopefully we have information here about deployment. Okay, and let's come back to our form and let's update, and we can see, hopefully, if I didn't make mistakes, that we have a new custom field here. That's the way to do it with React. Okay, let's drag and drop it, and now we have a hello world here with the awesome label and this help. There you go. That's the way to do it. That's the way to create a new field. Okay. Of course, you are not going to create a title. You are going to create an input or a select or a combo box or whatever. Okay. So this will be the next step. The next step that we're going to talk about right now, it's about how to configure this field how to create settings for this field. Okay. Well, we have two ways to do it. The basic one, and for that, let me import this workspace inside my developer studio. There you go. Building, 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 gradually, gradually, gradually. Come on. Okay, there you go. And let me show you that we have a main class. Come on. Okay, we have the main class that have the main information of this form field. Okay, we have properties. We can use these properties to configure our field, and we have things like, for example, the icon that we're using, the group. I think that it doesn't apply in 7.4, but it still applies in 7.3, the order in the custom field list, description, and the label, of course, and the name. That's important, the name of the module, of this module that you are going to use to link with the rest of the classes that we are going to create. Okay, so of course, if you want to put something here, you should use the properties to translate in different languages, and you can create something like your awesome dev.24 custom form field, and this is a form field created during the dev.24 in 2021. Yeah, there you go. Let's save this. Let's save this. Let's build, and let's create something to do it in just one time here, and that's this, and this is the way to do it. Okay, there you go. Okay. Oh, this is a way. Then we're going to create a class or interface to extend the settings that we have in the right side of our screen. So, okay, let's update. And now we can see in the form fields list that we have a new emoji as an icon. We have the description and the label that we configured. Okay, so the next, it's okay. Let's drag and drop this, and let's work with this part with these options, with these settings. Okay, These settings can be created by extending a class called default DDM form field type settings, okay? And it works by using the DDM form annotations, okay? If you don't know how to use them, just visit the documentation. It is in learn.liferay.com, so you can get all the information that you need to create this, okay? I'm going to go a little bit fast with this because it is not very interesting, and I need a lot of time to type everything. So let's just create the new interface. Okay, let's extend this class, which is default DDM form field file type settings. Okay, and let's create our dev.24 custom form field. That's it. Here, there you go. And let's create the configuration. Okay, the configuration, and let me, sorry for that, because in other way we are going to run out of time. Let me copy this configuration, and I'm gonna try to explain how it works. Okay, this is the basic configuration of a predefined value. This is the basic configuration of a form field. Okay, if you go to the form field, you can see that, excuse me, this one, you can see that we have a label, the predefined value, we have a required help, a test, we have 2 tabs, basic and properties, and we have this information, okay? And that's exactly the same that we have here. We have 2 tabs, we have label, predefined value, required, tip, the show level, and repeatable. And we have also this information. That's important. You should include this information if you want it works, okay? The data type, the name, and the type. Okay, how about if I want to create my custom form or my custom configuration? You only have to add here a new, excuse me, this line is not necessary. You have to add here your new form field, okay? And in this case, we're to create a select to select the person that you want to say hello to. Instead of say hello world, we are going to say hello Rai or hello Aloy. Okay, that's the thing. So this is the field. We're returning a string. So let's map the field here. Let's save this, and that's very important. We have to link this setting class with the main class. Okay, to do that, let's dig into this class that we're extending here. And we can see that we have a new or a method that we are not overriding. So let's put this, and this method is using exactly to link with the settings class that in my case I named with this name, and it should work perfectly. Okay. What else? Okay, the important. Well, let me save this. Okay, important. These keys. I should translate everything in my property files. Okay, so let's again copy and paste everything, and we are going to use this information to show in the form. Okay, so let's come back to the React, and I have to say that this new field that we created in settings, it is injected in this code as a property. So we can call this by doing this. Just using, okay, just using the same name that we are using in the configuration, this one, okay, and that we are injecting here. It's the same information. So there we are. Let's move this to our server. I hope I didn't forget anything. We're going to check it right now. Okay, so looks good. Let's update, and now we can see that our field is just hello. Okay, let's move this hello, and it's just hello because we need to select this option to say, okay, hello to Rai or hello to Aloy. So yeah, you're thinking, there you are. This is the solution to all my problems. No, this is not the solution, because if you save, the information is not persistent. And that is because it is not injected in the form context when you are rendering this field. So now we need to create a context contributor to inject the configuration that we have here, okay? To inject this configuration in the form context, okay? I don't know, let me check the time. We have, okay, 20 minutes more, I guess. So we are still on time. So, well, let's make it persistent, okay, by creating this template contributor. Let's create a new class, and let's use this template. Let me remember the name. Here. It's something like DDM form field template context contributor. It's not easy. So I have to take note and it's in the other script to copy and paste here, because it's not easy to remember. Okay, so let's create our context contributor. It's gonna be dev custom form field, all of this. And there you go. You can see that we have an only method, unique method, that injects the parameters, the extra parameters in the field. That's important. Let me go back to this, and let me press in the inspection, and let me show you the properties that we are injecting in this form. Okay, as you can see, these are the things, these are the properties. Okay, we have here this is editable, it is enabled, the label, the local, a lot of information about the field that you can use and you can modify and you can use in your context contributor, you can use in your React, or you can use wherever you want to use it. Okay, this information is available to do whatever you want to do with this information. Okay, when I create a new configuration, as I did, you will have a new okay, let me select. Okay, let me select, and in this part of this you will have this new option. Note that it's a JSON array. It's not a text, it's not a string, it's a JSON array, because you are using a select. Okay, if you were using just a text input, it would be just a string. Okay, but in this case, and that's important for the next step, it's a JSON array. Okay, so let's come back to this, and the first thing that I want to do is to configure this class. Okay, to point to the main class. Okay, that's very important. So let me import this, and let me say that here's in mediate. Okay, that's true. The property that I want to use, it's this, pointing to the main class. Okay, this is exactly the same that I'm using in the main class, which is, excuse me, here is this. Just in case I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna paste it here, but yeah, it's the same. And the last that I'm going to use is the service. Okay, here let me use the context contributor, this one. I'm gonna use one here, and I'm gonna use the name of this class here. Yeah, I think it's done. Let me just check. Yep. Everything is done. And let me move it here. Okay, and let's inject the say hello param into the context to get this information persistent in my form. Okay. First that I have to do is to get the value as a string. And for that, I'm going to use this field, okay, or this parameter. This parameter has all the information about the form, okay, and this param has the information about the rendering context, okay, all the information that it's in the context, okay. In this case, I'm gonna use this to return. Okay, let me just create a variable to return, which is empty, and let me return this, say hello to. There you go. Okay. Now to get the information, I can use this form field to get a property here by using the name, say no, hello to, and I'm getting the property. Okay. If it would be just on a string, this would be okay. But in this case, as I said, as I explained, it's a JSON array, so we can do something a little bit more complicated. Not very complicated, but just a little bit more complicated. By using this tool, we can create a JSON array by getting this information, and we will use the first option because it's a select where you only can select one value to assign to our variable and return this variable. Okay. Let's inject this in this say hello to in the using this method. Okay, and that's all. I'm doing it in that way. Well, it's a way to do it using the hash map builder, or you can create your own variable with a hash map and just put this information. You need the name of the property that you are going to inject and the value of the property. It's quite easy to do it, okay? And that's the way to make it persistent. Let's yeah, everything it's all safe, and let me deploy it in my server, and hopefully everything is gonna work because this part is not very complicated. Actually, everything is quite easy if you know how to do it. Okay, as you can see, it's not very complicated to modify it, to create your forms and to make it configurable, but you need to know how to do it. That's very important. Okay, so let me update my form. I don't need this anymore. And now, first, I can see that it not only say hello, it say hello, right, which is a very good feeling. I have a very good feeling with this. So let's configure to, for example, alloy. Let's publish or save or whatever, and we can see that now the information is persistent. Okay, we have this is the way to do it. Okay, probably you're thinking, okay, such a poor feel are you sharing with us? Okay, can you do something more useful, something more in the real world, something more? Yes, I can do it. Hopefully we have 20 or 20, no, just 12 minutes, but we can do it. Okay, I have a couple of snippets here that I can copy it and I can show you how it works. And also in the GitHub, okay, you will find the details step, okay, with this, how to init the workspace, how to remove the soy template, the soy references, the hello world, the properties, the configuration, and everything is here. Okay, you can find all the information here until the team, the good ones, finish the documentation, the last documentation. Okay, and you also can find more examples. Okay, you can find examples about how to create a field that get the data from the user. And actually, we're going to do a part of this example. You can find this image checkbox where you can use the images as a checkboxes. Okay, you can find these this box where you can just write a limit number of characters, okay? And you can get this slider that is a true or false combo box, but instead of use a combo or a checkbox, you can use in the slider, okay? So let me show you this new example in the new world, okay? The thing is that I'm going to change the configuration to, instead of say hello to Aloy or to Rai, I'm going to select a field from a user that I can map in a text input. That's the thing, okay? Let me inject this here instead of the old data. Let me save. Let me translate this key, okay, as a user data selection. Let me save, and let me modify the context contributor, which is here, okay? I'm gonna just copy everything, okay? And then I'll explain how it works, okay? There you go. There you go. Okay. Oh, that's important. I need to add something in my build.gradle to get this information. And let's come back here. Okay, there you go. And yes, the thing is that now I'm getting the information from the thin display of the user. I select in the combo box and in the select, I select excuse me, here I select the full name or the email. I will use as value the name of the method in the thin display that gets the full name or the email address, okay? And I will get this information from the thin display, okay? I will get the JSON array with the value, and I will use this information to invoke this method, okay, the value in the current user that I'm getting from the thin display, excuse me, that I'm getting by using this request that I get from the rendering context, okay? I hope it's quite clear, okay? So I have everything that I need. So let's create my new React that it's going to use an input instead of just a hello world, okay? Let's copy again this snippet that I have here. And as you can see, we are going to use this client input here. Important thing, if you are going to use a new model, you should import that model, okay? So it's Clyde form, if I remember well. Clyde, no, UI form. There you go. So I'm creating this, and I'm just getting the properties that I need, okay, to inject directly in my field base, but this is exactly the same that I was doing before, okay? But instead of just a title, I'm using an input, but the classic clay input, okay? The important thing is that I'm getting this information, but using this use effect to not only update the backend, the context contributor, the context with the information, but also update the frontend, okay? So when you select a different options, you will refresh the value of your field by using this use effect, okay? If you know how React works, probably you understand this step. If not, okay, you can look for more information about how to use that, how to use this in react.org. Cool. I have the React, I have the content contributor, everything looks great. No, I don't need that. Excuse me, I need that. So let's move it to the server. And let's finish this to Let 5 minutes for questions, okay? So hopefully it's a start. Hopefully I can go to my form. Hopefully I can reload the page. Hopefully I have now an input text, okay? With the same label, the same tag, okay? But it will load the information of the user, okay? When I change this option, I'm using the use effect to reload this information from the thin display that I get from the JavaScript API that I have in the front end, okay? But when I save, I use the context contributor to inject this value in the context and get this value in rendering time. So now you have a field that gets automatically the information of the user, and that's great because you don't have to fill out information. More things quickly. Okay, what else do you have in forms in these new versions? Okay, interesting things. You can upload fields at guest. You can custom the submit button label, and that sounds like basic, but it's something important. Okay, very important. And the example it's also here. You can add actions between the page changes. I mean, when you change your page, you can, for example, call or make a request to external API and get this information in the next page. That's great. That's something very useful that if you combine with the custom form fields, can make your forms awesome and really powerful, okay? And we're respecting in the new release Boolean fields, export and import, validations for date fields, mask for numeric fields, and you can create your address by using Google Maps. And that's all. Are you still awake?
All right, thank you, Martin.
Very welcome. Do we have questions? I didn't check.
Someone had a question, but it looks like you answered their question in your
cool.
talk. So that's good.
Cool. Okay. So great. Okay, can the setup only show your own responses? Yeah, or will always show all responses? Okay. No, this is another question. Excuse me. Was another. Yeah. Okay.
People are saying they're still awake.
Whoa, Fernando, are you
yeah.
there? It's great because you are in Portugal as me in Spain, and here it's really late. So yeah.
Louis-Guillaume says you're inspiring because you're doing a live coding demo.
Well, not really live. He said in his demo, he said that if you are using the snippets, it's not a real live demo, so it's not a real live coding demo. So, but yes, we only have 45 minutes, and yes, we need to copy and paste some things, but it's great. It's great to do this, and I really love to do this kind of demonstrations. That is quite different that we usually do. You know what I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah. Okay. There's a question. Is there a no or low code way to create InfoListProviders?
Oh, wow. With info?
Without coding, OSGI coding, or just direct way to use an API without Java?
But in which? I don't know. I don't really know. So they want to use... I don't know. I can check it, okay? If you leave the questions there, I will check everything and I will answer if directly in the chat or in other place. So
the questions on the main event-dev.life Slack channel.
Okay, it's Lee Jordan without OSGI
Yes.
coding, like without Java. Collection provided and played. I don't understand very well the question, so I don't think it's really related with my demonstration because it's more talking about the InfoListProviders. I don't know if it is really related with that demonstration because I don't understand it.
We had a previous talk today from Fabian talking about InfoListProviders, so maybe it's just a bit about that. But if Fabian is here, he can maybe get some of those questions. And if he's not, tomorrow he will have another talk. So be sure we're going to pass him this question also tomorrow. Yep.
Yeah. So Wes, take over the control here.
Great talk, Martin. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thank you, mate. Okay. Have a nice evening there.
Bye. All right. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you, Martin.
I guess Wes is here now. Wes, do you want me to do your introduction?
I'll just say hello. Boa noite to Annie. Hi. I'm learning Portuguese. Thank you. But yeah, introduce me.
Sure. So Wes is actually the leader of the North American sales engineers. And I liken that to herding cats, right? And, cats can be distracted with laser beams and fun toys. So, in this talk, Wes will be showing us some fun toys, and maybe he'll take out the laser beam for us. But 7.4 is out right meow, and he'll show us modern applications using 7.4 and more Liferay Objects. So I had mentioned more talks about Liferay Objects, so hopefully this will scratch that itch for us.
And before you begin, Wes, must I just add that most of the Ray avatars you're using in the event were created by Wes. Thank you so much for that.
I tacked on a few, but I can't take credit. But thank you,
Thanks,
Jonas.
Wes.
I caught quite a few of those cat references. Very nice. Right meow. Love it. But great that we all get to join together in this virtual space. It's interesting to see the metaverse, right? That's where we are, right? I think my screen's coming through and we can get started. Thanks for the introduction, Jonas. I should have two screens here. And really, it's a real honor to be joining the group. And what a great stage we have put together by the team. I have to thank all of the Dev.24 team members that have helped organize this very unique space in which we're joining together today, and some great topics and speakers so far. So I hope I add to the mix, both on the load code aspects, because we are on the cusp of enjoying this new version of Liferay released today. Super exciting stuff. But also, since we're here on a dev talk, I'm going to show some code too. That's my goal. When I got into working with 7.4, it started to go through my mind all of the nice things that are starting to kind of adhere together to make a bigger whole. Knowing little bits of lots of technologies can create an outstanding result, building on one another, becoming this great structure of things that maybe we didn't see was possible when you have the individual aspects of it. Forums are great, the info framework's great, permissioning of Liferay and the way it manages roles and users always has been a strong feature here. But putting those all together seems to give us some opportunities we didn't have before. So I had an idea, almost a kind of an epiphany, if we can call it that, to get a start into that space. The idea when I first opened up Liferay and started creating objects is, well, what do I create? There's so many possibilities. I wanted to keep it simple, but also use something that I could interact with quickly. The idea of a Kanban board was one of the ideas that I came up first, and I've shared this idea with a number of individuals from the team, and I'm happy to show it again today and with the community. It's great to have the community members join us. So the idea is that you can create very quickly using all kind of out-of-the-box tools, things that are interactive and useful that might not be default out-of-the-box capabilities of Liferay, but using the ecosystem that has been built up by the very talented product team and the recommendations from the community and the contributions from the community, we're getting to a point where these things are not only starting to be possible, but we can create them fairly quickly here. So I'm going to go through the process of building this. I do have some code to share, and I think I can find our channel here. I'll put this in. I don't see one for my talk yet, but I can put this in the...
Edging it right now.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Annie. Just want to make sure it's in a good spot so people can find it. By the way, I'm the last speaker, right? I can go as long as I want. Joking.
You are the last one before the closing, but if you go too far, I will get the hook and hook you off stage.
All right, I trust you will be responsible with that hook, and I will be responsible with my time. Okay, that's in the chat. And let's get started. So here I have a vanilla instance of Liferay installed it about 30 minutes ago while Martin was doing his great talk. Here on screen, the only thing I did come in is add my smiling face here. The rest is all default. So the idea is that to build a way to manage tasks very quickly, we'd use some new tools in the system, such as Liferay Objects. That, along with fragments and some of the headless API capabilities that you're getting along with this, help us build this quickly. So the first thing I think of when I think of a Kanban board is that you have 3 states. Now, pick lists are a great feature in which you are restricting the user's input. We know that there's a to-do state, a in-progress state, and a done state. So here I will say task status. I'll put that in place. And then inside of this is kind of a drop-down selection. We're going to put our components here. So to-do is my first one. It's loading. Add in progress. And done. And I'll show these for a moment here to talk on them. I'm leaving them all lowercase and without spaces. For filtering, I did see that filtering did not work properly if there was case sensitivity. So I think if I could explore that more and figure out the reason, but for the sake of this demonstration, I'm going to have it just like this. And I would, if you're following along, please do the same. I guess that filtering probably will be fixed very soon. Here, we have some stubs for existing objects inside of Liferay. So the nice thing here is that if you have a need to assign tasks to users, this is where you do it. These are asset stubs for the other capabilities, so you can do those mapping. So if you call to a relationship with the object here, user, then you're going to get the full user list back, and that is very handy. But really, the capability here, to make a new object called tasks, and the plural label I'll put in as tasks, plural, is very powerful in that before it would take many iterations and many working days for developers, even if they're experienced, to build a good service XML and use the service builder to generate their services and tie that into other things so that there's a nice CRUD UI to that. I know Neil Yashinsky did a good talk hour ago that talked about all of the time saved and reasons why this is useful. And it's really built on that technology and these ideas. So I need some fields in my object. In this case, I will take a task title. Here's a string. And I'm going to make sure that this is mandatory. I have to fill it in. I'm also going to need a description. It's a string. In this case, I won't have that be mandatory. The power of a non-technical user to come in and decide what has to be filled in or not is really nice in this regard. I know that's been a feature of the Liferay forums, but it's extended here as well. I'm going to need my pick list. So I need a task status. So I'm going to choose the pick list from the list. And this will be mandatory. And I'm making sure that I choose that pick list. You have to choose a status because without a status, our tasks will fall off the screen. Here. Then progress. I'm going to show maybe a capability here to keep an integer. And that'll be 1 to 100. In that, the 100% is going to be our done state. But 0 means a task hasn't been completed yet at all. So here I've built very quickly, including the database column types of my object without really going in and building anything with the service builder. But this is built on top of the service builder. So when I save it, I'm going down here. When I say publish, it goes through the process of building all of those utilities, plus a lot more, as you'll see through this discussion. So thinking about it, these tasks might not make sense to cover the global portal. I'd want different sites to have their own tasks. So the first thing I'm going to do is scope it to the site, because different teams would have different collection of tasks in which they would want to react to. There's a close connection with people. So for the individuals that are able to access that navigation, that site navigation, and can get to this people area in it, they would have access to get that. Also, for mapping purposes, to make sure that I'm able to quickly identify which task I want to show up in various drop-downs through the system, we get to set the primary display field as task title. I'm going to publish this right now. There we go. I've created something very quickly that I can see inside of my instance and maintain from that section. Inside of people, I have tasks. And Jonas, what was the first thing that you did today when you got up this morning?
I made coffee.
Made coffee. Very important. I think I'm on my second pot. So done. I'll give it 100% in that case. Get the energy to succeed. All right. There we go. Very quickly. Pow. Just like that. I've entered something in the database using the service builder without having to write any code. All of those connective tissues were developed through my work through the UI. Amazing. What's equally amazing to me is that not only do you get the benefit of creating that layer, that service layer, we also get the REST endpoints for it. It's taking a little bit to load here. I can come down here and get tasks. So very quickly, I have the headless endpoints for what I just created. Wow, that is impressive. So I can, get that task immediately, from a headless endpoint that we need the energy to succeed. Very cool. But in addition, all of these are immediately usable. I can enter content into the system too, and I've done some work here, kind of preparing what these are for reference. In the case of this demonstration today, I had to have a good idea to talk about for this presentation for Dev.24, so I can execute that. And I've put that in the system, and it gets its own primary key. It's in there. Also get some reference information if I wanted to run this with curl or any other action. Here, I can register for a demo. I did that, so I'm marking this as 100% done. I've registered for my demo, and I'm doing it right now. Generate demo content. Well, I'm kind of working through it. Maybe I'm at 65%. Convincing content helps tell a good story. I would say that's absolutely true. Then give the presentation. I don't know. I'm kind of halfway through, 50%, and tell the audience why it's a good idea. The things I'm not really done with yet is finish the presentation. We'll say I'm at 25%, and that here I do need to join the group in the pavilion for a Q&A session. So that's a to-do, and I really haven't done that at all. That is at 0%. All right, so proving that this works. There we go, all approved. This is tied into workflow. So if I needed approvals on these, it would certainly be the case that you could tie this in with workflow and handle the permissioning of who's responsible for given tasks. I'm going to need to add a page to show these tasks. Oh, I have a page here, a tasks page, and let's show how this could work. So here, I do have a container I want to put it in. And then I can select this and go to styles. I have a personal habit of always making my containers fixed width so they don't become gigantic on the large display monitors that exist today. I might also want to add some margin to the top and margin to the bottom so that we're not touching those other elements. I can add a grid to lay out my to-dos, but hey, I got 3 columns here. So these could be my to-do. Put this in here. To-dos, and I will go through and make the rest of them. Duplicating these items. This is in progress. And done. Next, the power of this one is still pretty amazing to me, collection displays. I can choose this collection display. And another thing that gets created automatically through this is when I create a new database object, I get a collection provider automatically. Can't do much with it, but it exists. It filters all my tasks. Well, it brings in all my tasks so that I can show them in collection displays. All I need to do is choose that collection provider. I know there was some great discussions earlier in the day, Fabian and Danny, talking about InfoListProviders and collections. So I would recommend making sure you get that content. It's very useful. Then I'll need something to display mine. I could take all of these elements and build something that's interesting, but as mentioned, I had put a fragment that I've built particular for this use in that URL I put. And I hope you were able to get to that. Inside the build folder, now this is like a fragment source folder that can be built with a npm run compress if you want to build your fragment bundle that way. A little bit of detail, I need to get more there. I think Martin had an excellent detail in his README, made me feel like mine was not adequate. So here I'm looking for this Kanban main, and in that build folder, as promised, I do have a zipped collection that you can use to quickly replicate what I'm going to do. So here I'm going to go and I'm going to go to my fragments. And I'm going to import that. So go. If all goes well, in a few moments, I will have a working set of utilities. Kanban tasks should show up through that process. And we'll go through the code required to make this work. Hopefully, if there's enough time, and Jonas has not given me the hook yet. So it's there, it exists. I'm going to go home and go to my tasks page. Actually, it's in draft state, so I got to go to it here. And I can search for Kanban task and put that in my collection. So all of a sudden, I've got the 7 tasks that I put in here, and I can map these fields. The mapping from the info framework allows me to choose not only the basic information, kind of the audit field type stuff, but also the stuff from my new object. And come in here and say this is description, and I'll map this to the progress here. So I'm going to publish this, and we'll see on the page, newly published page, we should have a result. There we go. I've got all my tasks showing there. There's a couple things that are important to note with this fragment. This dropdown that was put in is a handy item that we use for many demos, but it does require jQuery. I'm going to quickly turn on jQuery for my instance. Now, it's quite possible that all of this could be built with AUI or flat JavaScript, really. But just to make sure I'm delivering quickly, that is one thing that I'm using to help speed up the development process for this demonstration. I'm enabling that. Another thing that you might do, just some handy notes for working with fragments, is if you haven't seen it yet, there is an option to automatically propagate fragments when you make changes. Since this is a non-production environment and kind of a technical talk, if I need to make any changes quickly, I'd prefer to have this on instead of doing that manually. Heading back, go to my tasks, and now I have some things that are working. I also get my working dropdown. Also notice that the shadow kind of cuts off, and when I go to the bottom, a grid has overflow hidden. I don't know if anybody's run into that, but if you're trying to show things that should escape the grid, it's best to change that from overflow hidden to overflow visible. Let me do that now. I'm selecting my grid. I might want to add more margin top and more margin bottom to get it off the footer. And then coming down here, overflow default, I'm changing to visible. That'll help so the dropdowns, if they escape the grid, aren't cut off. The last thing I want to do before I shift topics is these collection displays. It's really nice. You get to filter them. So clicking the filter allows me to filter based on my pick list. And in this case, the first column is going to be to do. I'll apply that. I'm going to copy this by duplicating it and move that along to the next column. Here, my tasks will be filtered by a different status, in progress. There we go. I'm going to duplicate this one more time and fill in my final column here. And oops. Go filter collection, and in this case I have done. Or maybe I just have more things done than I expected. Oh yeah, these are all 100%. So I have a lot of things in the done state. I was surprised by the length, but this is valid based on my data. So here we go. We have a working. I'll show you the next step. I can mark these in progress. I'm in the process of finishing the presentation. I've moved that over to the next column. So another thing I did, which was fun to play with, is make this top bar interactive. I can click, let's say, finish the presentation, checking the time. I'm about halfway through my presentation. So I'm going to click halfway through the bar. And there we go. My bar has moved to the halfway point, showing a status update of 50%. To prove I'm not, fooling anybody here, I'll click a few times. So there's a couple things in play, and I'm using a lot of the components that are offered in the new framework of 7.4 to create this very visual result. And I like the result so far. I will go into the code aspect here, but very quickly, and if you'll allow me to do so, I want to state that not all users are going to have access to the side panel and tasks. And one of the another thing that is just really good about the way that this interacts with all of the components of Liferay is that we can make a form on a page that's permissioned to certain users that will have the ability to populate new entries. Let me see how I do quickly creating that through some simple clicks here and see if I can get to that before I go into the code review part of the discussion. So here I'm going to slide this over, and I want it on the right just out of visual awareness here. I'm going to go somewhere here, and I'll say add task. Yeah, I'm adding a task. That's the goal. And then I want to link to a page, but that page doesn't exist yet. I will say add task is my new page that I intend to make. It doesn't exist yet, so don't worry, you haven't missed any steps. How am I doing so far? Is this good information? Feel free to add your questions to chat. I do want to cover them. Oh, here's what happens if I don't have that fixed width on my... I broke my own rule. Let's say container, style, fixed width. I really like the effect if everything has a nice column. Okay, here I have add task, and I can click there, but it's going to be a broken page. I'll spare you the surprise of seeing an error. Go add task here. I can add this new page. I'm going to just very quickly stub this out. I have to create a form for this, but let me show you something that's very cool along with all of the other aspects of this that still wow me. When I come in here and go to the forms and I create a new form, if the first thing I do before I publish my form is to set the storage type, I get an option. And this option is key to the discussion today because I get the option of object. And then I get to choose my task, right? So I've chosen my task, chosen my object, and now all of the form fields that I lay upon this form will tie into my database column types. Let me show you what I mean. Add task, add the detail, or just to make that form look nice. I'm going to add my title. And I will go to advanced and choose task title. Also, you might notice that required is locked. I said in the database entry itself, when I created that configuration for tasks, that tasks title has to be supplied. So it selected that for me. Also here, I'm going to choose description. That wasn't required, so I get it's not required there. Also have to tie it together, description, good. And I'm going to do two more fields. I'm going to need room for them. I'm going to slide this over. I've got to do a numeric and a pick list. It's going to be select from list. So in the case of numeric, we'll say progress. Good. Good. Pick list. This one's very cool. Status. Object field, task status. So it knows because I did a drop down, a select from list, that this is what I should choose to make that happen. I'm going to publish this, and then I get to put it on my new page. still have a good maybe 12 minutes or so to get to the code, and I know we are developers. We like that aspect too, so I do want to cover it. Form on the page. It's getting placed there. All right. All smooth sailing so far. I love it. Add task. So I've selected my add task form. And I get to add a task. So my task, my last task I might add is I need to thank the Dev.24 team for putting on such a nice event today. And I haven't done that yet. I'll put it as a to-do. And it is important to thank our hosts for hosting such a great event. Putting that in place. Heading back to that tasks page, and here it is. Thank the Dev.24 team. I've done it a couple times on this call. I'm starting to get there, but I need to show them a lot of gratitude for what they've done to make this happen. So I'm sure you're excited to see the code behind it, and I'm willing to share. Jonas, do we have any questions at this point?
Not at this point, but we might get some in a little bit.
Okay, good. All right. So I found some interesting things when I went through this process. The fragments on a page have a namespace, and they have their own namespace that you can use to make sure they're unique. But in a collection display, it was a little bit odd. The namespace for every element within a collection display is all the same. And I found that the event handling in that scenario was kind of similar. When I added events, they all kind of ended up being impacting the top row of each list collection display. Maybe there's some potential improvements there, but I use DOM traversal, the ability to handle a user's click and find where it was in relation to the other elements within that object to solve this problem. And let me go through what I meant by that to make sure it's clear. I just want to set the stage because you might see some things that you might not expect, but I'll tell you the reasoning behind it. The first is InfoListDisplayObject is super important. That is the element within that Kanban board task. In the case of any time you have a collection, the InfoListDisplayObject is the object that is one of those elements in said collection. I'm going to start out with 0 as a placeholder, but then populate it based on the InfoListDisplayObject's object entry ID. And that's the primary key. So if I were to find this or print it to my individual Kanban tasks, and then I went into the list of tasks in the administration, the primary key for each of those rows is this. And that is what I'm using to make the calls. Much like in the headless area where I was going and adding tasks, I could have easily done the same. If I had a task ID, I could update the task's values. So putting that in as a data attribute in the surrounding kind of container of each task is useful because through DOM traversal, meaning I click on something, I want to go and find which object ID I clicked on. It's there, it's accessible for my JavaScript to get to. The next is this progress bar, and this progress bar was handed over from some of the other talented team members that I work with. Very cool. If I plug in a percentage here, then that percentage is how far that bar is across the width. Coming down here, we have the structure of the card itself, including the mappable title, and we mapped it. A button. So this button is a drop-down button that these attributes relate to how jQuery can make that a drop-down. And that's why it wouldn't have worked if I didn't enable jQuery. So I made sure to do that step so my drop-down function properly. And there's probably some good detail on how drop-downs can be made using jQuery, and most likely you'll see some of the syntax there. Showing icons within fragments is pretty easy if you have some reference syntax. There is clay icons, and if you search clay icons or Liferay clay icons, you can find a very long list of icons that you can plug into your page. This is a 3-dot menu. Use of icons from Clay's library can be very helpful to make a lot of great user interactions happen. Here's my drop-down content, meaning in the content, these are the items that are listed there that I can interact with. Mark to do, mark in progress, and mark done. I haven't filled out anything for view tasks. It's just hanging around and doesn't do anything yet. But Neil Yashinsky talked on display pages. And what I see for this in the future is to create a display page that has a further detail on each task within that collection that I'm interacting with. The JavaScript comes through, understands what I clicked on, and understands also that this is a status to do, which is going to be sent to the server. In progress and done. And these map exactly to the keys I put in my pick list. Very important. If they didn't map, things would fall off my task list and just disappear from the front-end user display. Mapping a description, also important. I've made that there. And mapping the progress to an element. There's probably some other ways that I could have done this to go and retrieve the object from the info list display based on the primary key and go look up its progress, but having it in the DOM of the fragment made it easier for me to do what I'm going to show if time allows with JavaScript, making the bar match this progress amount as an integer. There's some CSS here, not much, but really what continues to interest me is we're at 70 lines here and my JavaScript under 75. So we're not talking about a large amount of code to make this interaction work. And I think this might even be something that can be reduced a little bit. I might bump up, well, I'm not sure if I can bump up the size quickly here, but hopefully this is visible. And you can always use the GitHub repo as further reference. So we have to add the click handlers. And in this case, I'm sure somebody could recommend a better way for me to do this. However, this solves the need. The downside here is I'm probably adding too many event handlers too many times, and that's not necessary. I wish I could have had a way to scope it directly to each element in the list. But as you saw, it works and it performs okay. So we're adding it to the dropdown, this event handler to the dropdown items. And when you click on something, using JavaScript, you can figure out which element was clicked on. And in this case, I'm going back and finding that object ID, meaning they click on one dropdown, we find the object ID related to which task they clicked on, which is going to be the primary key, and then the action in which they clicked on, that ID attribute of that element, meaning they clicked on to do, in progress, or done. We strip it. So we strip the status off of the element if its status exists. If they clicked on something that doesn't return a status, we just stop the progress here. And then we put that in a payload. So the payload, I'll just simplify it. It goes here, right? So here's all we need to call the headless API is Liferay util fetch. And what's nice is this is on the page of an authenticated user. So all of that authentication roles and permissions regarding that user are kept in making this call. So if somebody doesn't have permission to maybe do a status update, this could potentially stop them, right? But it's pretty open at this point. that payload gets passed into the submit task update. So it's here. And then it comes in along with the object ID. Those are the two things I need. So I need the object ID that I clicked on and the payload in which I want to change. And what I like about this is I didn't have to send the whole object. I only send what I want to change. Only the status is changing in this case. And I'm making sure I'm hitting the right endpoint, passing in the object ID to this. And you can find this pattern in the API Explorer, that an object ID goes in this form, and some headers. You don't have to pass in the authentication headers, though, because that's already handled when this call is made. Also, we return the data, but since Liferay doesn't know, and once again, somebody could tell me that there's a much better way to handle the refresh of this element on the page, much like the use effect method that was handled by, which discussed by Martin earlier, and I'd love to hear it. But right now, I'm just reloading the whole page when data changes. It works okay. I'm sure it could be a more of a minimal load, but I'm doing just refreshing the entire page when that data is returned successfully, so the user gets the benefit of the updated screen. And catching errors, and I'm lucky to say this has never come up, but you can use the Liferay util to open a toast message, to a nice message to say that an error occurred, but to be quite honest, I haven't seen that. All smooth sailing so far. Hopefully this is good information. I did make this submit task update a reusable method so that the submit task update could be used for both changing the status and changing the percentage of the progress bar. So both, just passing in different payloads has a different end result. So here's the rest in the progress handling, and that's kind of halfway through the script at this point. The progress handling was more of a fun thing to do. How am I doing, Jonas?
You are actually at the end of your time.
Okay. So this is fun. We did some math to figure out the progress calculation, but here we go. Just to say I did it. Finish the presentation. If I click here, that was 100%, and it puts me over to a done state. There is a conditional in there that says if you click close enough to the end of your bar, it's going to mark it done for you. So that is the end, and Jonas has my hook. I'm going to come back. The reserved field names, I didn't get a chance to talk on that, but here they are. They're audit fields. I think Neil Yashinsky said that there are fields you have to avoid. This is the list. You can find that in object field local service test. And what's the future here? Most likely Service Builder will still have a need that people will still want to use it. But man, Liferay Objects is so shiny and new. I'm very excited to see what people come up with it. And we'd love to hear your suggestions on how we can improve it and make it better so that we can all build great things together. Thank you for your time. And thank you everybody who's attended this session today.
All right, thanks, Wes. That's a really nice look at doing stuff and actually actual application of objects. Yeah, there's some good reactions. Questions, anyone? Anyone down in chat?
No questions. Just a lot of praise for Wes' presentation. So you can take a look there also, Wes.
It was my pleasure to speak with the group today. So I will be in the pavilion for QA if anybody wants to chit chat. And
Yeah,
what's in closing? What's next for you guys?
exactly. Maybe we can, instead of the Q&A, Olaf, let's move everybody to the closing session, and also Wes with the Q&A and questions, interactions to the pub next to us, right?
Absolutely. So we are here. We're done a little bit early, so we will not really have 24 hours of full stream. That's what we don't end up with. And in hindsight, we could have had a lunch break somewhere in between, but probably you all had it and just left your avatar sitting here. Or you were walking the dog. I was in between, I admit. But now it's time to actually make use of what we have prepared for you. All of the free food, all of the free beer, free wine, if that matches your time of day and your your way, no, the substances that you eat, drink, or have. So look at your fridge, see what's in there, and I would say join us in the pub, which is just west of here. So it's the next room west. That means the stream is going to end now, and we will have about an hour of fun here, and then we'll see each other tomorrow morning. That is tomorrow UTC morning at 11 UTC again. You know, all of these time zones, we're all old enough. We should all just finally agree on a single time zone. See you over in the pub. Thank you for coming. And then I'll wait here for a couple of seconds so that the stream can catch up.
Yeah, so
Stop the
let's go,
stream a bit
everybody.
and move over.
I might
Goodbye.
invite everybody to move to the piano area, right? Let's go there and talk about some of the highlights for tomorrow and take a beer. See you there. Let's go there and talk